realize that you have a Good. Okay. This is a regular meeting of the San Miguel County Commissioners. Today is Wednesday, June 3rd. It is 9:31 in the morning. And present are all three commissioners. There are staff, there are public. We are gathered together. I'm sorry, Carmen, are we okay?
We're just not.
We're not okay.
Is not functioning.
Should I stop talking until we're functioning?
Yeah.
Okay,
We've got you
Well, that's good.
visually there.
visually, we're on and we're about to engage in a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. So with that, maybe we'll get our audio back up. Thank you, everybody. We are lucky to be here and have this agenda in front of us. Do we have any changes in today's agenda, commissioners?
Not from me. Yeah, there is one item, the discussion with Stephanie Reed from Fresh Foundation.
Yes.
Because we've all discussed that letter and understand the parameters, and she was very short on time today. I asked that we just scratch that from the agenda.
Okay,
Can we do it without her?
We can. Absolutely.
that assists her and aids her time and suspect that we will find ourselves able to reach agreement.
Great, let's do that then.
Okay, we're gonna unscratch.
Okay.
All right, any other suggested changes from, there is shaking his head no, then we are moving forward to public comment for items not on the agenda. I am searching for hands on the Zoom. I'm not seeing any up, but I will give everyone a moment. Mr. Tully, I saw your face. Does that mean you'd like to speak? Fingers up. I'm not sure if that's a yes or a no.
May have been I'm good.
Are you good? You're good. Straight ahead. Okay. Thank you. With that, we'll move to the consent agenda. This is item number 6. Commissioners, do you have any concerns or questions regarding the consent agenda?
I have a couple questions.
Great.
So item 6D, this is the professional services contract for the Deep Creek Housing project, which I am super excited to see. And my question is, let's see, the contract or whatever it is, the official document that we're considering says that San Miguel County is going to pay $174,000 and we expect to get 30% of the design done. Is that our share or is that the total share?
That is our share of the, we had already hammered out an IGA with CDOT.
Yep.
For this planning phase of a max of $200,000.
Right.
So the 174 is what the contractor is asking for, and then those costs are split by the
That's my
percentage
question.
between us and CDOT.
Okay.
Now, we did presume if there's something, there are some exclusions to the contract. Because they're a design firm, they're like, we don't do geotechnical work, we don't do these kind of things. So we may end up using that margin
Sure.
between the 170 approximately
200,
and the
yeah.
200 to get some of those other services provided.
Okay,
But again, all of this is predicated on our agreement with CDOT with that cost share.
that's fair. I just wasn't sure if they had their own contract or if they were gonna reimburse us the 30%
They will be reimbursing us
Perfect. per the
whatever their shares.
MOU. Okay, that was my question about 6E. Anybody else have a question about that? And then the other one was the 6D, or maybe, no, sorry, that was 6D. This is 6E. IGA with the town of Tyrant for Miramonte. I just wonder where this funding is coming from. And we may have talked about it already, so I apologize if we have, but it's 60K for a really important project to, you know, kind of lay out the whole floor plan for the Miramonte and Fruin buildings.
Correct.
But did we budget that or how's
You-
that work?
We did not.
Okay.
We got the board's agreement to proceed.
Yep.
And so this will end up coming up when we do a supplemental budget adjustment.
Okay,
It will be a general fund expense.
okay,
And so that's where it will come up. And again, we haven't had a need for any supplemental budget yet.
Yeah.
But we know we kind of keep track through the year of
Sure.
all the addition and subtraction that's happening.
Yep.
And so that's when that will come up and we'll say, oh, that 60K is coming here from our, probably it'll land in our facilities budget, but it will be a general
fund
fund.
expense,
Yep.
not a capital fund or
Design is always one of those weird kind of,
subjective. kind of-
yeah, is it capital? Well, it's what leads up to capital,
Yeah.
but sometimes it does not. And
Okay, well,
we usually ask the auditors of like, does this qualify for capital? And I think you'll get as many opinions as auditors you talk to.
Okay, all right, that's great. Thank you for answering those questions. I have no more and I'm ready to make a motion
Please do.
to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Motion carries. We are on to item 7A, which is discussion of an additional donation to the Telluride Foundation Housing Fund. And Elaine Gaines of the Telluride Foundation is here with us. Good morning, Elaine.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to, in your packet is a one-page summary of where we are as of today. This summary covers from the beginning of 2025, when we started really in earnest planning this thing and spending money planning it, with legal fees and working with the Impact Development Fund. So this document takes us from the beginning of 2025 to today. First of all, I just want to thank you all so much for the support that you've given this program so far. That first donation definitely catapulted us to many other private donations. When our donors found out that San Miguel County was behind us, it really opened the door to a lot of other larger donations. So I appreciate your support just in general. Last year, when I came before the BOCC and asked for support, we actually asked for $300,000. But in the 2026 budget, it was approved to issue 200, to give us 200,000 and then to come back, which is what we're doing today for the other 100. So anyway, I just kind of wanted to review this. If we have time, it'll only take a few minutes just to review where we are today. I broke this into 3 sections: our impact, who we were able to help, and then some metrics. So we have processed and approved and given loans to 19 applications, which has housed 44 people. We've deployed $630,000 to date. 9 of those were the new shared equity loans, which is where the county's money is going. And 10 of them were our older forgivable loans, which are much smaller, and we're not using county money for those. The second section is who we helped. And I think this is, really positive information because it tells you where the homes were located. So when you see Telluride, Ilium, Ridgeway, Norwood, that's where the homes are located. And then underneath there is all of the employees that benefited from this program because now their employees are able to stay. So in Telluride, it was the town of Telluride, a couple of nonprofits, the Telluride Medical Center, Telsky, bank employee, construction manager, real estate administrator, and a small business owner. And you'll see that kind of trend across this page where we're really, we've been able to help, the folks that we really need to stay in this community to support the important programs and services that we provide to the community. So that's that information. I'm happy to answer any questions about that. And the application metrics, we actually received 70 applications. And as I mentioned, 19 were approved. 22 of them did not qualify. I'm going to come back to that in a second. 10 just simply didn't proceed for one reason or another. They decided not to purchase the home and they just pulled their application. 12 of them were needed to apply for down payment assistance in order to qualify for the Telluride lottery. And then they didn't get picked. So they didn't proceed. And 7 of them are still in progress. We're still working with 7 applicants. 3 of them look like they're going to move forward and 4 of them I'm not sure. So the 22 that did not qualify, there's some information underneath this section that talks about why they didn't qualify. And it sort of runs the gamut. Some of them, their income was too high. We set our income limits at 150% AMI. Some of them, their assets were too high, not many, I think 2. We set our asset limits at 1.5% of your gross income. Couple of the houses were over 850. Those folks shouldn't have applied. If they had read the guidelines, they would have realized that their home didn't qualify, but they proceeded. And so we had to disqualify them. So with a year under our belt, we're sort of looking at all these aspects of our program. Like, are we serving everyone we want to serve? And we're discussing maybe making some adjustments to the program. For example, is 850 the right price? Should we be going a little bit higher? Is 150% AMI the right AMI? I will tell you that the folks that were denied this program because their AMI was too high, it wasn't exorbitantly high. It was just a little bit more,
What range, would 200% have?
One of them was 220% AMI. So that was kind of significantly more. And the other one was under 2. So it's 190% AMI. I don't remember the exact amount, but it wasn't 400% AMI.
And do you know if those folks were able to move forward with their purchases
Both
without?
of them actually did.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay. So then maybe it's okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's really interesting because these numbers, I'm sure, seem small to everyone looking at this program, but it's been a blessing that it started this way because we've been able to really look at each applicant, at each family, and figure out why they do or do not qualify. This is a pilot program, a 2-year pilot program. So we'll make adjustments as we think we can serve more people if we have the funds to do so. The second page of
Wait,
this.
before you go on,
Okay.
I just want to say that part about who we helped. I first have one question. So when you say Telluride, is that specifically the town of Telluride or is that the East End?
It's in the town of Telluride.
Okay. And
These-
then-
all of
yep,
these
are the
homes-
actual towns. Okay.
Yep.
All right. And then I read the list of, what their employment situation is. And it just warmed my heart because, as you said, these are the people we need and to stay here to have a community,
Yeah.
a functioning community. So this is fantastic, Lainey. And 19 applications approved. That's 19 people who bought homes. So yay.
Yeah, it's been great. In Nukla, I think I explained a year ago when we were sort of, launching this program that there is no deed restriction in the west end of Montrose County. So our limits are much lower. We only give $30,000. The maximum value of the home is $350,000. But we haven't quite figured out the deed restriction out there yet. So we don't require deed restriction in the west end of Montrose County for this program. But again, San Miguel County money is not being deployed up there. So the second page of this shows you kind of the different buckets of funding that we dip into to fund these loans. So I just kind of wanted to explain. You are the last column, but the first column represents the total loan amount. So you can see that we've only loaned $100,000, which is the maximum, on 2 occasions. The first column is our own funding that we take from our housing fund. That money is all raised through the generosity of our donors. The third column actually that column could be broken into 4 more columns, but I didn't want to bore you with all those details. These are restricted funds, so a donor might say, I'm gonna give you $100,000, it can only be spent in year A, or I'm gonna give you, $200,000 and it can only be spent in the town of Telluride. So there are some restrictions. I use those funds whenever I can. The third column, which is pretty interesting, is actually not our money at all. That is Prop 123 funds that we can tap into through the Impact Development Fund. So this is actually, it doesn't say it, but it's chronological. So you can see at the beginning when we started making these loans, we had access to some of that money, and then the money dried up. So in the middle, we have none of that because there was no funds to tap into, but they were just awarded, and we helped them with their application, provided them a letter of support. They just were awarded another $1.6 million in this program called Colorado Roots. So we'll be tapping into that whenever we can. And if you apply to the Telluride Foundation's Down Payment Assistance Program, you have to apply to Colorado Roots first. A lot of our applicants don't qualify for Colorado Roots because the AMI is lower, the debt to income is lower. So we don't turn them away if they don't qualify for Colorado Roots, but we want them to tap into that money first. And then you can see where your money was deployed.
Lainey, the Colorado Roots, 1.6 million, what geography is that spread out over?
The Impact Development Funds service area, which is huge. It's basically almost the whole state.
Okay,
Yeah,
And-
so it's gonna go fast.
okay.
Remind me what the AMI threshold is for
For
the
this,
Colorado, for the
Colorado Roots is 120.
Okay.
And we're 150. So there's that middle income gap that we're trying to serve that they are not serving.
Mhm.
And so the reason I'm here today is because you can see that I've already spent $142,000 of your 200. If I make one more loan and that person is in San Miguel County, they qualify for the full amount and they don't qualify for Colorado Roots, or I can't, patch it together with some other fund, then I'm out of matched money. So I'm here today requesting the second contribution of $100,000 so we can keep matching and keep that level at $100,000.
Jared, can you remind me last time where we found the 200? Was that from our housing fund via rent and impact mitigation fees?
It was not REMP, that is an energy fund, just to be sure, but we had gotten a small refund from a previous SMRHA loan program that was kind of rolled out, and I was just feverishly looking through all my emails. This is in September of 2024.
That's right.
When I believe we had received the proceeds from that
Yes.
for some amount. And that was what we kind of said, well, we can push it right back out into this down payment assistance fund.
But that wasn't the whole 200, I don't think. I was like.
I think it was
60
21,000.
or so. Yeah, right. It was something.
Yeah,
that's
it
like-
was some margin, and then the rest
Yeah.
was coming from, I believe, our fee revenue that goes into the housing fund. And so I was just looking at that in the current year. We do remain in a positive net position in that fund for the year.
Isn't it like 5 million or something?
Yes.
Housing fund?
But there's a number of colors of money, so to speak, that are in that fund. I think that we have enough money to cover this ask. And we would just want to make sure that we pick the right color of money, so to speak, whether that's from the property tax resources or whether it's from the impact fees to cover that difference. But we're well ahead of where we can afford $100,000 ask. So
Well, I don't see colors, so we should be okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
No further questions. Maybe I appreciate you don't see colors, but I think it's in my mind, what the most appropriate place to pull this funding from is the employee impact mitigation fees. It just, seems, yes,
may I
Yes.
speak on that?
you may.
I don't believe we can actually use the employee housing mitigation fees for this. That has to go to prospective construction, right? It cannot make up for historic lack of
Right.
housing. It cannot
Right,
be used to leverage housing for a person. You know, it's really a construction fund, and these are kind of those nuances in that fund that I try my darndest to keep in my head, and Ramona does a much better job.
I do see the color of that.
Okay, I did not until now. Oh. Congrats.
And it goes without saying that, you know, we're pretty cautious about when we make these kind of disbursements, like which resources we send out. It's just a matter of, I'm jogging my memory this morning, but I do know that bucket we should not use for this purpose.
But you feel confident we can find the bucket?
Yes.
The color,
Absolutely.
the metaphor, okay.
Whatever metaphor you.
Exactly. I have a question. What's happening with the other or the towns and their contributions to this fund or something similar? Yeah.
Yeah, the town of Ridgeway contributed in part by your contribution because they were trying to, just help out. They understood that we raised most of this money through philanthropy, but when they found out that San Miguel County reached in, I went before them, I don't know, 4 times, I had to wait till the new budget and all that, but they did make a contribution last year, which is awesome because they don't have a very large budget and they made it work. I am going back to the town of Telluride. I think you all know that story. They did not want to fund this program. It's sort of a long sordid tale and disappointing, but that was their decision. The town of Mountain Village, instead of supporting this program, expanded their YES program, your equity support, out into the R2 school district. So now it covers almost all of San Miguel County, which is great, but I have yet to been able to help them make one of those deals, but we're still trying. And I have faith that that's a really good program and a good opportunity to flip free market properties to deed restricted properties. So I think that's a good contribution on their part. We just need to find some deals to do. And they actually have a little, they have some transition going on right now. Drew Nelson has left, and so there's a little bit of a lull, but I'm hopefully going to bring a deal or two to them in 2026. And I am presenting to TMVOA, which the Mountain Village had originally thought I shouldn't because I was asking them, but now they've given the blessing for me to ask TMVOA for funds. So I am going to ask them as well. So I don't have confirmation on any other government funding except from the county and the town of Ridgeway.
Does the town of Ridgeway also have a deed restricted program?
They do.
And that's where these funds have been released?
I don't know what color or bucket they took the money from, honestly, but the Erie Housing Trust is now managing all of their deed restriction. And so they're really tightening things up over there. And I think they're doing a great job. And hopefully they'll figure out some annual source of funding for this, which is what we talked about the last time I met with them.
Commissioners, any further questions? If not, I would entertain a motion,
I can do that.
please.
I move that we make an additional donation for the calendar year 2026 to the Telluride Foundation. Let's call it the Telluride Foundation Down Payment Assistance Program.
There's actually a fund at the foundation that this would go to.
Housing Fund.
It's called HOF, Housing Opportunity Fund, San Miguel County. So it will go in there.
Okay, so let's try again. I move that we make an additional contribution for the calendar year 2026 in the amount of $100,000 to the Telluride Foundation Housing Opportunity Fund, San Miguel County.
I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm.
All right, as well, Elaine, thank you so much.
Thank
This
you
is
guys very much.
a great program, and I'm so glad that we're not having to build, but we're finding housing existing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well done.
Yes.
All right, we're moving on to 7B, which is consideration of approving the proclamation 2026-02, proclaiming June 15th through 21st, 2026 as Men's Health Week throughout San Miguel County. And I have that up in front of me, and James is how I am impacted. Would you like me to read it?
Absolutely.
Yes,
All right.
please. And considering how we'd like you to be healthy.
I want to be healthy.
Yeah.
This is a proclamation of the San Miguel County Commissioners for Men's Health Week. And whereas Men's Health Week is part of an ongoing international effort to educate men, boys, and their families about receiving regular disease prevention screenings and living healthier lifestyles. And whereas nationwide life expectancy for men averages 5 years lower than that of women, with men experiencing higher rates of health problems such as diabetes, obesity, cancer, heart disease, and premature mortality. And whereas Men's Health Week provides an opportunity to recognize the mental and physical needs of men and boys while encouraging fathers and caregivers to serve as positive role models through preventive care, healthy living, and help-seeking behaviors. And whereas the growing epidemic of deaths and despair, I think it's deaths of despair, including deaths related to suicide, substance use disorders, alcohol misuse, and homelessness, underscores the urgent need to raise awareness of unrecognized and undiagnosed depression, mental stress, and emotional distress among boys and men. And whereas the centerpiece of Men's Health Month is National Men's Health Week, a special period of awareness passed by Congress and signed into law on May 31st, 1994, and observed annually through the efforts of Men's Health Network to build health, empathy, recognition, and understanding for the unique health needs facing men and boys. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the San Miguel County Board of County Commissioners proclaim June 15th through 21st, 2026 as Men's Health Week throughout San Miguel County. Any concerns with that proclamation? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
I move to approve Proclamation 2026-02, proclaiming June 15th through the 21st of 2006 as Men's Health Week.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
As well. Thank you all very much. I feel better already. We are on to a public hearing and doesn't have a time, but I feel good about where we are because we're running a little behind where we thought we'd be. This is 7C. It is consideration of a special events permit to serve malt, vinous, and spirituous liquors on July 30th and August 1st for the San Miguel Basin Rodeo communities. Conan Warfield, our Chief Deputy Clerk, is here. Bet all of our I's are dotted, the T's are crossed.
That's right. Both of these are for special events. And all have been approved and reviewed and ready for the BOCC's approval.
Any questions on that, commissioners?
No, just once again, happy to get the heads up on the parties. Said that before. Do you need a motion?
Yes, please.
Oh,
There.
We need to open
Oh,
public comment
public
for
hearing.
each.
Yes, we got to actually be
public hearing.
formal here. I'm going to
Big
open
ones.
public comment for the question of malt, spirituous, and vinous liquors at the Norwood Rodeo. I am going to close public comment on that question. Oh, Mr. Tula, your hand is up. You're in. We'll ask you to unmute.
I attempted to comment with Elaine Dimas's presentation from the Telluride Foundation. And that was just to thank them for approaching the Town of Mountain Village Owners Association. And I would suggest that the amount of the contribution from that organization should be in the 8 figures. Thank you.
Thank you. If you don't ask, you don't get.
Yes.
We're back to the question at hand, and I'm going to close public comment and move into vote mode. Would anyone care to make a motion?
I sure would. I move to approve the special events permits as presented.
I think we can only do one at a time.
Oh, okay. Then I move to approve the consideration of a special events permit to serve malt, vinous, and spirituous beverages on July 31st and August 1st, 2026 for the San Miguel Basin Rodeo Committee. And that is taking place on the San Miguel County Fairgrounds, location 1165 Summit Street, Norwood, Colorado.
Second.
All those in favor?
Hi.
Aye as well, motion carries. We have another very similar request, and before we dive in, I have to get some help on this word. Is it Venus? Somebody help me. Who's got the vocabulary to give me the correct pronunciation?
Go Venice.
Venice, sounds like Italy. Okay,
And I think it's
Spiritual.
spirituous, not spiritual. Although I would love a spiritual beverage.
all right. This is a public hearing, item 7D. It is consideration of a special events permit for the Telluride Medical Center Foundation to serve malt,
Venice.
and spirituous beverages on July 19th from 3 to 11:30 p.m. on Lot 2B in the Golden Ledge, Telluride, Colorado area. Carmen, unless there is something that needs to be said, I'm going to presume that once again, every party that has a say in this has signed off. All right, we are the last part. I will open public comment. I will close public comment, and we will vote.
I move that we approve a special events permit for the Telluride Medical Center Foundation as read by Commissioner Waring, except that it's on Lot 2R, not 2B.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. We are on to a update with our district ranger, Megan Enum, who is on the Zoom. Good morning, Miss Enum.
Good morning, and I apologize for not being able to join you in person. I was overly optimistic how many meetings I could fit in this morning. So it's been a long time since I've seen a lot of you in person, and so I will do everything I can to find a reason to come visit you soon. So I have prepared a map this morning that if I could share screens, that would be ideal. I wanted to take you on a tour of over a dozen key projects, things that are happening in the Telluride area and then San Miguel County as a whole. And I know I've only got 20 minutes, and so I'm going to do my best to be speedy and allow time for questions, as I suspect there may be some projects that I didn't highlight that are on your mind that you would like some time to discuss. So if that plan sounds good to you, I'll see if I can share my screen.
That sounds great, and you should have permission.
Lovely. All right. I believe that's working. Let's see if I can get this tab out of the way.
There.
Actually, that probably won't be too bothersome. Can you see my screen?
We can.
Lovely. Okay. Let me take you on a tour of some key projects happening in your area. I put a heavy emphasis on recreation-related projects, NEPA-related projects, and timber. And so my list got quickly overwhelming, and so I decided to focus on those three key areas just to be cognizant of time this morning. As I zoom in, the first thing I wanted to highlight for all of you is that the Forest Service was able to commit additional funds. Those funds won't be available until fiscal year 28, so that starts in the fall of 2027, to continue repairing additional retaining walls on Imogen Pass. Last year, through the county's efforts and funding, we were able to repair one of the larger retaining walls, and that really just got a positive snowball rolling, and now we have the opportunity to bring Forest Service funds in to repair those additional retaining walls in advance of their failing, which is always the ideal scenario, so that we don't have to worry about future washouts. And I know that your county staff and our engineers met just a few days ago to start to plan out some of that workload. And I'm very, very excited. To be honest, it isn't that often that we can be ahead of the game instead of being responsive. So I think we're in a really good place on that.
So will that project happen in like the summer of 2028? Is that?
The funds become available in the fall of 27. So depending on the scale of a project, we could sneak one in that fall, but I think that you are right, that the earliest and most reasonable is probably to expect summer of 2028.
Thanks.
The next project also on Imogen Pass Road, are some repairs that are coming out of recent federal highway inspections of the social tunnel on Imogen Pass. So tunnels of all kinds are under the purview of the Federal Highway Administration. And we've had a couple of reports come out in the last few years that basically identified the concern that it's a rock structure and small rocks are not frequently falling from the interior of the tunnel, but they are happening. They demonstrate this by taking a hammer to the interior of the tunnel. So every year for an inspection, I'm like, please stop taking a hammer to my tunnel. We love this tunnel. But they've made a valid point. And so we are starting to explore a design work to basically put in like a netting on the interior so that as those smaller rock material does fall, that it'll be held and it won't risk any damage to passing vehicles or people. If you've taken a look at anybody's Instagram, every single person that drives that road has to park underneath the tunnel and take a picture. It's like you didn't do it, if you didn't take the picture. And it is a very popular place. And it's a really, really unique part of the history of this road. And so the goal would be to retain that structure, protect that structure so that we can continue to pass our federal highways inspections, but not really change it or reroute it. The desire is to keep the road where it is. And if you've been up there, that's not just a desire. There's really no feasible way to route around it. So that's the option that we have. So the goal this year would be to work with engineering. And we have an acting heritage program manager right now that can help me start consultation with the State Historic Preservation Office. Because anytime that you take an action on a designated site, you need to consult with SHPO. And it usually results in a memorandum of agreement between the two agencies that say, we're going to alter the site in the following way, and here's the way we're going to mitigate that, which will likely come in the form of additional interpretation. So that work is starting, and it's in the interest of maintaining that road being open and accessible to the public. So if we don't have any questions on the social tunnel, I'm going to zoom out, hopefully not make anyone too dizzy. And take you over to a couple of our ongoing NEPA projects, which you've probably been aware of because of the public scoping. The first I'm going to start with is the Telluride Trails EA. We are very optimistic that we're going to be able to publish the draft decision and finding of no significant impact in the paper of record, which is the Telluride Times, next week, Thursday. Sometimes those publication dates get pushed back a week, but that is the goal. And when you publish a draft decision and your finding of no significant impact, the objection period begins. And that objection period for people who have commented on that NEPA lasts 45 days. And so that is the last big public engagement piece before we can sign a final decision. And depending on those objections, we may have to work through objection resolutions before we can sign that decision. But we're very, very close. And the reason I dropped a dot on that particular hillside is I know that the very first trail that the Telluride Mountain Club is hoping to build this fall, and we're very optimistic that that will happen, is the Mountain Village to Telluride connector to keep people off of the less than ideal old 4x4 route that is there now. So we're very excited for that project. It's been many, many years in the making, and there are a handful of great trails that will be a part of that project that will be implemented in the coming years. I'm going to pause for a second, see if we have any questions there.
Great news.
I know, we're so excited. And I feel like working with a partner through the NEPA process like that, like a lot of empathy was garnered as to what that level of analysis takes and yeah, what that process can look like. So the next here is the Telluride Ski Area Improvements EA, of which I know I've seen comments from the county and folks in the community. We are currently analyzing comments from this last comment period where we published the draft EA, and we're going to provide a response to comments document and start to work towards preparing that draft decision notice for publication. So I don't have a timeline for that just yet because I don't want to commit to a timeline and have myself be wrong. But that is forthcoming, and the goal would be to sign a decision on that this year. The bulk of what's in that EA are infrastructure improvements that have already been identified in the master development plan that was signed in 2017. And so this isn't new infrastructure, but what we've done is analyze the impacts of building that infrastructure, disclosing those impacts to the public so that we can sign a NEPA decision and begin implementation. So the timeline for implementation, because these are ski area improvements, are largely dependent on when they will want to make that financial commitment, because a lot of these are very expensive upgrades. But once the decision is in place, they'll have the opportunity to implement when they can.
Megan, I wanted to also touch on a segment of that plan is forest thinning, glading, which also could be viewed as fire mitigation work as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me talk just a little bit more about that. So the polygons that we analyzed under the CA were previously analyzed under our SPEDMR NEPA, that Spruce Beetle Epidemic and Aspen Decline Management Response. Big acronym. We love our acronyms. What we've done under this NEPA analysis, though, is analyze a new tool. And that new tool, which may be used, is tethered logging. A lot of those polygons are in areas where the terrain is so steep that that potentially could be the only tool. Besides helicopter logging. So one of the concerns I want to dispel is like, oh, we're going to use tethered logging in all of these polygons. It's like, no, that is very unlikely to be the outcome. What we've done is add a tool to our toolbox so that we can make the decision, is helicopter logging or is tethered logging the best tool? The costs between these two tools, the gap is like narrowing, right? Because of fuel costs and other things. And so it will largely be dependent on how steep the terrain is, and then how accessible it is. And even though we've analyzed all these polygons to give ourselves all the tools possible, the reality is that tethered logging only works when you have a road to tether down from to operate. And so the terrain, I just wanted to dispel that public concern that what that means is we're going to tether log the entire ski area. It's like, no, we're not, but we have added another tool to our toolbox to give us maximum flexibility in implementation.
Thanks for that.
Yeah. Another fuel mitigation project here, just on the other side of ski ranches, in the Mountain Village area. So if I zoom out enough, you can kind of see this line of vegetation behind this community, and this is all forest. We have been in discussion for quite some time with Mountain Village and the ski ranches community about potentially building a fuel break behind their community. And we've got site visits planned this summer to go take a look at what the scope and scale of that work might look like, how would we access that site, and what would the potential cost of implementation be. So once we have a really good idea of what we're proposing, then we will do NEPA on this project, which will involve public scoping and comment periods, so people will have an opportunity to weigh in. But we're in a place now where I feel pretty good that in a few months, we'll be able to produce a map and a draft prescription for that work and start to have a more meaningful public dialogue around that project.
Megan, is that the project I've heard referred to as the Skunk Creek area?
Yes, because if I
Okay.
zoom in just enough, you can see Skunk Creek here, and that's why it's
Oh,
been.
gotcha.
And you're right. Until we publish a NEPA document, the names can be many depending on who you're talking to, but yes, that's the one. All right, I'm gonna head down Highway 145 and highlight a couple of rec projects of which I am over the moon about on pretty much all of them. So I'm zooming in right now to the Alta Lakes Dispersed Camping Area. We, in partnership with the National Forest Foundation, and I say in partnership with, but really they're paying for all of this. They've been able to help us purchase 20 picnic tables and campfire rings to install in this dispersed camping area. So the long-term goal for Alta Lakes is that we have designated dispersed sites where you have all the infrastructure that people are used to seeing at a campsite. And we're going to limit campers so that they can only camp in numbered designated sites to try to help manage the spreading out of this campground so that it'll be limited to 20 sites. The next step for us will hopefully be installing vault toilets up here. The county has helped us in the past in bringing up portable toilets. When you have this many people concentrated, you really want to give them somewhere to go to the bathroom. Otherwise, you've just got a mess on your hands. Also, the ground up here is very compacted. And so if you were trying to practice leave no trace, the environment's not helping you. So the goal, the next step would be to install vault toilets at this location. And then one day, maybe in the future, when we update our concessionaire campground contract, this may be added so that it's somewhere that you can make reservations and there will be a campground host and it'll be a full service facility. In the meantime, though, we're improving that developed campground, the developed dispersed camping, so that we can manage the impacts of just our human use up there better. So Doug, I saw you had a question. Feel free to ask. I took over my own facilitation. I hope that's okay.
While he's unmuting, I have a question. What kind of
Yeah.
toilets did you say those were?
So vault toilets, which is
Vault,
the
I
type of toilets you typically see on Forest Service, right? There's a vault beneath it. And periodically we may need to pump that, but we wouldn't have to rely on bringing portable toilets up and down the mountain every year, which companies are getting less and less enthusiastic about, which brings me to my next project I can't wait to tell you about. But yeah, Doug, what you got for me?
That process of open dispersed camping to designated dispersed to pay is what I'm well aware of, and it's a natural resource supply function. Need to do that. I do think though that we need to open more areas for dispersed camping. Say from Highway 62 and Rico, that would be open to dispersed camping. To increase that supply, and then it's overly limited. That's a big discussion. I don't know if the National Forest has National U.S. Forest Service has a policy or has considerations of those supply issues, but there's certainly demand for that here. And I think it's very consistent with the values of this community, although some forces might disagree with that. And then secondly, I've got concerns about concessionaire practices, but that's another topic.
Well, Doug, I couldn't agree with you more about the fact that we have supply and demand issues, and I'm going to bring up a couple of projects next that will show you how we're planning to address that in the future. But there is an absolute, we have about 100 campsites available in the region from our designated campgrounds, and it has proven time and time and again in the summer that that is not adequate. And there's also an increased interest, especially in landowners in the area, to enforce something like a designated camping decision that basically says you need to be in designated areas. But I've been very reluctant to pursue analyzing any sort of proposal because right now we just don't have enough available campgrounds in order to send people to tell them they can't camp where they're currently camping. So there is a long-term vision here, and a couple of the projects that I'm bringing to the county today shows you how we're making progress towards that long-term goal. But there's not enough campsites out there. We can all agree on that. So I brought you downhill here to the bottom of Alta Lakes Road. This has been an ongoing discussion, this particular section of this road. Pretty much every year, this hillside is trying to fall into the highway, and it's been doing that since it was built, and it will do that into perpetuity. We have explored rerouting around this section of road, and after much hand-wringing and lots of engineer discussions and multiple field visits, we've ultimately returned back to the existing road corridor and are developing a proposed action to basically widen the road, cut into that hillside, decrease the slope above that road so that we're minimizing how much material is falling down and improve the safety and access of this road. I would have loved to bring that into the NEPA process and begin public engagement probably 2 years ago. But with our limited staff capacity and not having an archaeologist on my zone, I've had to kind of time my NEPA projects based on staff capacity, but I think we're almost there on this one. And I would very much like to initiate the NEPA process this year for this road improvement. If you've driven it in a while, you know that the road is just getting smaller and smaller. And on any given day in the summer, we can have upwards of 300 vehicles traveling on Alta Lakes Road. So it is definitely a need. And the more improvements that I make at the campground, the more it reinforces the need to improve this road. So that is our next step. The other thing that will come in that proposal is improving the parking at the bottom of this road. Right now, if you want to access the trails in this area, you're basically parking in this very small footprint at the bottom of the road, which only narrows it further. And so in this area where you've probably seen outfitters stage their equipment on this old road bed, we're planning on building a pretty large parking area at the bottom of this road that will be open for both winter and summer use. And that will help keep people off the highway corridor. All right, gonna zoom out a bit. Keep bringing you down the highway. I lost where I'm at. Not quite, I just need to zoom out further. So I've got two projects here at Lizard Head Pass and at Priest Lake. We have talked with the Nordic ski groups and the local community for years and years and years about improving this section of the forest on the south side of the highway to improve winter parking specifically. There's a lot of competition in this area. CDOT uses it as a turnaround and to park their equipment. They're pretty regularly getting blocked in by vehicles. And everybody that calls, I'm like, well, the snowplow has priority. So if he's got to push you out of the way to get out of there, I'm sorry about that. But it does make the point that we need to improve both winter and summer recreation in this area. But in order to make any improvements, even though I can kind of already picture what those improvements are, CDOT specifically has required us to undertake a traffic study. And again, funded through National Forest Foundation, we've just put a contract out and are getting bids back on to analyze the number of vehicles that are coming off of the highway into this area, both in the winter and the summer. And then CDOT will take a look at that data and make a recommendation on whether or not we need to have acceleration and deceleration lanes in order to get people off the highway into this area. If they tell us we need acceleration and deceleration lanes, that's $1 million plus project, and it's way outside of my capacity to fund. But that's important information to know. And I didn't want to undertake NEPA for this project until I understood the full scope of that improvement. But it took us many years just to get here to the traffic study. So step one in the right direction. We need almost a full year of that data collection. And then we can visit with CDOT and kind of polish off our drawings for that site and initiate NEPA there. We did get a small amount of money when the GAOA funds were authorized, however many years ago now that's been, to the tune of about $250,000. We are going to try to use that to at least improve the existing parking right now, put more gravel on, and improve the grade at which people are coming on and off the highway right now. It's a very popular dispersed camping area with people in their RVs. I'm not sure why you're right on the highway, but that's where they like to be. It gets pretty steep if you're trying to haul your full-size truck in an RV. So first step in the right direction. Once we improve that site, ultimately it will be for both summer and winter parking, and allow us to potentially expand Nordic ski opportunities in this area that we haven't been able to explore because there wasn't sufficient parking for the public. So while I'm zooming around on the map, feel free to jump in if you've got questions. All right. Doug hit the nail on the head when he was like, some people may like this and some people won't. So I've got a new idea for you that's actually been in the works since the 90s because there's a file on it that's that old. And that is our designated dispersed camping area here at Priest Lake. This entire area, I'm not even sure if you can see my cursor, but it's basically between Priest Lake Road and the highway, is National Forest System lands. And we've probably got about a dozen sites where people can car camp. But the long-term vision here is to basically build a new campground to give us twice as many sites as we have available between Sunshine and Matterhorn now. And this campground would also be a full-service campground in the sense that there would be bathrooms available, opportunities for RV camping, opportunities for hike and bike in camping that's a little further into the woods, and then a day use area, which is something that we woefully lack on the forest. And for a day use area, I mean, there's going to be a loop, There's picnic tables, there's pavilions, there's opportunities for people to get outside, have lunch, have birthday parties, do the sort of things that you'd like to do in a covered pavilion, that right now your only option is to do that in the town park. And it's always sort of pained me that we don't have those facilities on the forest. So right now, I'm in conversations with a landscape architect with the agency that can help put a pen to paper and give us a draft design that I can then start to engage the public around and start to get feedback. One of the biggest concerns people are going to have, is, especially for the Trout Lake community, is you're adding all these campsites in my neighborhood. But the other concern that you'll hear frequently from the community around Trout Lake is that they're really kind of fed up with the dispersed camping that's happening in their backyard. And this will give me an opportunity to direct those campers into a designated site that meets their needs. And then we can start to take a look at those non-designated dispersed sites in their community and see if we need to close them. But like I mentioned earlier, I'm very reluctant to tell people where they can't camp until I can tell them where they can. So we're very excited about this project. Another way that we will work to minimize the impact to the community is, rather than have people access the campground from Priest Lake Road, which means you have to drive into Trout Lake to get there, we'll make the access off of the highway. So it may take some of the vehicular pressure off of that community as well. So that's my vision, but we're just getting started. And if I can get a design, I'm going to try to bring it to a public engagement process as soon as possible, because I think this is one of our biggest needs in the region. So I'll pause if anybody's got questions on that.
Julie's hand is up, but I've also got a quick question, Megan. I didn't quite follow the number of new campsites that you were envisioning at Priest Lake.
So based on those drawings that were done in the 90s, it looks like we could fit into this area about 75 sites, which to me seems large, which is why I want to revisit that with fresh eyes and a new landscape architect. But it is a pretty sizable piece of ground. And with the vegetation, we'll be able to kind of leave trees surrounding those individual loops. So it's not like you're going to look up and see 75 sites, but rather that there'll be individual loops, much like you have at Woods Lake or at Sunshine, so that you still have a sense of privacy and peace while you're there. And it's not just a campground, 75 people in a parking lot.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown.
How will this, if at all, impact the Nordic trails that are up there now, Megan?
That is a really good question. So the Nordic trails right now basically do a loop around this area. And the goal would be to integrate this campground in the interior of those loops. That Nordic ski area is a very popular, well-loved, well-maintained resource, and I do not want to take that away. The other thing is this campground will not be open for winter use. And so the goal would be to lay it out in such a way that it doesn't interfere too much. It doesn't mean we won't have to make some adjustments. But these two uses can absolutely coexist.
Okay, and there are lots of interior trails too. So those may have to be realigned, you're saying, but we could probably still ski through the campground.
Yeah, absolutely. Because when you think about campground infrastructure, you're really talking about gravel, and then a couple of vault toilets that'll be interdispersed. And so you may have a new brown vault toilet that's on the landscape to ski around, but we're not really talking about a lot of infrastructure you have to avoid because the snow is going to be covering it.
Thank you.
All right, Doug, what you got for me?
All right. So I'm not familiar with the specifics of the Trout Lake resident concerns over dispersed camping. However, I have seen that go to excess. And we do need to be respectful of that. I, as a camper, you as an administrator. And to me, I think it's important to stay out of somebody's view shed. Not completely, you can be way off in the distance. But it shouldn't be visible from your house, and noise should apply as well. You can't be completely silent. I don't have specific numbers on either of those, but that is something that's determinable. Standards would be determinable. As a minimum, there are shooting limitations within structures. It's probably farther than that, but I just state that and just be concerned about those Trout Lake residents overreaching on their objections. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Doug. All right, well, I'm bringing you all the way over to the west end now, and the bulk of these projects are timber projects. But before I get into the timber projects, because that tends to be a super hot topic, which I love talking about, I wanted to draw your attention to this administrative site that is between the town of Norwood and our Thunder Trails area. So this is a Forest Service admin site. We've called it the horse pasture, even though we don't have a stock program anymore, which breaks my heart. But it is about a 40-acre parcel. And you can see on this parcel that we've got a couple of buildings where we store heavy equipment. The agro britches are staged here, and it's just generally a work site. We just got the funding and the approval to install a well at this site. And this well is the very first step in my long-term vision of building employee housing at this site. We're no longer using it as a horse pasture, and one of the other most critical needs that I have on my district is employee housing. It's really hard to bring a GS5 or a GS7 onto the unit, knowing that there's just housing limitations in the community and how long it potentially takes to find rentals, which is what most of these folks would be looking for. So once I have water at the site, that snowball is rolling, and it's going to build and build. The next step would be electricity and start building towards design plans. And I know I've brought this to the county in the past, that this is a site we're considering developing, but I just wanted to put it back in our view shed to say we're making progress in the right direction, and we should keep up discussions, because I think because of the proximity to town, that this administrative site has a lot of potential to serve a lot of needs, both for the county, the town of Norwood, and the Forest Service itself. And I just want to put that out there for future brainstorming, but I'm just over the moon about this, because it's like the very first critical step. Once you have water, then it's easier to start building. So tune in, so we'll keep you posted on how that site progresses.
I have
All
a
right.
question about that, Megan. Sorry.
Yeah.
Are you anticipating that there might be housing available for folks other than your employees? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, absolutely. So once we have sites available, for example, in our housing here in town, which really is, 2 people bunked up for seasonal employees. But right now we've got both BLM and Forest Service employees in that building, because that's who needed the housing. In the past, we've had CPW interns staying in it as well. So especially between governments, it is very easy to allow leasing opportunities to other individuals. So it's not like it would be a long-term lease, but it could be short-term solutions for both of our employees into the future.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, now let's talk timber. So I'm kind of starting you off here because we're in the Dan Noble State Wildlife Area, Miramonte, right? Which I think folks, it's just a good landmark to help orient you. And this area of green around the canyon is what we call the Natarita Division on the Norwood Ranger District. And if I zoom in just enough, this road here, if you've ever come and skied Busted Arm, which with snowpack was terrible this year, but on most winters is lovely. Then I'm just giving you that road for reference. So if I zoom in enough, you can see how brown it is.
Ooh.
We have had a long-standing beetle outbreak. Our entomologists are really excited about it because there's 4 different types of beetles here. But what that's really doing is creating quite a fire hazard into this area where you start to make that transition from forest into residences. And so this Stockdale timber sale has been previously analyzed, and we have the funding this year to go out for contracting. And it's about 250 acres, because that's the max that I can treat under the kind of CE category that we pursued. Depending on how that contract is let, because we're having to pay to have that material removed because it's standing dead and doesn't have a high merchantable value, they may haul that timber off. They may choose to leave that material on site stacked and ready for fuel wood cutting. And if you've been in this office in the fall, you know how many fuel wood cutters are relying on firewood to keep their homes warm in the winter. So I don't have concerns if that is how that contract is ultimately implemented. I think within 2 years, we'll find all of that material gone. But I'm very excited because there's not a lot of enthusiasm sometimes behind cutting pine, which is what this area predominant species type is. But as you can see, based on the red on the map, it's a really critical need. So that will go out for contract this year. Most likely earliest implementation will be in 2027. I'm going to zoom out to some projects that are in planning. So Busted Arm timber sale is really just on the other side here. There's some pockets of red, but here's an area where we're trying to again remove insect damaged trees. They just haven't quite turned brown yet, but it's a matter of time. So this would be a vegetation thinning exercise. And then across the canyon here in this Wheeler project area, exact same objectives. We're really trying to take those damaged trees while they potentially still have merchantable value, right? Like it's a benefit to the operator that's taking them because they can mill them and use them. And then we're also kind of achieving our objectives of hitting these pockets where we've got standing dead, not all of which have turned brown yet. We've got some field trips this summer planned because these projects are just concepts right now. And the earliest we would have the NEPA done and contracts would be available would be 27 or 28. But this is a real area of priority for us because of the beetle outbreak. And if I zoom out just enough, you'll notice there's a pretty massive vegetation difference between this area of the Natarita Division, where there was a historic burn, and then all of this pine that I really want to keep healthy and on the landscape into the future. So there.
Quick question, Megan. Just what discussion or resources exists at the Forest Service right now for like biochar kilns, and has that been explored to utilize like a mobile biochar kiln for some of these large scale projects for the standing dead?
So we don't have that infrastructure ourselves, and I know that the county has with their air curtain burner, expressed interest in using it in some of these projects. And what I will say about air curtain burners and then these biochar, once you build enough heat in those facilities, you really need to staff them 24 hours a day to keep them operational. That way you're not spending all of your day bringing it up to heat and then having to start it over again. And right now I can just be perfectly honest and say I don't have the staff capacity in order to man something for usually what is, 3,000 CCF to 5,000 CCF that's coming off of these sales. I am still very interested though, especially for some of our smaller vegetation projects in the valley, to potentially explore using that air curtain burner, but staffing right now is our biggest limitation in that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. This is another Spedmer NEPA area project that we're calling Saltado just because there was a historic timber sale called Lone Cone from the 50s, and that makes your file structure confusing. So this really dense green vegetation does a great job of outlining the forest boundary because the land on the other side of this is private lands owned by Wolfland and Cattle Co. They approached us last year to say, we're really concerned about the fuels behind our property. And they're absolutely right. For any of our hunters who have attempted to access the Little Cone area, the dead and down is very jackstrawed. It's almost impossible to walk across this landscape here, which means it's also very difficult for animals to move across the landscape. And it also means that our fuel loading is very high. And so right now we're working in partnership with those private landowners to get access through their property because there are no roads in this vicinity to move into this area and to remove as much of that standing dead as is feasible and practical based on the environment. There's been a long-term desire to get back into this area, but because there are no existing roads, it really wasn't possible. And so with this private kind of public partnership, we might be able to get back there and treat this area. It will be a difficult project because we will have to open a timber road that was built in the 50s that, like I just pointed out, is covered in jackstraw trees that are, probably 5 times the size of my own diameter. They're quite large, and it will be quite costly to do this project, which is why it hasn't been very appealing in the past. But because we have motivated private landowners that are also interested in doing this fuels reduction, it's like, okay, let's dust this off and stop coming up with reasons why we can't get in there and start to think about reasons or ways that we can. So This is another one of those projects that is just long overdue, and we finally have some momentum behind it. So because it's a SPEDMR project, we did bring it to the last SPEDMR Adaptive Management Group meeting. And I know once I finally have a map and a prescription and a checklist that I will bring it back to the county, which has been my commitment to all of you when we're undertaking projects under NEPA, so that we can have a more formal discussion. So right now it's just an introduction, and I'll have more for you as the year progresses. And I have taken up a lot of time, and I actually think I hit all my highlights. So I'm going to stop sharing my map and just see what else might be on the county's mind.
Commissioners, I've got one thing on my mind, but I want to hear if you have other things first.
Not from me, super thorough and efficient, thank you.
Yeah, go Lance. Oh, yeah.
Megan, this is a citizen request, and the citizen Heather Brown is actually here with us because I'd hoped to be able to introduce you two face to face, but you weren't able to join us. Heather has emailed you a couple times about the Mary E. Campground and forest fires. I'm sorry, about campfires, not forest fires. And she is going to re-email you today, put that on the top of your email pile, and hope that you could find time to talk with her in person to address those concerns.
Absolutely.
Thank
And
you.
Heather, if you're in the room, I'm sorry to miss the opportunity to meet you. And I apologize for the time lag, because I know you emailed me a few weeks ago. I had reached out to some of our air quality folks in the forest because I wanted to have a really thoughtful response to the questions that you raised. So I didn't mean to leave you hanging, but absolutely, let's get together. And I'd love to do it in person sometime. So send me that email and maybe some availability that you have to get together, and let's talk soon.
Well, thank you so much.
You got a nod, a smile, a thumbs up, and a thank you.
Good.
Mr. Tulip, you are going to be perhaps our final voice. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. I'd like to talk about the subject of local workforce camping, summertime on USFS property. Just to begin, one possible location for that would be the Matterhorn work site, immediately across from the San Bernardo housing development, across Highway 145 from San Bernardo. But there are a lot of potential sites, with those same noise and view shed concerns that I mentioned earlier, and a lot of potential. And I've been bringing this up pretty much the entire time I've been here in Telluride, which is since 2014. Was successful in getting the Mary E. Campground reopened. I think I can claim a little bit of credit for that, but there's much more potential. And I'm just wondering if maybe sit down with Heather, catch a second meeting with Heather, that we could take a look at that question in a little bit more detail. I know there are regulations on it, but I think that's doable. Long-term camping is allowed if you're working in the forest. The sheep herders, foragers, forest workers are allowed to stay long-term. I don't know what the specifics of that legality is, but that seems workable. And it seems like we could completely solve the workforce needs in Telluride during the summer by next year.
Well, Doug, I think that I can say that question has come up frequently. And if I had, a written proposal and something to respond to, then we can certainly keep that conversation alive. I know that seasonal employees pretty regularly camp on the forest, and when their camps are clean and they move around, we really aren't out trying to give them a hard time. It's the only troubles that we've had, and we have had to give people citations in the last few years, is when they're in areas where the roads are technically closed, or their campsite has become like a 3-month permanent fixture and they're not respecting leave no trace principles. And so for the most part, we're very aware that that's how areas of the forest are used. And we're doing our best to be respectful of each other's uses as long as they're being respectful of the forest. And my best contribution to the long-term improvement of just camping availability is going to be to continue to work on developing additional campgrounds. And I will say that the Matterhorn site is also my employee housing for the summer, and I've got a trail crew of about 30 people who are going to be there very shortly. So it may look vacant, but it doesn't stay vacant for long.
Yes, and it would be immediately adjoining that facility, which has infrastructure, it has management, um, and I can put together something conceptual and think a bit more about locations, specific locations as well.
Sounds great, Doug.
I think,
Thanks.
looking at the Matterhorn site.
Mr. Feely, I'm going to ask you to follow your own good advice and do put that to paper. I think that we're all interested, but we're also about 25 minutes behind schedule.
Just one last thing conceptually, if I may. The Matterhorn site may eventually transition to full housing and to developed housing, has been discussed previously, and that type of use might be a good way to start that transition, that slow transition. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Doug. I appreciate your conceptual transition ideas, and I think you're onto something. All right, Megan, we really appreciate you giving us the guided tour of the things that you are working on, some more imminent than others, but as you said, all of them exciting and valuable. Would that we could fund every project and whiz through NEPA with flying colors, but instead we'll take our time and do it right.
I'd also like to just chime in and say it's recognized that you are doing a lot with a little right now, specifically the staffing cuts that you have endured the last year and a half, and just really appreciate these updates and seeing how much work is coming out of your office and all of the energy you're putting into it. So thank you, Megan.
Thank you so much. Yeah. There's far fewer of us in this building than there were a year ago. But what I will say about the folks that are still here is that they're very committed to this community, right? They live here, they work here, they have their families here, and we're not going anywhere. So I look forward to the next time that we can get together. And if anything pops up, thank you for reminding me about the Mary E discussion. Just keep sending them my way. Thanks, everybody.
Have a great day, Megan. All right, commissioners, we have a planning matter, and we can either jump right in or we can take a 2 or 3 minute recess and stretch our legs before we move to day. What is your preference? Would you like a leg stretch?
I'm doing fine.
I could use a bio break since I'm guessing this might be, 90 minutes.
Is that long? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it is 10:49. We are going to reconvene at 10:55.
Can do that.
Yes. We're opening another public hearing. This is item 8A, and we are considering.
Let's consider it.
Consideration.
Oh, let's do it.
Amendment for the accelerated housing review. Kay Simonson, Jared Biggs, and Drea Arizia are all here with us. And will walk us through what has brought us here today, which is long and interesting and convoluted. Jared, Kay, Drea, who would like to start?
Here we go.
Okay,
So this
take
is
it up.
the land use code amendment for accelerated housing review. By way of background, Proposition 123 created the Colorado State Affordable Housing Fund. This was approved by the state voters in 2022. And then from that, the Department of Local Affairs created the regulations and such that go along with that. San Miguel County is participating in the Prop 123 program, and we do have a local planning capacity grant. We do hope to get one of those in the future. To qualify for additional funding, the county must have a fast track review process for affordable housing. This means rendering a final decision within 90 days. It's required for housing projects where 50% or more of the units are affordable. But it is not required for every development project or application type. And I would add it's optional. Developers do not have to be in the fast track review process. Just to familiarize with our development review process, we have our administrative process where people submit applications, we check it, all the various departments and staff and a few outside agencies make sure everything's there, and then we sign off on it, and it's done and issued. And we're typically at about 60 days on most of those. So already not a problem there. Within our development review process, we have a couple of types. We have a one-step review and we have a two-step review. Both of those start with a pre-application meeting and then submittal of the application. And our pre-application meetings are pretty thorough. We tell people exactly what they need to submit. We give them all of the regulations. So a fair amount of detail in our pre-application letters. Once the application is submitted, we then check to make sure it is complete. If it is complete, then we begin the process. If it's not complete, we ask for corrections or additional information. Certifying an application complete does not mean it complies with regulations. It means they have met the technical requirements needed for an application to be complete and can move it to the next step. Once that begins, we move into the review and notice period. So we have a 21-day review agency period where we send it out to necessary stakeholders. And then there's also a 20-day posting and mailing that has to occur prior to the meeting. And there's a 14-day newspaper publication date. Because the newspaper's only published on Thursdays, and we have to get it out a week in advance to them. That's another time consideration, but we can all fit, most of this within about a 30-day period. And then from there, it goes to either the Planning Commission or the BOCC for a public hearing and decision. The two-step process is largely the same. We have, if we know the BOCC meeting date, we'll combine the posting and mailing. If not, we have to do that twice, one for each meeting. The Planning Commission has their public meeting and recommendation. At that point, we then do the 14-day newspaper publication, which actually takes 20 to 21 days. And then we have, if necessary, the 20-day posting and mailing again. And then the BOCC public hearing and decision. So that's just roughly how those one-step and two-step processes work.
I've got a question from Commissioner Brown.
Yeah.
I think I understand that some of these 21, 20, 14-day periods overlap, right?
Yes,
It's not
they
like they're consecutive. Okay,
No, yeah,
that's
they
why
are
you could do,
all, they're all overlapping.
okay, that makes sense.
And
I'm just trying to add up the days that it
Yeah.
might take for a process, but I
Yeah.
can't with this.
And typically for a one-step, we can fall within 60 days. We just did a speed run on one application this last month. It was a forestry application,
Oh, yeah.
and because it was kind of time critical, we pushed that one fast.
What was the kind of course record? What was your PR?
Nicola, do you remember how long that?
I think it took 4 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah,
That was the one we approved last week. I
yeah,
think,
so we can sometimes make 30 days. They have to give us a really good application.
Mhm.
And you know, the applicant has to be very much on top of it as well.
I think of the pre-application meeting to certify completion as not the clock we run. That's.
The
it's
clock
one-
does not run until the application's complete.
Okay.
But just, you know, letting people know that you know, applications don't just appear out of thin air. There is a process leading up to the submittal of the application. And yeah, and with two-step, we're usually around the 90-day period, sometimes closer to 60. So.
Thank you.
So this proposed amendment would create a new section 3-15 in our land use code, and section 3 is the procedure section of the code. So it outlines all of what I just told you about administrative one-step, two-step, also five-step, which is really two steps and a one-step. when you break it out.
That's a cha-cha.
Yes. Or maybe a polka. But anyhow, we would be adding this new section, and 3-1502 describes applicability. And this means it's available to projects with at least 50% of units meeting the following criteria. First, the rental housing has to be at or below 120% of the area median income. We did choose to go to higher than the state minimum of 60% because of our very specific community needs. And then for sale housing at or below 200% AMI. And then having housing costs be less than 30% of the household gross monthly income. And this is very standard. I mean, it's used for financing determinations and everything. And you don't want to increase much above that, or people are again housing burdened. Just to let you know, the 2026 AMI for a family of 4 is 131,000, and for one person it's almost 92,000.
Commissioner Brown.
That final requirement that we've included in this amendment, 3-1501C, is that required by the, you know, Prop 123 criteria? I don't,
I
Or is-
believe it is.
is that something that we chose to add?
Drea and Jared would know more details.
Yes.
I believe it is, yes.
And as I recall, that was discussed at length at the planning commission meeting, whether that could be omitted. And as I recall, that it was deemed that it was a requirement.
Yeah, it really does need to be in there.
We just
And
confirm that, because I'll
yeah.
tell you where I'm going with this. My concern is that we're starting to write a deed restriction for these projects, and that's a whole other process, if you ask me. So I
And-
just would really like to have that double confirmed, if that's okay, rather than I think so.
I think Jared's working on that as we speak.
Sweet,
Yeah,
thank
and-
you.
The other thing that it does by having this affordability standard up front, and yes, it would go into a deed restriction, but it keeps us from having to put price caps on properties or rent caps on properties, because, you know, they'd have to demonstrate that their rent or their mortgage is within that 30%. And unless they're bringing a lot of cash to the table, it does create a bit of an appreciation cap in your market.
Well, but
Yeah.
again, this to me is starting to shape a deed restriction for these properties, and we already have deed restrictions in place, so I'm just a little concerned about us suddenly reworking the deed restriction in the context of this review process. So,
Well, and we've had to create deed restrictions for specific situations and specific properties. Pinion Park is a prime example. And I think if somebody were utilizing this, there would probably have to be an addendum or something to the deed restriction.
I just don't know that.
Mr. Biggs may have an answer to our question.
Yeah.
And I wanted to, so to clarify, that 30% is included in the state's definition of affordable housing that was established when they implemented Prop 123. So they say, that is an annual income of below 60% area median income. We're talking about rental in this case,
Yep.
right? And that costs a household less than 30% of its monthly income. So they've kind of locked in that 30%. It's the traditional HUD language,
Yeah.
right? And I understand the challenge, but they actually do not require a deed restriction on this housing to qualify just blanket state fast track process, right? We added hey, for our purposes, we must have a deed restriction. And
That was another question that I had because I didn't see where that is, but I don't want to hijack this conversation. It's just maybe we put a pin in it here to talk about whether these are the criteria for a deed restriction that we're going to have on any project that comes through this. Because I'm just really uncomfortable with us starting to craft a very specific deed restriction for these projects when we've spent 30 years working on deed restrictions.
Keep in mind that if there was a project that wasn't going to fall with the 30%, with lower than 30%, it doesn't have to go through the accelerated review process.
Right.
It could still be accomplished.
Right.
It just doesn't tick that first box, and then we move along
Right.
whatever pace we want. It could be 90 days, it could be less, it could be more, but there's a way around this if we're.
There is, I totally understand that. And at the same time, if we're gonna build this, I want to use it, right? And so I don't want to put so many restrictions on the projects that that are not aligned with our current deed restriction that, we find ourselves in muddy waters.
Appreciate that, but I think Jared just said rather clearly that we have to.
Yeah, okay, I get that. But where's the part in here that says that it will be deed restricted to?
It's in it. Okay.
You'll get to that. Okay, perfect.
So
All right, that
we are
helps.
clear on that. It is a requirement.
It's the 30% income threshold is a requirement. And we've talked about this in a couple different contexts of how are we even going to measure this?
Yeah.
Is it measuring? And we've worked really hard to integrate language, and Kay, we'll get to this, about the initial qualification. That way it doesn't, somebody doesn't make more money in a following year and somehow disqualify themselves. So we've been talking about how to make this work, but we've kind of made it, we've threaded the needle to meet the state requirements with as much of what the ability within our definitions and requiring a deed restriction as we possibly could.
Okay, I think I want to just make a final point on this, which is I don't want us making this more restrictive than we need to, because we want it to work, and it's already hard enough to build housing here. So that would be my kind of overall point on that previous slide. But thank you for answering that question so directly.
Mr. Tilley, I see your hand up. However, I'm going to let our staff continue and ask you to hold your comments and questions till the end of the presentation on the chance that your question gets answered.
And as a land use code amendment, this is a legislative action, it is a public hearing. So there will be an opportunity to open it to the public for comment.
Precisely.
Later in the meeting. So within the code amendment, it also lists eligible projects. That includes development permits and building permits, which are administrative, variances, which are one step, special use permits, which can be one step or two step, depending on what the land use code says for that particular activity. Plan unit development amendments are two step, or they could be one step if they're insubstantial. And then also there's construction or engineering documents that may be required in the types of applications listed above. That's administrative, along with modifications of development permits, variance, and or required construction or engineering documents following initial approval of project with affordable housing eligible for accelerated review. We also have a list of ineligible projects, so preliminary or final subdivision, initial zoning and rezoning, comprehensive plan amendment, appeals, planned unit development or amendment that includes rezoning or subdivision, permits related to non-residential use, and construction or engineering drawings that are not required as part of the development land use application types listed herein. And
Okay,
then-
thank you for adding in or re-adding the initial zoning and rezoning, because that was just an oops and it was caught by a member of the
That was a
public.
version control problem. to
No
the
problem,
people
but
that had our hands in it.
Thanks for fixing that.
Yeah, so in terms of process, the proposed amendment outlines that and says if a developer opts into the accelerated housing review, application shall be given priority over other projects in the development review process and approved with conditions or denied within 90 days of determination of completeness per section 3202C. That's already in the code, determination of application completeness. The 90 days concludes on the final action of the decision maker, whether it's administrative, one step or two step. Each type of application has its own 90-day review period, but when possible can be considered concurrently. For example, they might need the special use permit, but then they're going to need the development permit / building permit. They could run those concurrently. Most people don't, because they want to see what they get approved in their special use permit before they go to their construction drawings. It's a bit of a risk to invest all of your time and money in your construction drawings that far ahead. But if that's what they want, that's what we do. Also, applicants may request extensions of up to 90 days or may opt out of the process at any time. And then we just keep stating this, and we're going to keep stating this. All applicable code standards and procedural requirements still apply. So what the zone districts says on uses and dimensional standards still apply. What the process is according to the type of use still applies. None of that changes. Regarding extensions, the applicant may request one 90-day extension. If they, feel they need to do so to, work on something. An applicant may also request an extension for the length of time needed to address comments on the application from other agencies or service providers. For example, if they need to get, confirmation from CDOT that their access location is going to work, that might take more than 90 days because of CDOT. So that, can stop the clock for as long as it needs to stop. Additionally, the county may provide at our discretion a 30-day extension to allow adequate time to review and address submittal materials and review comments. So those are the three possible extension methods in there.
I have a couple questions about the extension section. It doesn't say how many times an extension can be requested or made.
It's one extension.
A one-time 90-day extension.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
And then,
And the county can only ask for one 30-day extension. We can't ask for serial extensions. Now, it might be that the applicant asks for an extension and then something comes up with a review agency and that requires an extension. And then the county asks for an extension, but at that point.
okay, we may want to clarify that too then in section C under extensions, that the county may request, just as we did in a one-time extension, or I don't know where it would go. Or do we not want to clarify that? What's the intention, I guess? It's on page 4 of the resolution.
I believe the intention is a single 30-day extension.
So then we should probably say that.
Yeah, yeah, I kind of felt like we'd already sufficiently addressed all of that, but, yeah, I'll take a look.
So it would be like in part C, extending the 90-day time frame one time by 30 days.
Yeah, we'll take a look as we get. I'm not gonna solve it right at this minute. I'd like to get through my presentation. And then we also are amending Article 7 definitions. And the planning commission did have a clarifying change in here that's double underlined. But affordable housing eligible for accelerated review would be defined as residential dwelling units that are permanently deed restricted to be affordable to qualifying households. AMI ranges are tied to the initial qualification and the qualification of each subsequent tenant or owner for sale or rent of the residential dwelling unit. So that what that means is you don't have to come back and qualify your income annually as long as you are the tenant or the owner. We don't want somebody getting upwardly mobile out of their unit.
Actually, that part says something else. It says that the qualification applies to subsequent tenants and owners.
So it's and the qualification of each subsequent tenant owner. So the first tenant comes in,
I
they
understand.
qualify. The second tenant comes in, they qualify.
This is another concern I have. I mean, would you want to address it right now, or do you want to go through her presentation and then come back?
Move the presentation and circle back. This is slide number 9.
Okay,
So we'll
perfect.
return to
Yeah.
that.
Okay,
And then continuing, qualifying households are those who earn less than 120% of the area median income for renters and less than 200% of the area median income for ownership units, as determined annually by the Department of Housing and Urban Development and adjusted for household sizes. Units that cost less than 30% of qualifying households' gross monthly income are considered affordable. Costs include but are not limited to rent, mortgage payments, taxes, utilities, and insurance as applicable. So going into what accelerated review does and doesn't do. It does require the county to prioritize review of qualified projects. And it does require the decision maker to render a final decision, whether it's approval with conditions, or denial, within 90 days of submission of a complete application, unless extensions are granted. What it does not do is change the review process for a project. It does not change land use code requirements or development standards. It does not obligate the county to approve a project that does not meet the land use requirements or standards. It does not obligate a developer to opt into accelerated review. And it does not allow the creation of more market rate housing in zone districts where it's limited. Specifically, affordable housing PUD doesn't allow market rate, and community housing limits the amount of market rate. So just because the Prop 123 says 50% or more, that doesn't mean that those zone districts are automatically opened up to that. So the Strategic Stakeholder Roundtable had discussed this at 2 meetings. April 27th, we had 7 members in attendance. 2 members at that time were in favor of adoption and 5 were opposed. And the main concern stated by those opposed was that they felt consideration should be concurrent with the other land use code amendments. And also some asked about limiting the size of accelerated review projects. It is our position that the Prop 123 doesn't allow us to put those sort of limitations on projects. That would have to come from elsewhere within the code. 2 members who were not able to attend have written letters supporting adoption. Today. And then also at the March 2nd meeting, we had discussed the content of the amendment. And at that time, everybody felt it was important to allow the higher AMI thresholds to address actual community housing needs. So instead of the 60%, 100% went to the 120 and 200. And as I noted before, 2026 AMI for a family of four is 131,100. This is an increase from 2025 of 119,500. And then there was some discussion about whether housing costs should be allowed to be greater than 30%, but that would be inconsistent with the DOLA guidance and would erode affordability and create a housing cost burden on tenants and owners. And keep in mind that 30% is gross income, so already that's coming down due to other things are coming out there due to taxes and what have you. This is our list of referral agencies, county offices, the towns, the housing authorities, also local institutions and such that are most associated and involved in housing. Did not receive any written comments from any of those. The draft was sent to DOLA as a courtesy review, and we have addressed their comments within the draft that you have here today. Public hearing notice was published in the paper on May 14th. Also, the draft code amendment has been posted on the county website since March. An email blast was sent to stakeholders prior to the March work session. We've been running display ads in the paper listing all of our pending land use code amendments, and then also it's been promoted through social media posts. Under public comments, 14 comment letters we've received from 12 individuals. It's actually now 15 from 13. One arrived too late to get included in your packet, but I believe it was forwarded to you though. So I'm going to update now and say 6 letters were from SSR members, with 3 writers in favor and 2 opposed, with 1 member sending 2 letters. It's just one of those letters was too late to make the packet.
But we have it here. Thank you for the copies.
Yeah. The writers of the remaining letters were not in support of the adoption of accelerated review at this time. Most felt accelerated review should not be adopted prior to the other housing code update amendments, and several felt there should be size limits on projects using accelerated review, which again, as I've said, that has to come from the dimensional standards and zone district standards in the land use code, not from the process. The Planning Commission considered this on at their May 14th meeting, and they unanimously recommended adoption of the proposed amendment with a clarifying change to the definition regarding the qualification of subsequent tenants and owners. The intent of that change was to make it clear that income qualifications verified upon purchase or leasing of the property only, and not to require ongoing annual verification while such dwellings owned or occupied by qualified tenants or owners. And just wanted to throw in a quote from the Planning Commission Chair Lee Taylor. He noted, "This is a customer service commitment." That's really what this is about.
I don't understand that.
I can explain that, I think. What Mr. Taylor was referring to is that we are committed to not holding up the process and claiming we're too busy, but giving the applicant time certain or certainty the process will be completed in a specific amount of time.
Okay, I thought he was referring to the AMI requirements.
No, yeah, he was speaking of the overall accelerated review. And yeah, it really is us committing to an applicant that yes, we will move as expeditiously as possible without compromising the review, the quality of the review. And quite frankly, as a statewide program, this came in because some of our communities, especially up along the Front Range, are notorious for taking years to get projects through. And to keep projects affordable, time really is money. So that's what led to this accelerated review requirement in the legislation. Review standards for land use code amendments are contained in section 5-1802 of the code, and state they may be initiated by the county or by persons who are residents of or own property in the county. subject to compliance with the following standard, and this amendment was basically initiated by the BOCC when you guys opted into Prop 123. That directed us to then do all the things required by Prop 123. And then the one standard in the code is that this shall be drafted in a form consistent with the organization format and style of the code, and that has been done. Additionally, section 1-402 policies of land use code states that it is to implement the policies of San Miguel County regarding land use and development, housing growth and related issues as adopted and amended from time to time. So with that, I have a sample motion and I can answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Kay. I know that Commissioner Brown has a question on slide number 9. And before we jump into the nitty-gritty details, I just wanted to mention, as a member of the SSR, that perhaps I missed this part of the presentation, Kay, but this is not the final conclusion to the accelerated or fast track review process conversation. This is actually an opportunity to receive up to $45,000 of bonus money for signing up early. So we could decline to move forward today, and we will still be having a similar conversation sometime before the turn of the year, sometime before January 1st, 2027, in which we will be most likely opting into Prop 123. They're similar level. The only reason that we're doing this today is that there is a June 10th, I think, deadline. I'm not sure what the deadline. June 30th for this opt-in early bonus, potential bonus. And I should be very clear, this is not a guarantee that we will get 45 grand. It's up to 45 grand. And who knows if we will ever see any money from moving swiftly. But I wanted to set that stage before we dove into your details.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank you for pointing that out, and thank you to our staff for recognizing this opportunity. You know, I've heard people say, you know, what's the hurry? What's $45,000? I mean, I hear weekly from people who are complaining with good reason about their property taxes. And $45,000 is half a year's salary and benefits for a professional in our county. So it is not nothing.
It's not nothing.
Yeah.
I also think it's worth noting when I've been weighing all of this that time is, well, money in some cases, and in the case of the SSR group, it is time spent mulling over all of this. And depending on where we land today, I think it will be pretty clear whether the commissioners are in support ultimately of continuing with Prop 123 and complying and saying yes to this accelerated review, which is a requirement. And as I understand it, I have not been in any of those SSR meetings, but have been trying to keep up on it. There's been quite a bit of time dedicated to volleying the pluses and minuses of this accelerated review. And ultimately, I think everyone agrees that it would be valuable to dedicate time and energy and bandwidth to looking at land use code potential amendments and putting energy there. So I will point out that one plus perhaps of adopting this today could be like dedicated focus from the SSR on land use code amendments moving forward and not spending time or energy around this piece.
Rehashing it.
Yes. Yep.
I don't foresee any rehashing.
Okay.
We're gonna put this to bed today, one way or the other. The SSR has spoken, the CPC has spoken, and we are in a position to either accept the CPC's recommendation or to side with the SSR. Admittedly, not full group, but the SSR, as you know, is a advisory board comprised of interested stakeholders with expertise. Being on that appointment selection committee, I know that we worked very carefully to get what we thought were the right folks on that team. And they were not shanghaied, but certainly sidetracked by this question. In that we did not anticipate that we would spend 3, maybe 4 meetings really diving into the potential benefits and perhaps pitfalls of this, but it ended up that it became the group's focus for much longer than I think staff or I anticipated to let command. Whatever happens today is going to be the end of it. Move forward with our real work.
But we
Okay.
would have to adopt this by something like this by the end of the year.
Correct.
We
And
just wouldn't continue talking about it.
we would
in the next few
focus
weeks.
Attention for the next few months
Yeah,
on the land use code updates that the group has been tasked
The
with
other
making
ones.
from the get-go.
yeah.
This was an unexpected detour
Mhm.
that has cost us time and energy and may or may not yield fruit, but either way, the SSR will continue to meet.
Mhm.
We will shake off whatever decision we make today and move forward. And I believe that you've got some very specific questions on the language that Kay presented.
I do. Can I just speak to the SSR because I just think that group is fantastic. I mean, feel really good about our creating and appointing that board so that we could hear a range of voices. And I appreciate the passion that people are bringing to it and the hours and hours of work. I do want to speak to the point that I saw in a couple of letters that said that a super majority of the SSR voted against this what am I calling it? Amendment. I went back and looked and there are 22 members of the SSR. 7 were present and the vote was 5-2.
I think you may have misread the supermajority language. It was actually that a supermajority is required for the SSR to vote affirmatively on any proposal. And so we did not achieve a supermajority to have a yes vote, and in that case, it was a no, but supermajority is not really required for.
Well, I guess I just want to make
clarify that there's only, so 10 of those members are staff.
Yeah,
And so it was the 12 non-staff members who were voting, 7 were present.
I know this.
And we had 5 in favor.
Right, okay, and I just want to further make the point, because this word supermajority is being thrown around as if, it was a really critical mass of that 22 people involved in the conversation. And yet the vote was 5-2. It's now been changed to 4-2 because one of a letter that we,
4-5.
well,
Is that
It-
correct?
I thought it was 5-2, and then Nina wrote that she would actually now vote.
She was already present in voting.
Okay,
So
but
it is
she,
5-4 now.
okay.
Yeah.
Can I just finish?
go ahead.
She,
Yeah.
it was 5-2. She changed her vote in a way, if she can or can't. So now that's 4-3. No?
No. No.
And then we got 2 letters in favor. So now it's like 4-5.
Yeah, she wrote a letter supporting her yes vote when in the meeting. So the 5 no votes remain, the 2 yes votes in the meeting remain, the 2 additional letters after make it 5-4.
And if I may, you guys know I get to play parliamentarian some days. You don't go to the meeting, you don't get to vote. And so I do recognize that there's been kind of a characterization of the supermajority that some folks may be taking to a broader context. But that said, it doesn't matter if after the meeting you throw in your letter. I think that is good context for you as a board to think about. But I agree with you, Commissioner Brown, that the phrase supermajority can sometimes have some, maybe it lacks a little bit of clarity in this case.
That's the
right?
point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, and I think for these purposes, approval or recommendation of approval failed that day. It succeeded another day. And really, I think that's what we're trying to consider now is, does this make sense or not? Right. And ultimately, I don't think the makeup of what happened that day is gonna really change a lot in our minds.
Okay, I just don't, I want the SSR to understand that I'm not disregarding their point of view. I'm taking it in context of other, lots of other, well, of the numbers of people on that group that participated. And Nina's letter does close by suggesting that we approve this today. So maybe that's not changing her vote, but it's certainly a different perspective than a no vote in that meeting.
Yeah, and she was not a no vote. She was a yes vote.
I mean, okay, all right, carry on. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
So Commissioner Brown, you had a question on page 9 of the presentation under definitions.
Yeah, this goes back to my point about not over-regulating in this amendment. And my understanding is that the DOLA requirement is that the initial renter or owner needs to qualify according to whatever AMI level we set and the 30% of income, but that it doesn't have to go on and on for the life of the project. And in fact, tell me if I misread this, but in DOLA's response to our initial draft, it says, let's see, and I may be misreading this. The statute is silent on affordability protection mechanisms or terms of affordability, i.e. it does not require or specifically prohibit a legally binding affordability mechanism for any term length. That actually suggests to me that it doesn't require the 30% and it doesn't require it in perpetuity. And while that's something we might want to put in our deed restrictions, to put it in this amendment just seems to lock in any potential project to a concept of a deed restriction that we've never had before in our deed restriction. So I just want to like not overdo it if we don't have to.
And I'm hoping you can give some context from the CPC meeting around why they wanted to see that language incorporated. Because also it seems like more of an administrative hurdle ongoing, right? Like this housing stock would be put into the community, and at that point, the housing authority is going to be overseeing tenants or future buyers and making sure they are, compliant under the deed restriction. I'm curious, like, would our staff have to come back and make sure that these new tenants or owners are indeed within this AMI range? And, like, what would that look like logistically for our staff, or would that be put on the housing authority? How would that work?
I think that would be a housing authority.
It absolutely would be.
Okay.
And, the whole reason that we have deed restrictions is to ensure the ongoing affordability of our housing stock.
Yeah.
And not to have it suddenly, with the next owner, become unaffordable, go to free market. That's why we have the deed restriction. And that's why, despite DOLA saying you don't need to have a deed restriction, we said, thank you very much, but we will continue to use deed restrictions. We want to continue to preserve the affordability.
Well, and at the same time, we want to allow customary free market, unrestricted practices to influence the sale and rental of affordable housing. And to me, putting this language in here is prescribing a deed restriction for these properties that this board has never adopted.
Hear you. I think Jared might have a motion response.
If I may, I think we need to consider the time frame that we're talking about for this particular provision. And I think this also transcends and is one of DOLA's considerations here as well. They're talking about a fast track process to develop housing, right? Getting a development permit in our scenario, building a house, and the statute is kind of silent after that point, right? They have nothing about ongoing qualification. And I think that's the insinuation they have in the language where they say, we don't care if it's deed restricted, right? The mark.
And we don't care if it meets these qualifications
Right.
beyond just the initial person.
And so they're just saying our process or any local government's process out there has to have, the permit has to meet these targets, right? Rental at 60% AMI. And local governments can make that higher, but cannot make it lower, right? Ownership at 100%. Local governments can make that higher, but they cannot make it lower. And by virtue of what they've put into the definition they have for affordable housing, that is 30% gross income for that household to afford, right? And instead of going higher, I think local governments cannot make that lower, right? Or could make it lower, right? Actually, if local government said, well, our definition of affordability, we're going to say it's 25% of gross income. But DOLA would say that's okay. But if we made it 30% or 35%.
I think we've covered that.
Yeah.
I think we're good with that. The question is, do we want those requirements to be set in perpetuity on these projects? And I'll just bring up a reason that I have so much concern about this. One is we are basically establishing the deed restriction or much of it for any project that goes through here. And I just don't think this is the time to do that. I think that's during the development process. The other thing is we have seen AMI restrictions really hamper a current project right now, or the existing project, which is Pinion Park. Those AMI restrictions were not put in place by the county. They were required by the funding they got. And we now have 5 of those homes on the market and having a really hard time finding the people who can meet those AMI requirements and also pay the mortgage. And so that project is really burdened, by that restriction. And I'm not saying we don't maybe want it, and we might put it in the deed restriction, but to put it in this sort of like, just, it's not even about the approval. It's about of the project. It's about just getting into the approval process. Just seems like we are way overcomplicating it and tying our hands for the future.
I think the only change we can consider making is to remove the language about subsequent.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I haven't thought about this as carefully as you have, so I am thinking without having time to consider. I don't know. I hear what you're saying about Pinion Park. Those were admittedly different AMI numbers, which caused the problem. Those AMI numbers, as you know, the base number fluctuates over time depending on how a regional economy is doing. I know that the SSR had a very lengthy conversation about what was the right AMI numbers percentages for our both rental and for sale markets, and landed on those numbers. We were all over the map to start and very gradually refined in.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gleason, do you have any input here about the subsequent conundrum?
Well, Jared was referring to a time range, and I'm just like, I'm not totally clear on why this was put in place, what the concern was around it, and like how that plays into the time range. Like perhaps there's a different, owner that comes in within that like preliminary time range, and is that why? Question mark? Like why is this?
Yes, at that.
Yeah.
And Jared, backing up here, I think it was in response to the town of Telluride's deed restriction, which has some income caps, and when people bump up against those, they then have to get an exception in order to remain in their housing.
Mhm.
And what we were, I don't know if I'm on the right track here, trying to avoid is someone qualifying and then having to requalify each year, and their income went up because they're climbing the economic ladder and winning the American dream. But then we have to either boot them out of the housing, which no one wants to do, or start creating exceptions.
I understand that. I'm thinking about the new addendum suggested, that the qualification of each subsequent tenant or owner. And that to me is not at the development process, right? Like that's down the road and I don't understand why that would be relevant here.
Yeah,
And
and
Jared may have some light on this.
we were concerned that we were leaving by saying it was only tied to the initial qualification and not to, subsequent owners and tenants, that, and their qualification, that we were creating or leaving a door open that would lead to less affordability. So yes, the initial tenant, the initial owner, for however long their tenure is, would be affordable under this program. But if we didn't address what happened with the next one, then we would be.
It might become unaffordable.
It might become.
I do understand that. And I think that's something we may decide we want to incorporate into the county's deed restriction, whether it's with a price cap or with continuing AMI. But again, to have that as a qualification for just to get into this accelerated review process, and then that project is locked in without us ever considering other elements of the deed restriction or whether it's a private developer. I mean, there's just so many considerations I think we would make before we put a deed restriction onto these properties, that to make that a blanket requirement when it's not required by the state just seems like unnecessary. Talk about unnecessary consequences. We just don't know, So I argue for just keeping this as simple as we can and then going through a negotiation with the developer about what their deed restriction would actually look like.
Believe, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, that if a developer came in with a project, that we would apply the current county deed restriction, or we would both mutually agree to create a new one. And so if the developer did not care to go through the exercise of creating a new one, they could select the current 2026 whatever version that is, and that does not necessarily have any of the guardrails that you're hoping for.
I'm not hoping for those.
I think
It sounds like the
Would-
planning commission is.
I think the planning commission is, and Kay is, and I think I am, wanting to avoid a situation in say Austin Hill, where the most recent sale was over $2 million. And either we're gonna have to talk about price caps,
Yeah.
which is fine, but if the developer comes in and we have made this vote without the subsequent language, we do not have an existing deed restriction that contemplates price caps, and they would be well within their rights to say, I just want the one that's already okay.
Well, I'd prefer to say price caps than this, because the price cap actually keeps the price lower while the AMI limits who can buy it. And it just feels like an over-regulation to me. And really hampering what we have said is we want customary free market practices to influence the sale and rental of this housing.
Then we should, if we do that route, then we need to hit pause on this discussion and focus on rewriting the deed restriction and making it more current. Mr. Biggs?
If I may, I've been sitting here thinking about this a little bit, and I agree. Adding this into this provision has, in a similar way to all the other land use amendments we're talking about with the SSR, kind of implicated this current draft where we were trying to focus on the accelerated housing process. And we're getting all of these kind of other things that are happening within our housing market.
Yeah.
Right. And so one of the things I may suggest is that we may kind of tune back the provision that the planning commission added that says AMI ranges are tied to the initial qualification for sale and rent, and just tune that back, because that considers not just the first sale, right? We're trying to qualify these things on the first sale. If a developer is gonna build something, they're gonna design the prices for that first sale, and the developer's gone, right? And so the whole accelerated housing review process is really supposed to be focused on the first sale.
Exactly.
And so what we may want to do, because we're gonna go down the rabbit hole if we try to get to that second sale, right? And the second sale is where our deed restriction
Comes in.
applies,
Mhm.
right? Is to tune back and say, you know, again, qualification, are those definitions we've already had, right? And then we need to, when we're starting to think about the second sale or the fifth or the 10th, right? That's where our current deed restriction and any future deed restriction really needs to apply. So I think kind of unpacking it that way and saying, this may not be the vehicle that, you know, for really good reasons, I think the planning commission was trying to tune this, right?
I think that what I heard you say aligns with what I've been hearing Commissioner Brown say. And if we're comfortable with a perhaps few-month gap, maybe it's a 6-month gap in our current deed restriction, and the time it takes us to create another one that does have price caps of some sort, then we should proceed by removing the language of that's underlined after the word and the qualification of each subsequent tenant or owner. And if we were to remove that clause, would that serve our purpose and your purpose, Commissioner Zach?
Yeah, that's what I was arguing for, maybe not as eloquently as Jared did. And I really appreciate that you're saying we do want to control the prices, the subsequent prices of these units, and we should look at a price cap. I mean,
I'm saying this isn't the right place to do it.
that's what I
get that.
think. Yeah.
And I'm pointing out that currently, if we pass this, there will be a small gap in time where we might miss an opportunity to create that language if the developer doesn't care while they're rewriting the deed restriction with us.
Yes, potentially, but I'm
Potential.
envisioning a project getting built out, a tenant moving in, and then this would be the next tenant. So I think if we can get our ducks in a row, I feel like we're covered there, and I have similar concerns about this being laid out in perpetuity. And we just, we don't know what it's gonna look like for the future.
Let's do this for right now. Let's strike the second part of the underlined language. Actually, it's all the underlined language. And open the floor to public comment. Please see what we hear. Sure. Whoop, we got 2 hands up.
I just want to make a clarifying point that these units will have to be deed restricted from the beginning.
Yeah.
And based on current lessons, we will not be changing that deed restriction on our own accord for the second owner or tenant.
Thank you for reminding.
Maybe another legal question. Can you confirm that if we have a covenant in place as we do right now, the 2023, that anybody who applies to build deed restricted housing automatically gets to use that covenant? Or do we have the ability to negotiate that during this process?
I won't say with certainty. I mean, I think we could certainly ask a developer to negotiate a deed restriction, but I'm not sure we'd have the ability to require a different deed restriction that hadn't already been adopted by the board.
Okay, so there's a little risk there.
Yeah, it's
We gotta-
understanding that
yeah.
developers
Yeah,
tied to the current deed restriction.
okay,
And-
thank you for
and that-
clarifying that.
That is tied to when it's platted, correct? That's the timing there.
There's been some inconsistency on whether it's when it's platted or when it's built, when it gets a certificate of occupancy. But I think in general, it would be whatever deed restriction is in place at the time that we there may be a deed restriction put on the plat, but that may say land use code until built, then it's the covenant. It's been done in a number of different ways.
Jared, did you have more to add there?
No.
I had maybe at least one more question. I didn't see, and I know it's in here because Kay said it was, where it says in here that the project will be deed restricted.
It's in the definition process, the permanently deed restricted, right over there.
Sorry, where?
On this
It's in the definition. So you'll see residential dwelling units that are permanently deed restricted to be affordable to qualifying households. So when we look for, we always go and look for, if we're regulating something, how do we define it? So in this case, we put it in the definition.
Okay, it's not, we're not, that's an old definition, though. It's not in our new stuff, right?
No, this is a brand new definition. It is 100%. We do not define affordable housing eligible for accelerated review.
I am so
Right.
sorry. I see it in what you're showing me there.
So if you go to.
Got it. I found it. I found it. I found it. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Um,
And keep in mind, the reason that it's not in the Article 3 part is because Article 3 is process.
that's, I do get that. Okay, I just didn't see that phase and then you helped me. Thank you so much. There were comments from Morgan Smith about there being no current process in the land use code for multi-unit affordable housing development permits. Did you read that?
And so right now, there are definitely some problems in our code relative to multifamily development in certain zone districts, and that it says you must have a PUD. That's something that we're working on and trying to
Okay.
address in the next part.
Perfect. Okay. And then the other comment he made is that there's no information, and maybe it doesn't belong here, maybe it's in a memo about what documents are required for approval and who will make that decision or how it will be made.
Again, so Article 4 of the land use code is the application submission requirements.
Okay.
And
For accelerated.
for any
fast track?
type of application.
Okay, perfect.
That's in Article 4.
Okay.
So that goes back to the pre-application meeting and the letter that we give them where we outline all of the requirements.
Perfect.
And that is code-based.
Thank you so much. That's it. For me.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gleason, do you have any questions before I open up the floor to the public?
No questions, but just a response, and I can't recall which letter I read this in, but that, there was concern around the county implementing this and this kind of process not really existing elsewhere, but I did confirm that the town of Telluride adopted an accelerated housing review where 50% or more, 50% at least
Oh.
of the units needed to be considered affordable per state statute in December of last year. Just for the record,
And I
wanted
think
to
we had a
state
letter
that.
maybe from Amy Levick saying that this was not an uncommon thing in other communities for other review processes.
Right.
So-
And not that we're making decisions here based on any outside community, but I do think like in the vein of maintaining community character and staying true to what we value here in the county, that the town of Telluride has already adopted a similar accelerated review process a few months ago.
That's good to know. Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, if there's no other commissioner comments or questions, I would like to open this public hearing to the public. And Mr. Tully, you've been very patient. You will be first. We'll ask you to unmute. This will just take a moment. And I want to say up front that we are looking towards.
No, I had my hand up, but I will waive that.
Oh, you don't? Okay,
I'll talk at the end.
you will talk again?
At the end.
This is your moment on this
I
topic.
waive it. I decline.
You
Thank
see your time. Okay, thank you, sir. All right, in that case, I will open the floor to any other public comment, and I'm looking for hands on the Zoom. I'm also looking for hands in the room. I am not overlooking anybody. Elaine Demas, come on up to a microphone, please.
I was thinking, maybe I would go last, but doesn't seem like
You might be
I
last.
might be first and last. Yeah, I just wanted to, it's a great discussion. I am on the SSR. I did write a letter in support of expediting this process. Simply because we have to do it anyway in December. And I was hoping that the county could grab the extra money in the grant. And I know that you said that it's not guaranteed, but I wanted to share with you an email that I got from Robin DeFalco from DOLA, because I asked her, is this money, are we going to get this money if we do this, or what, what does this really look like? And her response was, in San Miguel County's case, the funds would be awarded as supplemental funding on their current existing LPC land planning grant project as a new budget line item. As long as they propose an eligible project scope for the additional 45K, they will likely be awarded the full 45,000. Technically, nothing is guaranteed in this world, but if the project is eligible, awardable, and will likely be awarded, it will likely be awarded the full amount.
Thank you.
So that comes right from DOLA.
That's great reassurance.
And the other thing I wanted to just mention is that the reason I was not at the SSR meeting is because I was attending a housing conference that was packed with people from DOLA. And one of the workshops was on fast tracking. And I left there, 100% assured that it does not allow any applicant to circumvent anything in our land use code. And I know we have some work to do on the land use code. I think we all agree, and that's what the SSR is going to do. But it isn't meant to allow anyone to shortcut anything. I have to admit that I guess I was wrong about the 30%. I didn't think that was a requirement, and I voiced that to the staff a while ago. It sounds like it is, but maybe our wording might be able to be slightly softer. I don't know, but I think if you remove that comment you were talking about subsequent buyers, that'll take care of it. And then lastly, we're doing this because the county has, entered into this partnership with the state to increase access to affordable housing. That's why we're doing this. And we opted in for Prop 123 to get funding. And Prop 123 provides a source of annual funding through the state and then through the Division of Housing. But somebody talked about the Pinion Park problem, and you brought that up. If one of these developers, applies for Prop 123 funding, they are going to have a deed restriction that is tighter than the county deed restriction because there are AMI caps on Prop 123 money. So again, I think we keep getting mixed up. We're talking about fast tracking, then we're talking about deed restrictions. Prop 123 is going to dictate what the deed restriction is going to be if the developer goes for Prop 123 money, and it is going to be 120% AMI for purchase. That's just what it is. So I think this fast tracking thing, to me anyway, is sort of a no-brainer that we should go get this money that is there for the taking, and then begin the journey of working on our land use code to make sure that we're, that we're promoting the construction and preservation of affordable housing across the region.
Thank you, Renee.
You're welcome.
Are there any other members of the public who would care to comment? If not, I'm about to close public comment in 5, 4, 3. There's a hand up from Mr. Tooley. Go ahead, sir.
Douglas Tooley. I'd just like to make a meta comment on process, if I may. I have for over a decade brought my substantial professional and civic experience, deep and broad, to the service of this county and its subsidiary jurisdictions. I've been told I'm not qualified to serve on the SSR. I've been told I'm not qualified to serve on the ecology committee of the town of Telluride, and I'm constitutionally raped, is my recognition. And this county is, and its subsidiary divisions in the eastern end, is not capable of administering its affairs, including the provision of housing to its workforce and preventing the grooming of its workforce in a sexually malicious manner in order to control the enterprise of this very
Mr. Tooley, we have lost you.
fluent, what I will call
Unfortunately, technology has failed us and we lost the connection. But I think I got the gist, which is you are dissatisfied with many things in the county and are saddened that you weren't included on the SSR or the Environmental Commission at the town of Telluride. All right, is there any other public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring this question back to the commissioners for discussion and perhaps a decision. Commissioners, do we require further discussion?
I have just one more comment or thought, and you're welcome to say, Anne, this is unnecessary. We need to move on. I think the whole term fast track and accelerated are confusing people. Nothing is moving any faster than it would, like in terms of sorry, it is moving faster, but it's following all of the same process, the same steps, the same amount of public opportunities for public input, same review criteria, all of that. I'm just wondering if we should call it the prioritized housing review rather than accelerated, because accelerated to me sounds like you're skipping steps or squishing steps, and we're not. So it's kind of a meta question that I probably brought up too late, but it occurred to me during the
It's
conversation.
easy to change the heading. We moved from fast track to accelerated housing review, trying to emphasize that we were only focused on housing. And if prioritized is even more clear, I'm happy to make that as our new heading for this discussion.
Yeah, and certainly, it'd just be a matter of going through and changing the title of accelerated housing review to prioritized housing review. We totally didn't want to call it fast track. Because
Yeah.
we felt that gave it the wrong impression.
Totally.
So I've got the sample motion up here. If you wanna, if you would, want to move to adopt the resolution, but then with the two conditions, to strike the additional sentence added by the planning commission and to change the title throughout, from accelerated housing review to prioritized housing review. We can then update the resolution for you and move on at that point.
I like that suggestion. The name of this all along hasn't totally set well with me. It just doesn't feel like our intent and the processes that are taking place here in the county. And I also think it's important to note, and times can change, but there is only so much space to develop in this county. But currently, as Kay stated earlier, the review process and approval process is generally 60 to 90 days as it stands now. We're not in this Front Range urban setting where there's just months and months and months of wait time. And so here now, in real time, this would not really necessarily like move the process along faster, but it will prioritize projects that bring more community housing. And that is something that we can all agree we need.
Would you like to make a motion?
I would. I move to adopt resolution number 2026-22, approving amendments to the San Miguel County Land Use Code to add section 3-15 accelerated housing review, and with related amendments to section 3-202F and article 7 definitions as presented, based on the findings that the proposed amendment complies with the standards of Land Use Code sections 5-1802. Land Use Code amendments is consistent with Land Use Code section 1-4, purposes of the Land Use Code, and conforms with the requirements of the Colorado State Affordable Housing Fund, with two conditions. Condition 1, striking the additional language under the definition of affordable housing eligible for accelerated housing review. The language AMI ranges are tied to the initial qualification, and the qualification of each subsequent tenant or owner be striked.
I think we have to leave the first part of that sentence, we can only strike the underline.
Oh, I apologize. I read, yes. So the additional language that was recommended by the planning commission, which reads, and the qualification of each subsequent tenant or owner. And condition 2, changing the, throughout the amendment, the title of the accelerated housing review be changed to prioritized housing review.
Commissioners,
Yeah.
there's a
Second.
wasn't there. What further discussion? Hearing none, now it's time to vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Motion carries. It's time for lunch. Thank you, everybody. Really appreciate your time and energy and appreciate you showing up. Let us break until 12:45.
Are we doing the,
You staff.
Yeah.
are we doing the,
Staff party.
are we gonna do the
Make a little
recognition?
announcement.
I told them, I thought that was gonna take a lot longer. than it did, so I told them they might not wanna wait around, but they're
Thank you for your
back.
patience with me. I was-
You persuaded. You thought that thing was good, isn't it?
Well,
I had really similar.
did you? Okay, good.
I think Jared said.
I'm ready. Welcome back, everybody. This is a continuation of our meeting, and we are on to item 10, planning matters. The first item is 10A, which is a consideration of a substantial PUD amendment to increase the maximum floor area allowed by up to 1,200 square feet from the existing 6,600 square feet up to 7,800 square feet for lot 400-15 in the Lawson Hill PUD in Ilion. John Hubner, our senior planner, is here to present, and the applicant is also here if we have questions for them. Good morning or good afternoon, John.
I think my sound was up. I was hearing,
Was I echoing?
yeah, I hate to be that person.
Oh, yeah, the echo box. Yeah, that was neat.
Okay.
What's your last name?
Hondo.
Thank you.
It's Taka.
Talk up.
I know there's a little bit of letter mixing going on.
Yes.
Okay.
Alright.
Thank you, commissioners. We have a substantial PUD amendment before you for lot 415, Lawson Hill PUD in Ilion Valley. They proposed to add 1,200 square feet of floor area. Some background, the existing on the site is a metal frame industrial building constructed in 2008 on lot 415. It existed as an auto services garage and tire shop who leased the building until 2019. After the tenant vacated the building, the previous owner divided the building into 3 separately addressed units, A, B, and C. The applicant, Toku Industries, represented by Taka Kondo. The representative, I'm sorry, he's actually the owner, and the representative is Jim Mahoney, who I believe is on Zoom, who is an attorney. The location is in Ilion Valley at 780 Vance Drive, Suites A, B, C. And the parcel size is nearly 1/2 acre with approximately 6,600 maximum 4 feet area allowed. The zone district is low intensity industrial. And the proposal, as you know, is a substantial PUD amendment to increase the maximum floor area allowed by up to 1,200 feet from the existing 6,600 to 7,800 square feet. A substantial PUD amendment, they are specifically listed in the land use code section 3-601 as a land use section subject to 2-step review. That's a review and recommendation by the planning commission, and we're in the 2nd step of a review and action by the board of county commissioners. Some details of the proposal: the property owner plans to construct a mezzanine level in unit C between the 1st floor and ceiling for use as a bouldering gym. Currently in the plans that were included, were showing the preliminary architectural drawings show an increase of 1,015 feet. However, final drawings could end up adding 1,200 square feet. This all will take place in unit C. No changes are planned for units A and B per this application. A mezzanine level in a bouldering facility is common and would increase functionality, safety, and efficient use of space. The traffic impacts for a use, which is something that we would look at in a substantial PUD amendment, were calculated in a recent PUD amendment in which additional uses and housing units were added to the Ilion Valley matrix a couple months ago. And the applicant and the application shows that the required parking can be accommodated on the site. Our vicinity map shows lot 415 Lawson Hill PUD is in the Ilion Industrial Park. It's an improved parcel with an approximately 6,000 plus square foot building existing. It's located at 7080 Vance Drive, and the sewer and water services provided by the Ilium Property Owners Association, or IPOA. The aerial map shows the improved building and that the mezzanine level, I just want to let you know, is gonna, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong slide note. The property owner sewer and water service is provided by the Ilium Properties Owners Association. And you can see this improved building is basically a standalone building with 3 separate units carved up within it. The proposed floor plan, where the red arrow indicates is the mezzanine level. The first floor is existing when they do plan some improvements like bathrooms and other offices that are necessary for the proposed use. It is common in gym spaces to have a mezzanine level. It allows for greater functionality and safety for the participants. The proposed parking plan, as required by the IPOA in their review comments, indicates 22 spaces, of which some are proposed as tandem and multiple tandem parking. But if we look at the 1 through 17, those are basically traditional parking spaces, all 9 by 18, and which would more than adequately provide for the parking required by the land use code. The development, Lawson Hill PUD development matrix, as shown on the screen, it shows the existing information for lot 415, and there are no residential units or zone population associated with this lot. And it shows, as has been discussed, a 6,600 square foot maximum floor area allowed currently, with 15 parking spaces required. Proposed, they would increase to 7,800 square feet. And with that increase, per our parking note D, 1 car per every 500 feet, they would need an additional parking space. So 16 would be required, and they have shown that they can meet that. The public was noticed through the Board of County Commissioners public hearing notice, which was published on May 14th in the Telluride Times. And the applicant completed the public notice mailing and sign posting on April 23rd, 2026. To date, we have not received any public comment. Referral agencies are shown as listed, and we received a comment from the IPOA, and in which they support the proposed PUD amendment with the conditions that the applicant provide a parking plan, a trash enclosure plan, and upon construction tap fee payments for the additional bathrooms that are proposed. The applicant did provide those requested items and states that he is willing to pay, any of the sewer tap requirements. And he has already started meeting with the county building department and planning department for those types of sewer expansion and water expansion. Review standards are found in section 3-601B, which requires a 2-step planning commission and BOCC review according to the review standards of section 5-15. A substantial PUD amendment according to section 5-15 must be consistent with the approved sketch plan necessary to achieve the intent and purposes of the PUD, and consistent with the standards in 5-1803 rezoning concerning this San Miguel County Master Plan, consistent with neighborhood character, the demands of the facilities, natural environment, public interest, and land use code policies. And I wanted to point out that this application is consistent with the County Comprehensive Development Plan and the County East End Master Plan, specifically the proposed bouldering gym with an expanded interior space in Space C provides for a diverse and resilient economic opportunity for the east region of the county. It will provide a recreational opportunity for locals and visitors that is not currently available in the private sector. And the proposed expansion is compatible with the existing land uses in the Ilion Industrial Park. No expansion of the building's footprint or changes to the exterior are contemplated with this request. And finish up with a planning commission review. They met on May 15th and unanimous after they had a discussion regarding the rock climbing, which we have learned now, instead of calling it a rock climbing gym, we are referring to it as a bouldering gym based upon the facilities that are gonna, basically it's much safer, or I shouldn't say much safer, but well, it is much safer than a rock climbing gym, which involves ropes and belaying of people. And this is just people climbing over it approximately at a maximum 15-foot height with rock holds and things like that. And so they recommended approval of the proposal to increase the maximum allowable floor area. And the reason why this had to be a substantial PUD rather than an insubstantial PUD is planning staff cannot create additional floor area in a administrative approval. It requires an approval from the Planning Commission and the BOCC. And finally, we have a sample motion, which was contained in your packet. And the only condition recommended is that, and it's a standard condition, that all written representations of the applicant in the original and submittal and all supplements are deemed to be conditions of approval, except to the extent modified by this approval. And at this, just comment that the application we received was comprehensive and well written and answered the questions that were necessary for our staff review and hopefully for the Board of County Commissioners review. And with that, I'll open to any questions. Any questions, commissioners?
Not one.
Shocker.
You answered my question about the increased safety, because I wasn't, but you addressed that with the bouldering gym rather than rock climbing gym.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, well, we are also lucky to have the applicant here, Dr. Kondo. If you have any other information that you want the board to know, now's a good time, and then I'll open the floor to the public if there's any comments.
I think John covered it pretty well, and anything critical to add there, unless there are questions.
No questions from any of the three commissioners. It's well presented. It's a clear proposal. I did have the luxury of going by yesterday and actually taking a look with Taka at the site and the proposal, and I think it's going to be really fun.
Sounds really fun.
And so with that, we'll open the floor to the public.
Excuse me.
If anybody has any comments, we'll keep the floor open for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll close public comment on this matter. Bring this back to the board for a motion.
I had one question about the motion, and I know the answer is no, but it's still nagging at me. We don't have to put anything in there about the parking, like needing an extra space because of the extra square footage, or.
In the approval, we asked that the board chair be able to sign the land use development matrix, and that will include the extra.
That has it in there.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, I move to approve the proposed substantial PUD amendment to increase the maximum allowable floor area allowed by 1,200 square feet from the existing 6,600 square feet to 7,800 square feet for lot 400-15 Lawson Hill PUD Ilium as presented, and to authorize the chair's signature on resolution number 2026-21 and on the revised Lawson Hill PUD Development Plan Matrix, page 14, finding that the proposed substantial PUD amendment application is in compliance with all applicable land use code standards in section 5-1503, substantial amendments, and section 5-1803, rezoning, with one condition that all written representations of the applicant in the original submittal and all supplements are deemed to be conditions of approval, except to the extent modified by this approval.
Second.
Okay,
Aye.
Aye.
as well, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much and good luck with your endeavors.
Yeah.
Climb on.
We'll all see you down.
Probably not me.
Can be.
Thank you.
This is consideration of a proposed deed restriction and covenant for secondary residential units built to obtain a credit towards the affordable housing impact fee. John Huebner remains with us. He's opening up the slideshow.
Thanks again, commissioners. We have before you a new deed restriction and covenant proposed for secondary residential units that would be generated or constructed as a alternative to paying the affordable housing impact fee. We just had more of a further background. The BOCC, when the new deed restriction, or not deed restriction, but the new impact fee was adopted, it was always contemplated that we would be bringing forward a deed restriction to cover those secondary structures. And it was represented to the commissioners and to the planning commission that the deed restriction would have a more robust rental requirement than the current deed restriction, as an impetus to allow secondary units to be offered as a credit, so to speak, for the impact mitigation fee. And second slide is to show the excuse me, the R1 school district located within San Miguel County, not including the additional portion of it in the Rico area. Some background. The amended employee housing impact fee was adopted in July 2022. It was further amended in 2023 to increase the exempt residential floor area to 2,000 square feet and to revise the mitigation rates so there would not be gaps between mitigation rates, and those were eliminated. The current impact fee is $1,112 per square foot, which is based on sales from 2022, 2023, and 2024. And that was per the direction of the commissioners approximately, kind of somewhere between a year and 6 months ago. My memory is not serving me.
Can we just clarify that? Because we've gotten in trouble with this language before. The impact fee, as I understand it, is not $1,112 a square foot. It's the building cost used to calculate the impact fee.
The impact fee is derived from from sales within the Telluride R1 school district, mainly located in the Telluride and Mountain Village area, and then compared to the what is affordable for a local living here, up to 30% of their AMI, 100% AMI, and the actual 1,112 is applied against is the amount of affordable housing that a particular construction project would be responsible for. So, for instance, if a project generates an additional 1/3, or we'll say one employee to make it easier, then we multiply that by the required square footage for that employee, and then multiply that square footage, we'll just say it's 200 square feet, multiplied by the $1,112. So it's not multiplied by the whole
Right.
project square
Yeah, yeah.
footage.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Payment of an impact fee satisfies the requirement to provide housing for people associated with the construction of a residence and the employees needed for the ongoing maintenance of the property, such as housekeeping, landscaping, maintenance, and snow removal. The fees collected are used to implement housing programs consistent with the county land use code policies and standards and the county master plan goals. A credit toward an impact fee for the construction of a caretaker unit or ADU is possible if the property owner chooses to voluntarily deed restrict that unit for occupancy by a qualified employee. And the proposal before you is we're requesting the BOCC approval of a proposed deed restriction and covenant for secondary residential units. And it includes a definition of secondary residential unit, which are an additional dwelling unit on a parcel accessory to a single family residence in the Telluride R1 school district that provides a long-term rental opportunity for local workers subject to the provisions of section 5-13 of the land use code. And that is voluntarily deed restricted pursuant to land use code section 5-1303G 14 Roman numeral. A secondary residential unit is either an accessory dwelling unit or a caretaker unit as permitted in the underlying zone district and defined in the land use code. And so in several, in the high density, low density, medium density, property owners are on residential properties are allowed a secondary unit. And so those are at a max 800 square feet, whereas properties within the forestry ag zone district have the ability to have a caretaker unit at about approximately at 2,000 square feet or below. And the agreement proposed is required for the secondary residential units to be, the agreement is required for secondary residential units to be voluntarily deed restricted in exchange for an employee housing impact fee credit. The deed restriction imposes occupancy and work requirements on the occupants of the affordable housing unit. And a credit for an AHU would apply only in zone districts in areas where second units are allowed. For instance, in the Idorado subdivision, they do not allow, or in that zone district and within the subdivision, secondary units are not allowed. So they, construction projects in that area are not eligible for a potential credit. As of the date, we have not received any requests or any units have not been constructed as of this point. Everyone has opted to pay the fee rather than have building a secondary residential unit that is deed restricted. But we have, had some robust conversations with people, and I would anticipate at some point we would have a secondary residential unit built. This document has been reviewed by the county attorney, county manager, county planning director, and SMRHA staff and attorneys. Comments and questions received were addressed from the review comments, and changes are incorporated into this final draft. The language used in the covenant is consistent with other county deed restrictions covenants, and it includes a violation and remedy section and schedule of violations and fees, and an exhibit is included. So people are, put on notice that there could be repercussions to non-rental of the unit. A feature of the covenant that is different than any other that we do have at the moment is that the secondary residential unit must be rented nonstop exclusive of turnover times and repairs that shall not exceed 3 months. The rental unit must be rented for a term 12 months or longer. We do have one remaining question among staff, and that was what the definition of the Telluride R1 school district. The definition states the area identified as such in the eastern end of San Miguel County. And we put a note on the deed restriction, or suggest a note, that for the purposes of this covenant, we explicitly state that it excludes that part of the school district located in Dolores County. And we would appreciate discussion on that item by the commissioners to come to a resolution on that. And I really don't have any additional items. I tried to highlight what is different from other deed restrictions, and would welcome any questions you might have at this time.
Thanks, John. Wonder who's got a question? I got one. I don't think in Missouri. Well, we could start with the obvious. The last question that John posed was the Dolores County exclusion. Is that desirable for us?
Considering that employee impact mitigation fees are not applied to residents that live there, yes, it makes a lot of sense to exclude that portion of the R1 school district to me.
I know I looked at it, but I can't recall where exactly does it come into play. I think it has to do with where the people work, right?
Yeah. The definition, or that one of the definitions, or one of the, I don't know if the 4-county region is included as a definition, but it comes into play within the deed restriction that people are eligible to rent or become occupants of the secondary residential dwelling units if they're in the 4-county region.
The school district comes into play in the definition of qualifying income.
Right, so you have to earn your income in the school district.
Yeah, and I'll just, for context, neither the land use code has no definition of the Telluride R1 school district.
Right.
None of the other covenants have a definition of the R1 school district. So this hasn't ever been addressed before, and I'm not sure the question's ever come up. Would the housing authority not qualify someone who wanted to live in our deed restricted property but worked in Rico?
Where's commute?
Which means we would essentially be providing workforce housing for Rico,
Right.
which is not in San Miguel County. And adding traffic.
In the opposite direction. Okay.
Yeah, and the reason for putting that clarifier in there, because we actually do need to, on a larger scale, clarify the Telluride R1 school district and how that is used in our code. But that's a bigger question. Because this is mitigation in lieu of paying the fee.
Mm-hmm.
And we only have the authority to levy the fee in the San Miguel County part. That was the reason for that clarification. Just to let people know, look, this isn't us suddenly requiring impact mitigation fee for property outside San Miguel County.
I think that gets to Galena's initial prompt.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think I agree with both Galena and your additional explanation, okay?
Yeah.
Commissioner Brown, do you have any concerns with adding that Dolores exclusion?
I think it's appropriate.
Excellent, there's your answer, John.
Okay.
I had another question, and I think it might be within the language itself, but in the presentation, I'm sorry, in the packet, you mentioned on page 1 that the amount, this is the last full paragraph, first line, the amount of the credit will depend on the size of the HU and will offset the fee for the new residents with addition up to 100%. And I'm sure there's a formula. I'm wondering what size home you build primary residence in order to offset 100% of, say, an 800 square foot ADU. Is that calculation
It's,
something you
it's
can do?
quite high. You certainly can do it. And it depends where the unit is located, whether certain units, like that can only build an 800 square foot unit, but we'll say they're at 11,500 feet. I believe, without doing the calculation, they wouldn't be able to cover all of they would not receive a full credit. They may still have a balance owed just because of the size of the improvement itself and the size of the ADU that they can build. If someone lives in the forestry ag zone district, that is an easy one, is they would, every single size improvement that they could build up to 12,000 square feet, they would get a full 100% credit against the impact fee.
So you lost me a little bit with the 11.5 reference. Is there an elevation calculation within the formula, or are you saying that if you're in the alpine zone, the formula is different? I'm a little.
No, elevation would have nothing to do with it. It's solely the square footage of the improvement itself.
Okay, I'm sorry, got it.
And
We think about altitude, not floor area.
So, just to clarify, in the F zone, you can have a caretaker unit of up to 2,000 feet.
Yes.
You can build up to 11,999 square feet with a development permit. And then over 12,000 square feet, it is a two-step SUP.
Yeah.
The criteria for that two-step SUP includes you must provide employee housing. So we're basically looking at the administrative only. And for the 11,999 square foot house, that requires 1,679 square feet of housing. So in the F zone, they could definitely meet that.
Yeah.
If they were in the low, medium, or high density, they would only be able to offset it because the ADUs are capped at 800 square feet.
So they would, if they were feeling like they would build 800 square feet, for example, and then there'd be an additional fee owed.
or a balance
Balance.
of the fee. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you. That's really helpful.
I'm just doing some reverse guessing. So in the low, medium, and high density zones, you'd be able to do about 8,700 square feet
8,520.
before you had to kick in money in addition to your ADU.
Thank you. That was a really quick calculation. I appreciate it.
We have a spreadsheet.
Yeah, you're handy.
So, yeah, just a reminder to anybody who's not listening out there today, because we don't have many people on Zoom. We have this calculator spreadsheet on our website. People can always look up, what's my fee going to be? What's my housing mitigation square footage going to be? Right there. We have the tools.
Too bad no one's listening.
Yeah, and this is not really here nor there, but I have been thinking like it's probably going to come down to very large homes that their impact fees are substantial, and then suddenly it pencils out to like what it would actually cost to build an ADU, and what the offset is there, right? And whether the homeowner wants to provide that to the community. But for individuals building smaller homes, I don't see this being very enticing considering the cost of building this day and age. So it's enticing for some, perhaps.
And, they can't charge rent for these, so, for the smaller homes, they could say, well, I don't need to, this offsets a smaller fee, but then I get rent from it.
True.
Is there a minimum size for an ADU?
Yes, 400 square feet.
Good.
That's good, yeah. I have a couple comments and questions. I really like, is it my turn?
Yes.
Thank you. I really like that you talked about this vacancy thing, that it has to be rented continuously with a maximum of 3 months turnover. I think that's really good because we see sometimes these don't get rented. And I love the 12-month rental requirement, which I guess is not unusual for our deed restrictions. I didn't have the 2023 covenant on hand, although I did finally find it, but this is meant to be very similar to that, correct?
Yes, a lot of the language is.
Right out of it.
Is exactly the same.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. My question, so do you know what the differences are? Because I didn't get to do a side-by-side comparison. I know we just talked about the excluding the Dolores County part of the R1 school district, which we agree makes sense. But I wondered, one thing I did notice that I think if I was looking at the right document is different is the limitation on rental occupants, like the very specifics in this new covenant, which are section 4.3. And it has a different from the 2023 covenant. It has a different kind of qualification. So in the one we're looking at here, it says, let's see, average of 30 hours a week at least for 8 months. Whereas in the 2023 covenant, it says a minimum of 1,200 hours. Like it's just a different calculation. And in the new one, the AHU one, it doesn't say anything that I could find, and you know this much document better than I do, anything about having to earn more than half your income, more than half of your income needing to be qualifying. And that is in the 2023 covenant. So I'm just curious about why that's different and if that's a mistake or,
We started this, prior to we actually did start this document back in 2022.
oh, before we'd made the 2023
Right,
covenant.
And so it has gone through, various review stages.
Sure.
We can certainly go back to the drawing table and match that exactly.
Yeah.
Just one theory or point that I have on that is, so the land use code 51302B sub 3 provides that ADUs that are voluntarily deed restricted in exchange for an employee housing impact fee credit shall be subject to both the county R1 housing deed restriction, see sections 51304 and 51305, and ADU deed restriction covenant. So this standard that's in this covenant matches the employee standard in the land use code. And I think incorporating the hour requirements language as written in the 23 covenant would create a conflict between those two.
But we worked so hard to get to 2023. I hate to put a less restrictive covenant on these AHUs. So I'm wondering, could we simultaneously make that amendment to the part of the land use code that you mentioned?
Not today, but I think we could, if the board wanted to incorporate the more strict employee qualification language from the 2023 covenant into this, we could do that, but I think we would need to clean up this provision of the land use code and say it's not subject to the land use code deed restriction and the covenant. It's only subject to the ADU deed restriction covenant. So that it's clear for anyone which one applies, because
Yeah.
right now, if you have two different standards and they both apply,
Right.
that's confusing.
I mean, we've stepped way away from the land use code deed restriction. So I think you should make that change myself unless, because I mean, we've been working on it for a while. It's not like it has to get done today. The other question I had is I didn't see anything in here about not owning property in the 4-county region. But again, it's many pages and I may have missed it, which I think is now part of our deed restriction.
It's section 6.1, but it is limited to the R1 school district.
But we've since maybe this was drafted, we have changed it to the 4-county region, right?
I think that's true, but I would have to look it up because there's so many versions of the
I
legal
know.
description in my experience.
The 23 covenant also limits ownership of other residential property to the R1 school district.
That's what
So
I
we
thought.
may have backed it off and.
Oh, interesting.
A 4 county for a while and realized that that wasn't serving us. And that climbing the economic ladder sometimes does require property ownership. Nearby, but that you need to still live in.
Okay, I don't want to change our like template. I just want to make sure they're consistent. So that sounds like it is consistent.
Okay.
Okay. But maybe we need to do a side-by-side comparison to make sure, well, if you guys think we should use the 2023 covenant as the template for the AHU, as opposed to going what I consider backwards, then we might need to do a side-by-side comparison and change that provision in the land use code. So complicating it, sorry.
Devil's advocate, I think you're right, but the only reason to make it slightly more loose would be to entice more owners to perhaps
Right.
build it, but I doubt anyone's gonna read that nuance and that's gonna be their decision point, so. I think you are right, and we should use the most current language with the most current intent. And that will require another pass through this deed restriction, and then also a look at
The land use code.
land use code.
Does that need to go to the planning commission and everything? Just to pull out that one phrase?
Is there any way to avoid the land use code re-examination until we stack up a bunch of them instead of just doing one? Or is it so easy that we can just not?
Other than adopting it and then giving direction. To go back and change, we'd still have to go through the same process.
Yeah.
Could we do that adjustment to the land use code when we do the other work that the housing code update, like
I
that
would-
process?
So for the housing code update, it was not our intention to open up section 5-13. There are
Okay.
definitely some things that we've been noting in 513 that need some clarification.
It's an easy time to do it.
Yeah, it's just a matter of, timing.
With everything
and,
else.
Right now, we don't have, it's not incredibly pressing. We don't have anybody that's applied for a building permit right now that has said instead of paying the fee, I want to deed restrict. But, we want to be prepared is the
Yeah.
point.
Well, I also think this maybe isn't quite ready to adopt anyway, because we just need to double check that there aren't other inconsistencies with the 2023. Right, so,
Maybe we do the land use code. Tighten up
Yeah.
first, and then as soon as that is ready, we'll also simultaneously prepare this with the contrast to the existing 2023 covenant and made them match, and then we're ready to do everything all at once.
Are you talking about the housing code update or just that one small phrase?
I'm talking about the
The-
additional language. that
looking at
came up in
513 and-
515.
I got you.
Fixing, clarifying some things, because we've also been asked by property owners, do they have to put this unit on their property or could they deed restrict elsewhere?
ooh,
And our code doesn't envision that.
Huh.
We have allowed for subdivisions recently
Mhm.
to give us land in lieu, and that's happened through a board process. But we probably should put that into the code as well. And make it clear that that happened. And as you recall, we had an appeal about how fees are calculated for additions. And it would be helpful to put that into the code, so we don't continue to rely on the interpretation. And so not changing the substance
Yeah.
of the
Clarify.
code in that regard, in how the fee is what the fee is, but clarifying certain things and Yeah.
Sounds like you have those two clarifications pretty well in hand. Are there others that would require a lot of time or?
Oh, it's definitely gonna require some time.
Yeah, what's your
just-
guess on when you'd be ready for those clarifications? Lori next. Kay's gonna ponder that question one more.
Well,
time.
it relates to that question, I think. So if, well, so like the land use code has the restriction on 4-county region residential property ownership. Not to overcomplicate this exercise, but if we have direction to develop a new covenant,
Oh, golly.
right, it might be a good idea to update the land use code to match our most strict covenant, since we've now clarified for
Oh,
everyone
yeah.
that changes to the land use code do not apply to already deed restricted properties. That we should bring the land use code deed restriction or get rid of it altogether. Bring it up to the same as the covenant, but I do think the covenant could just replace it. And not have two separate places where we have changing deed restrictions. And just say, we have a deed restriction, it's found in the version of the covenant.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to say, but I was trying to get my words together, but yeah, that's what.
That'd be amazing.
That's the really efficient and
Yeah, I mean, we have,
confusing.
we'll need to make sure it's institutionalized.
Yeah.
It is already, but that tracking of what is the land use code that applies to any property, which we have a pretty good system for that
Now
now
you
in
do.
place. But that's just wanted to throw out that idea,
Wow.
because continuing to tinker with the land use code while also adopting new covenants is maybe unnecessary.
Sounds like we could
Mhm.
link it up like we want to make a building code subdivision, we do it simultaneously. Okay,
Yeah.
how much harder is that?
Well, and I've just sprung this idea for the first time. I haven't talked to Kay about it, but I think if the answer is we adopt new covenants and those are the covenants that apply moving forward, in theory, the land use code deed restriction could go away
Yeah.
entirely, other than referencing it
In the historical.
as
Mm-hmm.
we have deed restrictions, they're implemented through covenants.
It would reduce so many complications moving forward.
And
Yeah.
and properties already deed restricted under the land use code would remain as such
Yep.
under that version that was first applied to their property. Just want to say that for the record.
And they carry with the land.
Right.
Yes.
Including all subsequent property owners.
Yeah, and
Okay.
yeah, this is definitely something that's gonna require a lot of thought from us. I do not even want to attempt any sort of timeline for you today.
Okay.
If we should get a, somebody that wants to do a unit in lieu of the fee before we're ready with the code amendment, we might have to come back and say, look, we need you to approve a covenant now.
Understood.
So we'll just have to see, but,
And they couldn't just use the 2023 covenant?
well, there's some specific language because it's tied to the fee in lieu.
Yes, and also
That's-
doesn't have the continuous rental. Yeah, yeah,
Right,
yeah.
exactly.
Wow.
So that's why it's, yet another covenant.
We'll be ready to do the hurry up if anyone shows up and wants to
Yeah,
build.
yeah. But, just in light of everything else that we have on our plate, I'm a little hesitant to give you a timeline or an estimate right now. And,
So given that it's now turning into a bigger project, do we want to just make that one small change to the land use code? I'm already talking myself out of it because we still want this AHU deed restriction or covenant to match whatever we update the 2026 covenant, right? That we agreed to do today. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Ugh.
so yeah, it's sounding like, the direction today is to table.
It is.
With direction to,
Bless you.
work on the discussed items.
That's a good summary, Kay.
Would you like a formal motion to do so? Would that be useful or is direction?
Yeah.
I don't move to table this proposal and to direct staff to continue to work on the items that we discussed for a future session.
Second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, as well. We're on to 7C. And now we are moving into a consideration of land use code amendment to section 5-1302 accessory dwelling units to clarify allowable floor area allowed and Article 7 define definitions to add a definition to the term footprint. Nicole McCur is with us and two of our friends from Tri-County. This one should be pretty easy, so hang with us. Maybe we'll all learn something. Go ahead, Nicola, welcome.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you. This is, yes, a pretty straightforward land use code amendment to add definition for footprint and then clarify how large accessory dwelling units can be. This was initiated by county staff, and we did identify that there is a need for a definition for the term footprint. Currently, we don't have one, even though we do regulate some things with that term. So pretty important that we get a definition in there. And then in the accessory dwelling unit section of the land use code, it states that the standard is a maximum size of 800 square feet. So just clarifying what that size is referring to. And this was unanimously approved by the Planning Commission at their May 14th meeting. So here is our proposed definition for a footprint. The portion of a building or structure that covers the ground measured from the outside of exterior walls or columns in square feet, including cantilevered portions of a building. The footprint includes open areas not enclosed by walls but covered by a roof. The footprint excludes the edge of roofs that overhang exterior walls or support structures by up to 2 feet that are intended to prevent rain, snow, and other debris from spilling directly down the side of the building, i.e. a roof eave, as well as open decks and patios. And then for the accessory dwelling units, we're changing that limited to a maximum size to a maximum floor area of 800 square feet. And the floor area and footprint are different because the footprint is referring to the amount of space a building takes up on the ground, whereas the floor area takes into account multiple levels of the building. So this was noticed in the Telluride Times on May 14th, and we did not receive any public comment. We did have a comment at the Planning Commission meeting last week asking about passive solar and whether that 2 feet roof eave restriction would come into play. But the sorts of buildings that we are regulating with a footprint is mostly accessory buildings and not actually residences. And then our referral agencies were the county attorney, county manager, deputy county manager, county building official, town of Telluride, town of Mountain Village, town of Norwood, town of Ophir, and town of Sawpit. And the only comments that we received were just regarding a little bit of confusion between the difference of what a floor area is and a footprint. And I just didn't want to muddy the waters, but we got to the bottom of any confusions with referral agents. So the review standards for a land use code amendment is that it could be initiated by county staff, that it's drafted in a form consistent with the rest of the land use code, and that is to implement policies of the San Miguel County regarding land use development, housing, growth, and related issues as adopted and amended. And here is the sample motion, moving to approve, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thanks, Nicola. Questions?
I do not.
Entertain a motion.
If you want to read the motion from the slideshow, I think that we had a lingering sample motion from the Planning Commission in the packet.
Great. I move to approve the amendments to the land use code for the purpose of clarifying the maximum size of accessory dwelling unit in section 5-1302 and defining the term footprint in Article 7 as presented, and to adopt Board of County Commissioners Resolution 2026-23 based on the finding that the proposed amendment complies with the standards of Land Use Code Section 5-1802, Land Use Code Amendments, and is consistent with Land Use Code Section 1-4, purposes of the Land Use Code.
Second.
Okay.
Quick,
Oh,
before
yeah.
you vote, this is
Discussion.
the public hearing.
Oh,
So-
you're so right. I circled that too.
Yeah.
I am going to open the floor to the public to comment on this motion on the floor. I'm going to close public comment for the motion.
Okay, now we're back on track.
All right.
What would we do without you all?
I know,
Be
exactly.
in violation. All right, I'll call the vote.
Aye.
I don't think you got a second, but.
Oh,
I thought I
And
seconded
second.
it.
Did you?
I
Okay,
think
didn't
so.
Hear that.
I'll second again, just
Okay.
to,
All right.
just to be sure.
double second, and an aye from Ann,
Aye.
aye from Lance, aye from Galena. It's. Thank you, John. Thank you, Nicola. Thank you, Kay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we're like right on sketch, aren't we?
Do you want to?
Am I being dismissed?
Yeah, I know that you have a long drive.
Yeah.
You said you wanted to stay for the public hearings, and I just wanted to give you an opportunity to slip away if you want. But you can.
We'll
stay
do
if
that.
you like.
I'm gonna do that.
All right.
Thanks, have a
While
safe
Nora
drive.
is packing up, we are preparing for a presentation of Behavioral Health Solutions Panel 2025 Year in Review. Harry Brock and John Pandolfo and other members of the mental health community. As many of you as would like, please come up to a microphone and let's learn things together.
I'm still seeing the planning. Oh,
Oh,
Uh-oh.
we unplugged Nicola's computer.
Somebody unshare Nicola.
There we go.
there we go.
Good afternoon, John.
I have to share my presentation. It's the best.
Yes, it is best. Are you just in the Zoom meeting?
I'm not in the Zoom meeting, but I can join.
If you can join the Zoom meeting and then you can share screen, that tends to be our best bet.
John Pandolfo on summer vacation. Vacation.
Might be wearing shorts.
Yeah. I think he's frozen.
There is another microphone if you want to come up or share. Please do.
I think I'll have anything to add, but I'll join.
All right. Just in case.
Gary and John have this presentation on lock for sure.
Good to have back in. Hi, Melanie. Hi, Mandy.
Hi, how's it going?
Thanks for making time.
Oh, yeah.
Is it as nice outside as it looks?
It's a little stuffy in here compared to the outside.
Sometimes we try to open
Get
the
some
door.
fresh air.
Got a
I'm
big
gonna
truck
close it when you
outside.
start your presentation,
That's
though,
all good.
because there's noises. But yeah, it is a little stuffy.
This is awesome. Do you ever go out there and just make,
Yeah, I go out there.
Vita, declaration?
Yes. It's, yeah, you see a lot from that little platform deck out there. Yes. It's nice.
Did it, Carrie?
That
Close.
Getting a little bandwidth.
Here we go.
Hello, thank you for having us. My name is Carrie Brock, and I am the administrator for the San Miguel Behavioral Health Solutions Panel. Today, I will be sharing the panel's annual report with you. So the BHSP is an advisory board, which makes recommendations on how to spend the money in the county's mental health fund. This presentation will provide you with an in-depth breakdown of how money was spent last year, as well as the plans for the coming year. So we'll talk a little bit about 2025 spending, including the contracts the panel had with Tri-County, the Behavioral Health Fund, and the grants. We'll also talk about grants in 2026, and then we have a few things to talk about moving forward. I'll have time for question and answer at the end, but if you have any burning questions, please feel free to jump in at any point. So the panel currently has 10 members. Per the bylaws, there are certain members that have to be appointed as representatives from certain agencies, and then we also have community members on the panel. So we are required to have a representative from the BOCC or the county, and that is currently Linnea Edwards. From the Regional Medical Center, we have Laura Cattell, who recently replaced Dr. Grundy. From UMC, we have Chuck Porth, from the Norwood School District, Todd Bissell, John Pandolfo from the Telluride School District. And then for the Regional Behavioral Health Service Provider, which we currently designate as Axis, we have Shelley Spalding. We also have several members that join through an application process to represent the community. That includes Mandy Miller, sitting with me here, local therapist, Josh Comp from the Telluride Marshals, David Wadley from the Sheriff's Office, and Andres Jacinto Alonso from Public Health. So per the bylaws, there are 4 specific areas that the panel is encouraged or meant to fund programming in. That includes mental health counselors and programs to schools, crisis response services, suicide prevention, and substance use treatment and prevention. I'll use the phrase bucket area, and that's kind of what we mean when we talk about this. We said, okay, this program falls into this bucket area. There can be a lot of overlap. Suicide prevention programming often involves substance use treatment or crisis response, but I've kind of tried to clump them in the ways I thought best represented them. So here is a big picture overview of spending in 2025. The largest proportion of the panel spending, which was over 50%, was grants to local agencies and professional development grants to local therapists. We'll, in the next slide, have a breakdown of all of those grants and where exactly that money went. The panel also has a contract with Tri-County for several services, including administering the panel and the Behavioral Health Fund, and also employing care coordinators. And then we have the Behavioral Health Fund. This is probably one of the more well-known programs from the panel. It accounts for approximately 20% of spending last year. Just under $200,000 went to direct payments to therapists providing sessions to San Miguel County clients. So these are the contracts that the panel has with Tri-County Health Network. The first one is administration of the Behavioral Health Fund. So our staff process applications, maintain our provider directory, and work with San Miguel County's finance department to pay all the therapists twice a month. We also have multiple care coordinators, and those are folks who assist clients when they initially reach out to us. So that can look different depending on the client, but a lot of time they may need help getting established with a therapist or finding a therapist. On our Behavioral Health Fund applications, we also do a social determinants of health screener. So that asks if that person can afford food, how their housing situation is, kind of all these determinants of things that impact health. And our care coordinators can follow up with people if they indicate anything on their application that is a concerning factor. So they might say that they don't have enough money to buy food every month, or they don't have insurance or something like that. And so along with getting them on the Behavioral Health Fund, our care coordinators can also help them enroll in SNAP or find resources in the area or stuff like that. And then the final part of our contract is to administer the panel. So I work with the chair to establish agendas and meeting plans throughout the year, and then we administer the full grant cycle. Okay, the therapy scholarship funds. So the big one is the San Miguel Behavioral Health Fund. This is the one that is funded by San Miguel County directly. Through this program, anyone who lives or works in San Miguel County is eligible to receive what we call a scholarship to help pay for their therapy sessions. Everyone qualifies for 6 sessions. We pay the therapist $125 per session. Depending on the therapist, that might mean the person's therapy is totally free, or that they have a small copay if the therapist rate is like $150 or something like that. Tri-County also runs the San Miguel Youth Fund, which we mimicked after the Behavioral Health Fund, but is specifically intended for youth in San Miguel County and people who attend school in San Miguel County. Has a little bit lower barrier to entry, so we don't require them to fill out a whole social determinants of health and like all the stuff that's on our longer Behavioral Health Fund application. And the intention with that is that the Colorado law is that anyone who's over 12 can figure out this care on their own. They are allowed to get themselves set up with a therapist on their own. And we wanted to make sure that if there was a youth who maybe didn't have a supportive home environment or didn't feel like they could ask their parents about therapy, that they could come and apply for this fund themselves. Luckily, most of our youth seem to have super supportive parents, and that is not a common issue, but we did want to make sure that that was an option for youth in our county. The final one, which I'll talk about a little more later, is the Recovery Access Fund. This is not funded by San Miguel County, but I'm including it here because it's very much modeled after the Behavioral Health Fund and has kind of taken all the rules and procedures that the panel has spent several years developing, and we just use that for RAF, which is funded by SWORC, Southwest Opioid Response Council. And And that it covers 4 counties, but people in San Miguel County are eligible, and we'll see in some of the later slides how that's kind of supplementing our behavioral health fund. Okay, this is a look at our last 2 complete years with the behavioral health fund, and there's 3 charts on here. We show you unique clients, so the number of people that access the funds, the session count, the number of sessions we paid for over the year, and the amount we spent. So yellow is 2024, the green teal is 2025. As you can see, there was a little bit of an uptake between 2024 and 25, but I think most of that can probably be ascribed to the fact that we closed our applications early in 2024. We closed them in the fall. So there was several months when people couldn't apply for the fund in 2024 versus 2025. We did keep it open for the full year. I've only gone as far back as 2024 here, even though the behavioral health fund is a little bit older than that. Just because these years have been very consistent policy-wise and in the way we're managing it. So I think it's the best way to kind of compare across the years is to start in 2024.
I am curious to know though, if that upward trend like started a long time ago and it's just continuing.
Yeah, so 2023 and 2022, we spent substantially more on the behavioral health fund. I think we've kind of like refined the policies and procedures a bit more than they were in those years. And that is part of why we were spending more, is that people were getting more sessions. It's a little bit, the sessions are capped pretty strictly these days, but we're able to offer it to more people that way and spread it out a little more.
Yeah, I'll just add to that, that previously, when the fund was initiated, there wasn't a cap on what a session could cost. And so you were seeing people do maybe more non-traditional therapy sessions that would cost more money per session versus, as Carrie said, it's capped at a per session right now. So it's funding more people, but maybe not some of those more alternative styles of treatment.
So learning as we go.
Yeah,
that's great.
I mean, that's why I include RAF in this, is that like it has taken kind of a lot of work to get these scholarship funds figured out, and the panel has put a lot of time into that. And when we got funding for RAF, we took all those policies that the panel spent a couple of years working on and just applied it there, because we've seen that they're working as a way to manage the funds.
And I mean, I can give a little background. So we started out with, you got 10 sessions regardless of income. And then we did the income thing. So you had to do it income based the next year, and you could get 6 + 6. And then we said, what if we made income not a barrier? And so we said, you got 6 sessions regardless of income, but we made it at $110 per hour and then a copay. So then this year we made it $125 an hour plus a copay. Research says that you want to have some skin in the game so that folks are more apt to come if they pay some sort of copay, but we all slide our scales down to nothing if people really can't pay. And so this is the interesting data this year, now that we've added in the Recovery Access Fund. So folks can get 6 regardless of income. And then if they have substance use issues, even if they have substance use issues in their family. So if it's like a son of somebody with alcohol issues, so they can get 6 + 6 regardless of income plus another 6. So like I saw clients use up 12 in the ski season, and then now they're going between 12 and 18 sessions. Because if you're dealing with substance use issues, I mean, even once a week sometimes isn't enough. So now we have this really interesting data this year, now that folks can get more sessions.
How do you get that like extra 6 again? So is it income?
We made the decision that people can qualify for however many funds they qualify for in that sense. So we don't say you've already used the behavioral health fund, you can't use RAF. They come from different funding sources. As long as you qualify, you can use both of these. And we've tried, especially with some of our higher need clients, to make sure we can sort of stack those sessions and give them more care throughout the year.
But then like, say you don't qualify for RAF, you just qualify for the behavioral health fund. Everybody can get 6 regardless of income. And then there's something else you can do to get 6 more. What is that again?
At that point, you have to meet an income limit, which is 400% of the federal poverty line. For a single income household, that's about $63,000 a year.
Okay.
So yeah, that's just the point where we say, okay, you have to meet the income limit in order to keep receiving this funding. But I will say, as someone who works very closely with this fund, I think the no income limit in the beginning is a really good thing. It makes it for a lower barrier of entry. It makes it so that someone can just come fill out that application, get in the door, get some help.
I think it makes a ton of sense the way you've worked it out.
Yeah, I think we're getting to the point where these policies are working as well as we could hope. The next slide here is a comparison between last year and this year, just for the first quarter of the year, since that was when I had complete data for. And what you can see here is that it's green, and then there's like a blue shaded area at the top. That's all the folks who were on RAF. So these are all San Miguel County clients. That blue shaded area just represents the one where the funding was coming from somewhere else. And I wanted to make sure to include that because I think you can see that when you include RAF, there has been a pretty significant uptick in San Miguel County clients seeking financial assistance for therapy in the first quarter of the year. There was I think 40% increase by the time we ended the first quarter compared to last year. Unfortunately, at this point, RAF has been quite popular. We are no longer able to accept RAF clients from San Miguel County. We're just kind of have allocated the money that exists. And that RAF fund covers Ouray and San Miguel County. So there's a little bit left, and we're saving that for Ouray County folks since they wouldn't qualify for the behavioral health fund. So we were able to use RAF, but at this point, anyone in San Miguel County will have to use the behavioral health fund. We're no longer able to use RAF. See if there's anything else. Oh, and then this is just from the first quarter of the year. We're obviously past that a little ways by now. We, at this point, have 284 clients approved for the behavioral health fund this year. We've given out $225,000 in scholarships. That doesn't mean we've spent $225,000, but it means we've sent out the letters and we've given out that $750 to that many clients. We've spent a little bit over $100,000 so far this year on the behavioral health fund. One other thing I wanted to share with you, and this data comes from the Katz Amsterdam Foundation. They're a nonprofit that works with mountain communities across the American West. So it includes communities that are really similar to ours. There's the Aspen, Tahoe, Eagle, Park City, places that I think are more beneficial to compare us to than, say, Denver or Boulder, because these are communities that have a lot of similarities with us in terms of isolation and inequity and lack of options in the area. But this question asked, it asked everyone in these communities, did you need mental health care this year? And then for those who said they needed it, but that they didn't get it, it asked them why, what the #1 reason was. And as you can see, Telluride is one of the communities where cost is cited as the #1 reason. 18% of people said cost was the reason that they did not get mental health care. But when you go and compare us to other communities, you can see we're actually doing a little bit better than a lot of other places. We're at 18% of people identified cost. These other communities, it's as high as 35% saying that's the reason they didn't get care. So I don't want to extrapolate too much from this, but I will say I think there's been a lot of efforts in this county to lessen cost as a barrier. And I think we could see that here a little bit.
And I'll just anecdotally, we went to the Katz Amsterdam gathering. Cole was there as well. So it's the 12 ski resort communities in the West that have the biggest gap in income gap, and wealth gap, and issues with suicide and isolation and substance use. So we get to spread all the data out, and kind of see where everyone is. So many folks from various communities came up to us and said, how the heck do we do a mill levy? How did you guys pull it off to have these unrestricted funds? Because we're all being restricted with funding and with insurance and yada, yada, yada. So it's just pretty darn cool to say that now our community, and we had more people respond to that survey than we've ever had, that the community is now saying they no longer see cost as big of a barrier. So that means we've destigmatized the cost barrier.
Yeah, and they do this survey every 2 years. So this is the most recent one. This was taken this around in January of this year. And the last time we did this survey, the number of respondents who identified cost was higher. It was 24% of respondents. So we've seen a drop there, a not insignificant drop, and I think that's a good thing. Okay. That was a lot of numbers and charts and graphs and stuff. But I also want to make sure that we take some time to understand what it means to people when they get to access these funds, when they get to go and have at least 6, if not more, sessions of therapy covered. And what we do when someone has reached the end of their first 6 sessions and they come back to apply for more, we do that income check to make sure they meet the income. Mm-hmm. And then we also do a survey with them. And one of the questions we ask is, how has having access to this funding impacted your life? So I'm just going to read a few. These are taken from surveys of people who came back to apply for 6 more sessions, and I'm just going to read some of these out. This fund removed a major financial barrier and allowed me to access therapy at a time when I truly needed support. The sessions have helped me manage stress and anxiety and respond more effectively to my child's emotional, behavioral, and academic needs. I've learned practical tools I can use in daily life and ways to regulate my emotions so I can remain calm and consistent at home. Overall, therapy has improved my stability, confidence, and ability to function day to day. I feel like I am more hopeful about the future. I feel like I am more supported and validated with things that have happened and how I have reacted towards them. I feel like it has created space for me to start to feel safe. My experience with my therapist has been very positive. She created a safe, supportive, non-judgmental environment. She made me feel heard during a difficult transition. My therapist was consistent, practical, offered concrete solutions that I could apply between sessions. She helped me identify triggers, set healthier boundaries, improve communication skills where possible, and develop coping tools to manage stress and parenting challenges. I feel I've made meaningful progress. I was in a dark place when I applied for the fund. Staff helped me find a therapist, and I was able to start seeing her within a week of applying. I didn't realize how bad my mental health had gotten until I broke down in that first session. Though I have a lot of work to do, I've made real improvements in my well-being and happiness. I am uninsured and low income and would have been lost without this resource. So I chose these out of the survey responses because I felt like they showed kind of a good breadth of what the Behavioral Health Fund does for people. You know, it is a resource for people who, like this quote in purple, you know, I think would identify that they were in crisis at that time. But it's also a beneficial resource for people who just need a little bit more support to improve their mental health and the mental health of those around them. There's multiple quotes in here that reference that they feel like it's benefiting their family and their children as well as them. So I just wanted to make sure we share those so we don't just look at bar charts.
It's amazing that you got someone help within a week.
Yeah, I mean, and that is in part due to us having a really robust therapist network. You know, I know people who I could call them and say, got a client, they think we need to get them in an appointment like pretty soon. And because we have those relationships, they can kind of prioritize that client.
And the advocate. I mean, it's one thing to give them the money and say, here, you can pay your therapist, but to help them find them and just kind of navigate that is really, that's probably what made it happen in a week.
Yeah, and you can, you know, it doesn't often take long to get an idea of what someone needs from a therapist and where they might be beneficial. You know, we have a few Spanish-speaking therapists on our fund with backgrounds in immigration-related trauma, and our multicultural advocacy team has referred a lot of people to them this year. We have people who work with eating disorders, with anxiety, relationship counselors, all of it. And we're able to kind of refer people to someone who will help them the most. So that was a behavioral health fund. We'll move on to the last funding area, unless anyone has any more questions on that. And this is the panel's grants that they funded in 2025. So they funded 9 organizations in 2025. I grouped them here by the bucket areas color-coded, but as we mentioned, there's a lot of overlap. And we'll look at what each of these grants funded for the organization that they were given to. So for our school grants, we had the Telluride Mountain School and Telluride School District. Telluride Mountain School was completing their final year of a 3-year grant. They received $50,000 spread evenly over 3 years. Their funding was used to hire and maintain a school counselor and lead programs on social emotional learning for teachers and students. In their final report at the end of 2025, Mountain School shared that the funding had supported a culture shift at the school. They told us that 40% of their student body now receives individual counseling support, which they felt was an indicator of reduced stigma within the school. We also have the Telluride School District. They received a 1-year grant last year, and that was also went to fund their school social worker, who's able to both address immediate needs of students who may be in crisis or need someone to talk to, and also develop long-term plans for the school district. For our crisis response grants, we have the San Miguel Resource Center and Gather and Grieve. San Miguel Resource Center received funding to support their staff advocate positions, and the staff advocates do trainings to help prevent domestic violence and sexual assault, and they also provide crisis response and advocacy services for survivors. Last year, they served 112 San Miguel County clients navigating interpersonal violence with advocacy and support. So the Resource Center also helps, they have their own funding that helps people pay for therapy, and they will sometimes work with their clients to connect them with the right therapists. And they ran a grief group series that served approximately 12 participants. And this grief group is for people who have experienced loss within the past year, allows them to come in person, have a facilitated peer support with 2 licensed therapists, and make it through that grief process with some in-person support. Crisis response grants to the medical centers, both UMC and TRMC received funding. UMC's funding was used to hire a licensed therapist and a Spanish interpreter so they can provide integrated behavioral health services for West End community members. When I say integrated behavioral health services, when you go to the doctor sometimes and they have you fill out the little survey on how your mental health is doing and you indicate how you're doing, they now have the ability that when they receive one of those surveys and they say, whoa, some of these answers are a little concerning, this person seems like they might be struggling with their mental health, they now have therapists on site who can go into the room like that day at your appointment and ask if you'd want to get set up with help and therapy. Regional Medical Center, a similar thing, they received 2 grants, so they're receiving almost $100,000 in 2025. That funding also supports their therapist salaries. They served 115 clients with individual therapy and that integrated behavioral health services. They're able to maintain multiple full-time therapists, and they really emphasize the value of that integrated care model. That is something that both the med centers say is really important to be able to have.
I'll also just say, like, they were able to use that to train up 2 therapists, one of whom had just got licensed. So using that for clinical supervision. And so that was the first time we got to see someone use that as a pipeline to be able to now have a newly licensed therapist and then that person training the next unlicensed therapist.
And then for our suicide prevention grants, we have Tri-County Health Network. So we received about $75,000 last year. The majority of that goes to support our youth fund. So part of that funding is set aside for those direct payments to therapists, as well as some of our salaries to run this funding. We also lead suicide prevention programming, including mental health trainings for local businesses and community members. We were able to provide 61 youth with therapy scholarships through the youth fund last year. And we also provide an affordable room for local providers to rent on an hourly basis. This was something we were hearing from providers in the community, was that office space was really expensive and so they couldn't afford to have an office. But there's a lot of people who want to meet with a therapist in person, and we're therapists in Telluride, and we just needed somewhere for them to come together. So we're able to rent that room, and I'd say we average 1 to 2 therapists using it daily for sessions with their clients. We also have Raíces Sin Fronteras, RSF. They have a 3-year grant. This was the first year of their 3-year grant, just under $30,000. This organization focuses on empowerment for our Latino and immigrant population, primarily through their community conversations and wellness events. The leaders of this organization, I put them in suicide prevention. They also really want to emphasize that they do feel like the substance use is a big part of what they do. Substance use prevention is a big part of what they do. Those were our grants for 2025. Any questions on any of those? We'll talk about 2026 here a little bit too. Fairly similar across most things. There's $250,000 allocated for the Behavioral Health Fund. Our contract is in its 2nd year for that care coordination and administration. We also received an unprecedented number of grant requests for 2026. I think in part related to federal funding cuts that we experienced towards the end of last year. So they allotted its highest recorded amount to grants this year, over $750,000 to local agencies. And here's the breakdown of who received grants. So we have some returning figures as well as some new ones. Most notably, Norwood School District received a large grant of $180,000 for this year. Telluride School District and our med centers and Tri-County again. Some of these grants were smaller than they had been in previous years, and that was kind of just an effort to spread it out a little bit more, spread it out and give as many people as possible some funding, because we were hearing that a lot of people had experienced pretty significant funding cuts.
And didn't we get a grant as well after the cycle? Didn't we?
For the crisis?
For Cole's salary? I thought we did.
Yeah, for Cole's salary. Was that an ad hoc?
Yeah, it was an ad hoc.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, these are just the ones that came through the annual program, but
regular.
yes, we did do an ad hoc one for to
Thank
support.
you.
Yeah. I mean, we're very excited to have him around. He's doing great. Again, I haven't really put anyone in the substance use category, but a lot of these, both the med centers involve medically assisted treatment for detox and for recovery. RSF is doing a lot with substance use prevention. So there is a lot of that happening, even if I haven't said it's like their main purpose. We did the school districts. Telluride School District will be a similar program to last year, supporting its school social worker. Norwood is receiving $180,000, Norwood Schools, to sustain and expand its behavioral health programming. This will support a school counselor, a behavioral specialist, and an ELL teacher who will provide programming for social emotional learning, substance use prevention, and crisis response. And then one-to-one mentoring got a relatively small grant, and that is just to support its community mentoring program. For our crisis response grants, Gather and Grieve got a smaller grant this year, but will again be providing that grief support group in the fall. San Miguel Resource Center received $20,000 to support its Spanish language and culturally responsive domestic and sexual violence services. That funding will support bilingual advocacy, 24/7 crisis response, and that connection to resources. And then UMC will be getting $150,000 to continue supporting its mental health counseling program and that integrated behavioral health care, as well as Spanish interpretation. Tri-County, we are also receiving the same grant. This year, we'll continue providing the youth fund. We're aiming to provide therapy scholarships to 30 to 45 youth this year. That number is a little bit lower because the reimbursement rate went up across all of our funds. We're paying $125 session instead of $110. The Med Center received a multi-year grant. They're receiving $67,000 this year to continue supporting their programming. They also, around the time they applied or just after applications were due, received notice that they were getting a $110,000 funding cut due to cuts by Rocky Mountain Health Plans. So they came back right after they'd submitted and asked for a little bit of supplemental to help them bridge that gap. And they did get that additional grant of $40,000 to help manage that pretty sudden funding loss. Raíces Sin Fronteras, they're on their second year of a 3-year grant. That funding will continue to support community workshops, cultural wellness activities, leadership development. They have a community conversation coming up next week on June 9th. That community conversation theme is reimagining festival culture, and it will feature a mocktail mix-off with bartenders from local bars. So if you're in the area next week, June 9th, I would highly recommend stopping by. I know we have good representation from the local bars, and it'll be a competition, so go see which mocktail you like the best. This was something that Mandy and I got to experience at the Cats Amsterdam Foundation convening. They had a mocktail mix-off, which was very popular. So we're hoping to come back and be a little more competitive at that.
We were so impressed. So they put mocktail mix-offs in each corner of a big conference room with several hundred people, and how social it got with a mocktail mix-off. Like it was just like a happy hour. You have that crescendo of like energy and everyone effervesced, without the alcohol. So I'm excited to see how it goes here.
Yeah, a big talk during the CAF convening. It's something that a lot of similar communities are looking at, is figuring out ways that we can provide more social opportunity that doesn't involve substance use, or that has areas that are less focused on substance use. And these mocktail mix-offs and other activities, I think it provides good options for people, and it's fun and the drinks are good.
Where is the June 9th mocktail mix-off?
Do you remember it?
I thought it was at the library.
Yeah,
I think
it's
it's
at
at
the
the
library.
library. So those are our grants for 2026. We now have a few things to check in with you all about. So we went over our panel membership at the beginning of this. Panel members stay on for 2-year terms. So we have a few people whose terms are expiring at the end of June. Chuck Porth from UMC. Because UMC just appoints its representation, I believe they're planning on reappointing Chuck. So we are hoping we will get to keep him for another year. Linnea Edwards, she is appointed by you, by the San Miguel County, and it's up to you to decide if you would like Linnea to continue on that position. We also now have Cole working for San Miguel County, and he is planning, whether or not he becomes a member of that panel, to attend all those meetings. I think it's pretty important for his role. And then Shelley Spalding has been representing Axis. Shelley herself has suggested Axis is sort of reducing its services in San Miguel County, and Paragon is instead increasing their services in San Miguel County. Our bylaws say that Axis representative should be the representative of the regional behavioral health service provider. So we've had conversations about if that is Axis, if it can be Paragon, and if we should maybe look to have Paragon have a seat on the panel, since they are increasing their services. So I'd love to hear what you all have to think about that at the end of this. Some ongoing gaps that the panel wanted me to mention, and these are things that we're still pretty stuck on. Crisis response in San Miguel County, especially our law enforcement representation, does not feel like we have good enough crisis response programming within the county, although I know we are seeing some more improvements in that with Paragon. And then big topic of conversation, as always, we would love more people to be able to use their health insurance for behavioral health care. That is the point of health insurance, but we see issues from it on both sides. And by that, what I mean is we have some private practice therapists who do not want to take insurance for very valid and good reasons. We actually do have an increasing number of providers in our area who are taking insurance. We're seeing that people's insurance is not good enough to use that. So they might have like a really high deductible, might have like a $1,500 deductible. So it's by the time they get through that, they have to spend over $1,000, and that is not an option for a lot of people. So yeah, we're seeing it on both sides in terms of both accepting, and then also if you have insurance, can you use it and is it helpful to you? Or do you have to go to the behavioral health fund because your insurance just isn't helpful?
And a lot of our employers provide really good insurance, but then they also have employee assistance programs that'll cover the therapy. So it's this kind of double-edged sword.
So we'd love to hear your thoughts about new members either from the county or Access or Paragon. And then we'd also love to check in about how the VOCC sees the panel working in conjunction with the recent strategic plan that was released last year.
Thanks, Carrie. Do you want to try to answer some of those
I mean,
questions?
yeah, that would be great.
All right, let's start with the membership on the panel, since that one was perhaps simpler.
Yeah.
Let's presume that Chuck does want to continue. And if he doesn't, that his board will find someone else that does. As far as Linnea or Cole,
Have you talked about that with Grace yet,
Mhm.
Cole? And did you guys have a point of view on that?
Yeah, we're still trying to get a meeting scheduled to talk more with different county folk about that.
Okay.
But Linnea.
Who do we
that
need
county
to
people-
bully into getting a meeting? No.
No, just anyway. But
Shouldn't
we're
talk
and
about
then
bullying in the
Linnea.
behavioral health presentation, sorry.
Not to speak, is Linnea in the on virtual? Okay, I just didn't want to speak for her, but
She's just not on there.
okay. But so I know Linnea said that I think she'd be willing to stay on the chair or on the panel, but would happily give it to someone else. But like,
I think it's
Yeah.
something Grace and Cole might, and Linnea maybe should talk through.
Yeah,
That
we-
makes sense.
I think we'll accept whatever recommendation.
yeah, we are talking about, especially after the last panel meeting, Grace and Linnea and all the powers that be are talking about it.
And philosophically, it's worth kind of bringing up. So a couple years ago, we had a strategic planning meeting as a panel and to develop our own strategic plan as a panel. And then we realized we had an expired county strategic plan. So like maybe we need a county strategic plan first in order for us to have a strategic plan. So for instance, and Carrie talking about, we've yet to have somebody come to us and say, hey, we have this amazing substance prevention and treatment program and we'd like to get funding for it, because we're not putting out requests for proposals. We're not saying, hey, go
Right.
design programs. The strategic plan would actually be the thing that would help, boost some of that program development. So it's kind of just figuring out what the role of the strategic plan is, what the role of the panel is, and then what the role of the San Miguel Behavioral Health Collaborative is,
Yeah.
which is really supposed to be the boots on the ground, maybe potentially people developing programming. So we really need to have a bigger philosophical conversation about how to utilize the strategic plan and Cole with all of these players so that we're all on a path moving forward.
So this meeting probably isn't gonna figure that out, but do you have a vision for when that meeting might be, who would be there?
I think that goes back to Cole and Grace to
Yeah.
talk about, yeah.
Okay.
So I've been conversing with all the different organizations that were assigned activities for the Behavioral Health Strategic Plan. And it's clear that like the plan just needs some work and some modifications and some changes, adaptations. Things have changed since a year ago when it was developed. And so Grace and I actually got some funding, that public health funding that she emailed about, to actually help facilitate a 6-month or 8-month discussion on revamping the strategic plan.
49,000.
Yeah, exactly that one. And so there's some funds for that to dedicate. So I think we need to hone in and refine the strategic plan a little bit. And then I think that will also give us a better idea of how these other pieces like the PHC and the panel work all together. But yeah, so that's the update on that, is I think updating the plan. And then, I think we like updating how the PHC and the panel are involved with all of that. I think that by updating the plan too, should give us some more concrete activities and actions where it's like, oh, this is like a specific activity that we should like support. Maybe we can like spread the word through the BHC, and then the panel can the solutions panel can help fund that. Because
So-
right now
Yeah.
there's different activities that are, some are refined, some aren't, some are just like conceptual, some aren't feasible, you know, like
Yeah.
so there's just this refinement piece that needs to happen
That
with,
makes
with
sense.
organizations in the community.
So do you think in refining that strategic plan, we would figure out the roles of BHS in that context and behavioral collaborative? Is that part of what the refining is?
I think that would be like a natural part of that, and I think
Right.
it makes sense to also center that, because I know, like Mandy, we've had discussions about what's the BHC doing now, like how does that relate with the panel?
I've just been waiting for you, Cole.
Yeah.
That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, yeah. So, but no, I think it does involve all those different pieces. So, yeah, I think it will help refine that and give more direction. So,
Yeah, and of course, in coordination with the mill levy language, we're obligated and bound to that, so we have to have that as a guiding force for the panel. And that doesn't, you know, that doesn't make it so we can't meld it as best we can with the strategic plan.
yeah.
I wouldn't think of the mill levy language, this, I'm just throwing it out there, as set in stone, because those were the priorities of the community in 2018. If the, wait a second, let me finish. It is, that's what we have to do now, but if the powers that be, i.e. the community, decide that those aren't the right focus areas, we could go back to the voters, couldn't we, Jared? And ask them to reprioritize the use of those funds. So those were the key matters of importance in 2018, but if they've shifted, our community is so tuned in to behavioral health, and I think you all have so much credibility in the community that if you advocated and we advocated for a shift in those priorities, I don't see that being a problem. Is that I mean, I'm sure it's harder than that, but I just don't want us to be too hemmed in.
I think the only thing that I would want to be, I guess, cautious and aware of, we know we are in a bit more difficult property tax climate than we were in 2018. You know, we've heard a lot of folks express kind of angst about their property tax bills recently. And so we would want to make sure we approach that in a very thoughtful way, where we don't pose a question in a way where it's this or nothing.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah, or it
would be
sounds like
it
we're
would be-
raising the
it
tax
would
or
be- It would
eliminating.
be a
Yeah.
continuation.
Right.
And a reprioritization, and if it failed, it would need to be worded in we'll just keep doing what.
Totally, 100%, yeah.
So, and just talking about like the funding crisis. So we knew we were going to get a lot more grant applications this year that were not necessarily what did we call them? The pillars? The pillars, which would be like the med centers. And so, you know, you're getting folks like one-to-one mentoring and San Miguel Resource Center coming forward and saying, hey, you're our option. Like we've had these huge funding cuts. So we've been very transparent with them to say, we can't be your funder. Like we cannot be your ongoing funder, even though your programming is so vital to the community. And also really understanding that even though they may not have folks providing direct clinical services, it is absolutely, these are gateway places where folks access mental health services. So even like the Driver's License Academy, you know, it was like, that may not be a direct clinical services, but golly, by building that trust with the community, that may be the gateway for folks accessing mental health. So conversations are going to get tougher in the next year. We know this as grants come in. And so to speak to Cole's strategic plan, where's the funding going to come from? We have this mill levy, but we're going to need to start to think about other funding as well. So we're all going to be coming together.
And I think that relates to I think the bucket areas that the panel has, I think are functional and work great. And yes, they're different, slightly different than the priorities of the strategy. But to Mandy's point, like all the activities and goals, priorities of the plan cannot be accomplished through just the solutions panel. Right, like cannot.
Right.
No, like there's gonna be different funding things that we'll need to pursue. Like that's why we're having conversations about like the rural health transformation program and opioid council funding and all these different pieces, because I think the solutions panel funding plays a part, but it's just one part. So I don't necessarily see like there's this big need to like change the buckets and all that when it's one part, and it's one part that's working well within those parameters.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and the bucket areas are not overly defined, like
Yeah.
it says suicide prevention programming or crisis response, like.
They're broad enough.
Some of them are relatively broad. I think the most specific is probably for mental health counselors in schools. That's
Mhm.
like the most specific one, but some of them are fairly broad.
And like you
That's
say,
good.
there's so much overlap
Mhm.
that it's really just more like paints the picture, but understanding that it's one holistic
Yes, yes.
approach.
That's reassuring.
Yeah.
Wanted to check in and make sure that we've touched on which questions we have touched on. I think we've covered panel membership.
Well,
Well, we didn't cover the access part, so.
Paragon, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's, as I said, that is where the bylaws say it has to have a representative from the regional behavioral health service provider. My current interpretation of that is that that could be either Access or Paragon, since those are both regional behavioral health service providers, but I'm not sure if anyone has any more knowledge on the specifics of that language.
Did you say that Shelley had suggested that maybe it switch?
And there could be an overlap. So we're changing definitions since we have the Behavioral Health Administration and we have comprehensive providers rather than just one community health center that always provides for our, 611 county region. So now Paragon is a comprehensive provider. So when we wrote this language, we didn't have all these new definitions. So I think it's all very fluid. Like Shelley would gladly stay on as in a consultative role. She's kind of the memory of the panel. She's been around since the get-go. And so to just like pop somebody like Zach from Paragon on, he would need to be brought up to speed. So I think we just want to discuss it with you to just say, hey, this is something we're toying with, that Paragon may essentially be more of the boots on the ground provider ongoing since Access has closed their office here. They'll still be providing teleservices, but not as much boots on the ground. And Paragon now has the jail contract and the crisis response contract. So we may do a warm handoff.
It feels like that would be the right direction. I'm not sure that Zach has the capacity to sit on this panel. He covers programs all over the state, but maybe one of his local folks could be that representative and they would be more in touch with what's happening locally too, like Haley or somebody.
Yeah.
I'm not, yeah.
Yeah, we haven't reached out to Paragon about this yet. I think I wanted to wait and check in with all of you too, but I think if we were to decide we wanted someone from Paragon, we would probably reach out to Zach and Haley and kind of explain it, explain what we're looking for and ask that they nominate someone. From Paragon.
Makes sense.
And I like the concept of a warm handoff and perhaps even some like crossover there, just so that institutional knowledge is passed on and the Paragon representative could understand how Access has operated on the panel for quite some time.
Yeah, and Shelley has already said that she'd be happy to stay on in a consulting role for the next year or so she would still be happy to come and participate in those meetings.
It's really nice of her.
Yes.
I have a question about crisis response in San Miguel County. So we have that new, let's for now call it crisis intervention program, which is our new take on the co-responder program. I mean, I wouldn't expect that would be fully up and running yet, but are you saying that it's so far not good?
I mean, I think you were in the meeting when we asked some law enforcement to speak up on it. So I think everyone's just saying, let's continue at the panel level and at the collaborative level to be reporting on what's going on there. And then Paragon does those quarterly crisis debriefs.
Has that started?
They've done those for years. So, so that's the place where it kind of, you dissect how's it going.
They're meant to have a monthly meeting.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, are you managing that contract, Cole, or is that still the sheriff's office?
Jen is the one
Jen.
that's kind of helping out with that, but I'm gonna support and maybe potentially.
Okay, I think we need to follow up on that and make sure that's happening. Again, Zach, as I understand it, is so busy, and if he's the person in charge of it, it's gonna be really hard to have that monthly. So, do you mind following up with Jen on that, or do you want me to?
No, I can follow. Yeah,
Okay.
that works.
Yeah, because that's essential that we have those monthly meetings as this is getting going. And that we are able to, adjust the program as we need to and also frankly hold them accountable. So thank you for that, Cole.
And thank you to Ann for getting it all up and running and getting creative. So yeah.
It was Jen, I think, anyway, but yes, glad we got it going. Yeah. And let's not let that fall apart. You know what I mean? Let's stay on it and bring me in for whatever I need to be part of to make sure that it really launches successfully, even if there are a few bumps along the way.
And we're doing some like big pieces around like awareness, like been working with Telluride Regional Medical Center to bring Paragon to present there. So all the
Yeah.
ED and the providers are aware about those services.
Good.
Also, Paragon is working with the medical center to clarify how they can respond to the ED. Like
Yeah.
they might need to have a legal contract. So like
That's right.
Zach's on that. Carrie and I are working on setting up a presentation with all of the providers in network for the behavioral health fund so that they know about Paragon services.
Fantastic.
So I think again, it's like one thing to have a service, it's another thing for people to be aware of it. And I think that like myself and Carrie and everyone else, like we're really working hard to make sure that like people are aware of the resources.
Of
So
the
it's better.
whole- the
So
whole
it's
breadth
of
of
the new
offerings.
contract. Yeah, so
Good.
it's properly utilized.
And we want to make sure too that all of the users of the crisis response, like all the law enforcement, all of the EMS, that they've all had training on it. And we kind of left that to those agencies.
And Haley has done presentations and trainings with first responders.
Good. Good.
I don't know to what extent, but I
yeah.
know EMS, I think firefighters.
I think we should check on that or ask somebody to.
Yeah.
I guess it's you, Cole, because you're our behavioral health project lead.
Okay.
Make sure that those trainings happened. I did put her in touch with Egner. They had not had it yet, so.
Okay, I'll follow up on that too.
Thank you so much.
Other moving forward questions that are outstanding, the insurances payment for behavioral health care is a big one.
Yeah, if you guys could just fix the whole insurance system, that'd be great.
Cole has a nice thought piece on it in my inbox.
More of an article than an email, so.
That should be published, Cole.
Yeah, I will say this is something that I wouldn't claim we have figured this problem out at all. And I think it's much bigger than San Miguel County. It kind of goes to the whole American healthcare system, which I don't think we'll be fixing anytime soon. But I will say it's something we're thinking about a lot. It's something we're thinking about a lot at Tri-County. You know, the behavioral health fund is great, but it's a stopgap. If they make more than $63,000 a year, then they can have 6 therapy sessions a year. If you're in crisis, like that is not enough. If you need regular therapy, that is not enough. And we would love to see more people able to get that consistent care using insurance. So one of the things we do at Tri-County, it's a little more difficult if someone comes in already set up with a provider. They say, okay, I see, Corinne Platt in town, she doesn't take insurance. That kind of, we don't want to disrupt that relationship if they have a good relationship with a provider. But if we see someone come in and list that they have Medicaid and list that they don't have a provider, we will try to connect them first with someone that they can use their Medicaid with. Medicaid is one of the more beneficial insurances for mental health services. So if we see that they don't have that relationship, I think we're trying to think of it as well as a touch point, an access point. Like someone wants care and they've heard of the behavioral health fund, so they come there and apply for that because that's all they really know what to do. But are there more options for Tri-County to kind of step in and say, hey, you said you have insurance, or you said you have this, like, can we help you get connected with this person? I spoke with some people at the CATS Amsterdam convening, and they were explaining how they do, they'll have a care coordinator sit down with someone, the person brings their insurance paperwork, their explanation of benefits, and they go through it and say, okay, here's where you could use it, here's how much you pay, do you want to do this instead of using our fund? That's a lot of work, that's very time consuming. We'll see how much capacity is realistic. Right now, we're mostly, the Medicaid ones are a little bit easier because we know that their insurance covers it and we can connect them. Once we get into different private insurances and insurance like that is when you need a full meeting with the person to sit down and say, okay, what are your benefits? What plan are you, what are you on, silver, gold, what, all of that kind of stuff. So we are thinking about it. One of the things Anne mentioned that I've told Anne is that a lot of our newer providers are working with clinics. So they're working often remotely with clinics. The clinics might be based in Denver, the Front Range, or something like that. But those clinics have billing departments, which means it's a lot easier for those therapists to bill insurance. Billing insurance is, from everything I've understood, a nightmare. And when you're a private practice therapist who does all your own billing, it can suck up multiple days of your working week when you should actually just be meeting with clients. But we are seeing that some of these therapists that are working with clinics, they have their billing department. And so they have a little bit easier time being able to accept some insurance.
And they could also rent out the office from Tri-County and see folks in person. So that's just been, that's been monumental. So we're I think when I got joined the panel, there was like 10 of us local therapists. We have over 30 local therapists, and at least half of those are now paneled with all insurances. So they're working for larger group practices. So they may not be as experienced, but like, again, it's a pipeline. So then they're
Yeah.
getting that experience. And so generally those larger practices, they're paneled with all insurance. So even if somebody moves here from another place and they've got some insurance that wouldn't be typical for San Miguel County, they can accept that insurance.
I had mentioned, that we need to talk about with the Colorado Insurance Commissioner about the issue, because it's not just taking insurance, it's fighting them to get the claims paid. I mean, I do this with my medical insurance and I cannot believe how much time it takes. So Colorado does regulate our insurance providers, and I'd just be curious, maybe the next time I see that guy, I think it's Mike Connolly, at CCI or something like that, I will ask him if this is on his radar, the fact that it is so hard to get mental health services reimbursed, even if it's covered, which it's legally required to be.
Pam is gonna fix that one.
Yeah, I'll take care of it in Colorado,
That'd be great.
maybe not America.
Great.
but
And
yeah.
I think with
This-
sorry to
Yeah, no,
interrupt, but
done,
even
yeah.
the reimbursements for Medicaid for behavioral health is a lot more challenging. as
Yeah, the
I
parity,
understand
it gets into all the questions.
Oh, yeah.
It's just challenging.
And it's gonna get a lot worse in January of 27. So we all know that's coming with a lot more uninsured folks. And again, like I just come back to like the positives of we have these unrestricted funds with our mill levy, and it really is a stopgap. So so far so good. It's working.
Yeah, it's working. We're definitely continuing to think about more options and how to make things work better and how to make sure people can get the care they need throughout the year, not just for 6 sessions at some point. Although the 6 sessions are great, as you heard, they have a great impact on people. We just like more.
Perhaps that's a good place to leave this conversation. It's working. We'd like to do more.
Yes.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
So much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so much. So nice to have you here, Cole, all of you.
Thank you. Glad to be here with everyone.
Carrie, strong presentation.
Very good. Carrie is a rock
Good to see you.
star.
All right, we on to 11B. It is consideration of the Board of County Commissioners acting in capacity of the Board of Health to approve the chair's signature on resolution 2026-16, adopting the new on-site wastewater treatment system regulations. Mr. Biggs, you'd like your hand up?
If I can just tee this up a little bit, you all recall that we had Kevin Cheney with us last week. We took action, but we did not have that draft resolution. And so the resolution was drafted, was put in the packet in the appropriate way, and this is just kind of solidifying what we had indicated our decision would be for this last week.
Thank you, Jared. Any questions or difficulty recollecting last week when we spent some time together?
No, sir.
If not, I anticipate a motion coming as the Board of Health.
I move to approve the chair's signature on resolution 2026-16, adopting the new on-site wastewater treatment systems regulations.
Second.
Is in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
As well. So unanimous today. Let's listen to 11C, which Karina is going to bring us up to speed on. This is consideration of a letter of support for the Fresh Foundation applying for a USDA local food promotion program grant focused on supporting food access in low income and low access communities. And that letter is, I believe.
Okay.
So get it.
Let me
to
speak.
you in time.
Let me speak, Carmen.
Okay.
I somehow missed the draft that you had put together and put together another draft. Yeah, I somehow missed that in my inbox. Some of the points that are covered in my draft are specific to the grant requests that are going to be coming from Fresh Foundation. However, I did have time to review the really great draft letter that you wrote. So I am going to incorporate some of that language into the draft that I had put together. And then I will just poke you two to take a quick look at it and make sure that if you think that's appropriate, give
And then I
the
thought
blessing
we
to shoot it off.
Ratify it on the 17th, if that would be appropriate for all of you, since we don't really have a final draft right now.
That would be great. And there is a very tight timeline on this. I'm hoping to get the final version to Stephanie tomorrow for submission by the 5th, which is Friday.
I've looked at both of the letters and added a few things, so I'm good. If you like the letter, I'm good with it. I don't need to look at it again. However, if you want someone to look at it, I'd be happy to.
I'm totally comfortable, but I just want to make sure you both are good with the language. And the suggestion that you made, Anne, about the portion of Carmen's letter, for the
That might
pre-drafted
fit
letter
in
to,
yours.
to incorporate that, I totally agree. It just lays out some more stats specific to San Miguel County and food insecurity and how this ties into our focus areas, the BOCC's focus areas.
Galina, I think you have full board support to commingle those two letters, but I would ask you to send it to this Anne and I, and assuming that we can find time before the deadline, I think one more set of eyes before we send it won't hurt and might make ratification easier down the road if we've all. had
I
to
see.
review it.
Okay, that makes sense, Lance.
Okay, thanks.
Perfect.
Well, I'll hop to that.
Okay.
All right.
And just when you send it, just let us know the deadline. Remind us of the deadline,
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
but a certain time.
The grant is due on Friday.
Okay.
Tomorrow's Thursday, so I wanted to get it to Stephanie maybe by midday tomorrow, just so she has a little time to.
Why don't you text us both when you sent it?
Will do.
And
Yeah.
We will run to our computer.
Great. I'll try to get to it by this evening so that you just have a little buffer there.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, we will turn it off until teacher meeting. And that takes us to item 12, manager matters with Jared Bates, our deputy county manager, not from CCR. Welcome, Jared.
Thank you, commissioners. Just a few items. We're already talking around it that we're not having a meeting next week. And so that is one thing. No meeting on 6/10. Our next meeting will be on 17th. And I think that will be our regularly scheduled regular. So we'll have a few items on that agenda, and we're only adding from here. Few other items of note. I know we were talking, gosh, was that last week? I've slept since then too. We were talking last week in Placerville about a Dropbox for voting, and regrettably, that is now off for this fall election. We ran into a few different security issues with the setup down there. Sean is not confident that he can have that 24-hour video surveillance with no hiccups. And until he can have that, he doesn't want to proceed with setting some expectations that we might need to retract. So his suggestion was, again, to do everything we can to make sure that mail ballots get turned in, and we would cover postage for that, to proceed with that. But Michael Wazinski and Sean are working on that to make sure that can happen in the 2027 election.
807 this next year.
There will be a 27.
Okay.
It'll just be a minor election.
So it's not like we have to wait for fiber optic to be installed or something.
Fiber optic would be incredibly helpful.
Yeah.
Right. I think that is one of Sean's big concerns is, satellite internet is not as reliable. Even with a Starlink, it's not as consistent as a fiber connection. And so that is what really concerns him, because he has to audit that connection every day that the ballot box is in place.
There's open. Or physically there?
If it's physically there during an election cycle. So to your point, it is when it's open, he has to audit that on a daily basis. And that means right now he has to go down there every day. Michael has staff that have to go there every day as well. And they just haven't figured out the combination yet. So
Is the concern that there would be a gap in Starlink coverage, and that would cast question into every ballot that's been put into that box?
Yes, and
Wow.
that is a mandate of the Secretary of State's office, is that it is recorded, it is watched, it is, kind of foolproof. And again, that gives us a lot of support in our election, right? That nobody's monkeying around with it. And as of now,
We just can't guarantee.
Sean just isn't in a place where he can guarantee that, so he doesn't want to, because the alternative, if we set it up and then we have a gap, right? What happened during that gap? Could be nothing. But it casts a bit of a pall over an election process.
And Sean feels like by 2027, he will have sorted out those challenges.
I don't know if Sean was still under the understanding we were gonna get fiber by then. But again, this is late breaking. I just got this news this morning. And so
Well, it's
I wanted
gonna be
to
a
share.
Hard conversation, that will just learn this.
Yeah.
Trying to get the word back out. Carmen, perhaps we could deploy the Placerville email list.
Yeah.
With some language that Jared can confirm.
You
might do
something on.
And I think, it's so hard to walk back, not a promise, but a statement like that. So we'll take care of that, but let's not over promise that we could do something in
Mhm.
2027. To Lance's point, there's nothing on the horizon for better technology. And so to say that, oh, we just need more time is maybe true, but maybe not. So it's possible that we won't be able to do it until fiber optic is in place. So I just don't want us to say, oh, it's just gonna be one more year. It's really, we don't know if we can do it.
Yeah, I think our best solution is there is a post office. They are under lock and key and they meet all the requirements of our elections.
And you said we would pay for postage. How do we do that? As if it shows up without a stamp?
If, I think we have an arrangement with the postmaster.
Okay.
That he will pick up ballots and give us the bill, pretty much.
Okay.
Carmen, can you include that on the outreach or Megan, just letting them, emphasizing that the postage will be covered by the county?
Let's confirm that, Jared,
Yep.
I think, so before we send that out, let's make positive that that's truth.
I know Mike was the one who hammered out those details, so I'll get clear on that and make sure.
And would
Thank
you
you.
mind just copying us on that info so we can share it if we
Yeah,
run into down?
over all of this years and then it takes the person to deliver that news, so. I wanna make sure I get all my ducks properly aligned.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
Jared, that was a bit of a blow, but we're with you.
I hate delivering bad news, but figure we get it out of the way.
Yes.
Couple other things that are coming up. We do have a planning commission meeting next week. And so that'll be on Thursday. We'll be covering topics ranging from natural medicine. We are having a conversation on non-conforming lots. Affordable housing for qualified developers and naming Town of Mountain Village a qualified developer for those purposes. And some integration into the code, the requirements of the wildfire code requirements. So we've got to get that incorporated into the land use code, and so that'll be going to the planning commission. We've got, I figure I will leave the SMRHA meeting to Commissioner Waring since he was in attendance on Monday.
Sure.
Let's see, there will be, I know Shannon Armstrong and a few other folks are working. There's gonna be a Meadows neighborhood evacuation drill next Monday up in Mountain Village. So I'm glad that we're practicing. And I think it'll be a good exercise and hopefully we'll learn a few things and it'll be well worth the effort, I'm sure. So just if anybody hears of a big evacuation, well, there's at least one of them that's planned. So we have if you have not already received an email, commissioners, we are in the process of doing accessibility refresher training for accessibility. I know you all had attended the original accessibility training. I'm not sure that you had, Commissioner Gleason, but this would be a fantastic opportunity to learn more about how to keep your documents accessible, which is one of our charges, one of those state rules. So,
If that's like if I'm writing an email, it has to be accessible? Or if,
technically it is supposed to.
okay,
But you know, particularly documents that are on our website that are publicly available, we are doing our darndest now. Carmen works really hard, Megan works really hard, Katie Nisha Ramirez, that's kind of her specialty focus, is making sure that our websites, our documents that are on our websites, the documents that we're sharing with the public, be it, I know one of the heaviest lifts was making the land use code accessible, right? And largely we solved that by putting it into the cloud in a certain way. And so all staff are doing kind of a refresher on that. It's been a couple of years. I think we've all gotten better. We maintain pretty high levels of accessibility on our website, but it's a habit we got to practice.
I signed up for one.
Yeah. So that is coming. Just a few recaps from CCI, at least the part I attended this week. I went to some really great sessions. Our county manager session was actually Sean Carranza contributed to it, but it was about cybersecurity. And we had some folks from El Paso County. You know, they're the most populous county in the state. All the way down to Sean kind of talking about the attacks that they have actually seen in their communities. And we've recently done some cybersecurity training, some email phishing attempts that are not real, but they allow our IT staff to see who takes the bait, so to speak. I did, just FYI. And we all got remediation training after this, but it was one of the things that was kind of taken. Everybody in the room has suffered or had close calls with something, and I think it's just it's great that we're getting ahead of this. We're doing some training on it, and we continue to improve. So I know it's a real pain in the rear to go through this training and sometimes get remediation, but it is so critical because all of our infrastructure kind of rests on these systems. And so that was a really good session that we went through. I went to a session on housing development and integrating housing development into land use code, go figure. And it was a pretty interesting thing. A lot of the things that we are trying to tackle locally, from the fast track process to how to do deed restrictions, how to develop housing, and otherwise, you know, everybody in this state is trying to tackle this all at the same time. And so it was a good session. It got a little philosophical about what's the point of land use code? Are we over regulating? A lot of those questions. And I think over-regulation is always a little bit of it's in the eye of the beholder. But it was a really good session and I took a few things that I hope to bring to the SSR and have some continued discussions on.
Sure, quick question, knowing that we never deep into community housing projects and have been chipping away for the last 30 years, did you feel like we had become a leader in the field? So
I think we are solid middle of the pack, actually. I think we are ahead on some things. You know, a lot of local governments don't have deed restrictions, right? They've not needed to. So we kind of lead the pack when it comes to things surrounding housing, right? It's a certain subsection of counties who have kind of bumped their head along that problem for a little bit longer than everyone else. But in other areas, you know, we have land use codes that are very kind of standard for a lot of places. I heard at least 5 counties are doing full-scale code rewrites because they have found the last 30 years of code to be, you know, kind of unworkable anymore, and they need to trim and snip and tuck and make their codes more effective. there was a lot of discussion of form-based codes, right? Not making prescriptions or limitations, but if you do this, then you can do this, right? So it was a really interesting session to talk about just the landscape that's out there in terms of codes. And like I said, I think we are ahead on some areas. We're solidly middle of the pack in others. We aren't all the way on the back end because there are still places with their original 1976 land use codes, right? And so we're definitely, I think that it's a story of land use code in Colorado. So
I think at some point we should talk about, I mean, we've had sort of, you know, casual conversation in other meetings about a rewrite of our land use code.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's a huge job, so we'd have to budget for it, but we just saw today how it's so easy to contradict itself, and it's just
quite the treasure trove, our land use code,
Yeah.
and it's a very heavy lift. But perhaps in coming years, there might be some capacity and willingness to tackle that.
it would probably be a consultant's job, wouldn't it?
well, I would also say, I think the housing code amendment is giving us good fertile ground to see where things are working, where things aren't, and maybe will indicate where some of the housing items need full rewrite versus, I look and I tagged my little booklet on my desk with all of our zone districts. And I think I've talked with each of you about this at some point in time. And my initial question is, do we really need about 29 zone districts within our county? I don't know. I'm sure that there are folks who use that every day, or at least they rely on that. But it is a bear to administer in a lot of respects. And then, so I could see it both ways. I know why folks just say, well, let's amend it and hang on. And I know why there are folks who, Eagle County is one of them. Mesa County just got done with one. They're kind of lifting that heavy lift, and it'll be interesting to have a good chat with them next time when we go to winter conference, right? So,
yeah.
A couple other really fun things. I don't know that you all went. I can't remember who went last summer, but the Betcher Foundation is doing a leadership development program and at CCI, and so they actually presented a movie at co150film.org. They presented a movie about leadership in Colorado, and they've really picked up this mantle of, Colorado is the state of leadership. And so they want to try and find ways to help counties, municipalities build tools to develop leadership within their communities, within their, all the way from, kind of the up and coming politicians of tomorrow to who's leading your, you being the president of your FFA, right? So they've really got to focus on that. And it was a really great session where I got to sit there with a commissioner from Weld County and Washington County and Rio Grande County, and we talked about common problems, even though we don't all look alike in terms of our makeup.
I know someone who's applying for one of their leadership programs, Betchers, and it's actually for sort of, what would you call it? On the ground community leaders who aren't like elected or appointed. They don't have a position, but they are community leaders. They're not organizers. They have a voice, or I don't know entirely, but I thought that was so interesting. Young woman here who's, has a lot of leadership potential and already leading in informal ways. It's cool.
That's
a wonderful mission or piece of their program.
They're a great organization, and I think it's a really laudable effort. During the business meeting, it's very apropos to the discussion we just had. The president this year, Tony Haas, presented a film that's online. It's called Legacy: Mental Health in Colorado's Modern Day Agriculture. And he's actually in the film talking about his own ranching and a suicide that his best friend suffered, and how it's really a significant problem in current agricultural communities. And so it was a really great kind of presentation of that movie. Like I said, that was online. And then he kind of facilitated a discussion thereafter. Really touching movie. I may have shed a tear too.
If you could send that link, I'd be interested.
That
And then,
screened in Norwood recently.
Was that the one?
Yeah,
Mhm.
I wasn't able to make it, but
Yeah.
it sounded like there was pretty good attendance.
yeah, it was it
Yeah.
was a really good movie and a good facilitated discussion. And then just for fun,
Wait a sec, speaking of that agricultural sort of mental health crisis,
Mhm.
which I have heard about as well. Colorado has a program specific to providing behavioral health support to producers. And they actually, I shared it with Anka to get out through the CSU extension email. But it's, they actually connect you with therapists who are sort of familiar with that lifestyle industry kind of thing.
Yeah,
It's
it's called
kind of like the Behavioral Health
And-
Solutions Fund, but it's specifically for producers.
And it's through CSU.
Is it through CSU?
It's
Yeah.
called the Colorado Agricultural Addiction and Mental Health
Oh.
Program.
Okay,
And CAMP is the really long acronym. CAMP.
okay.
CAAMHP. But that has been like a group effort between Farm Bureau, CSU Extension, the Department of Ag, Behavioral Health Administration, a number of community partners.
Yeah, there's a lot
And
to do with
you
that.
can look that up and yeah, the great thing, and that is a feature of that film, is all of those folks have engaged in that service, and they're really talking about, you know,
Good for them.
destigmatizing using behavioral health resources in the ag community. So it was really good presentation. Finally, before I left yesterday, I sat through a session on County 1041 regulations, and that 1041 regulations, if you don't know, we do have them within our land use code in those areas. We have not employed them. They're an area where if there is a particular project, it may fall under what's called an area of state concern. And so this is a framework that if we did not have other land use codes that cover that topic, there's another avenue to use these 1041 powers, as they're called, to get the county into a conversation on regulating and the impacts of those uses. Most specifically, they talked a lot about trans basin diversions for water. This was a tool that was originally used and developed where a lot of the kind of Colorado River communities, Grand, Eagle, Summit, all those counties where large water infrastructure projects for Denver Water happen, they felt kind of, they weren't brought to the table, they weren't consulted. You know, Denver Water kind of just came in, bought up a bunch of property, started moving things around, and really impacted their local communities. And so these powers were originally made so that they could say, this is an area of statewide concern, and that punches the county's ticket to talk about those impacts and mitigate those impacts. And so I thought a lot about it on my drive home. I'm glad we have some pretty robust land use codes. That is one good thing about our land use code is we've not needed to engage 1041 regulation because we have a lot of things covered. But it does beg the question, is there something else? And there were folks in the crowd who were like, do data centers fall under 1041 regulation?
Yep.
If you don't have one, again, we have it in our code, right? But for those folks, there's a lot of counties in the state who are sitting and saying, what do we do? Moratorium, and then what, right? And so the 1041 regulations are kind of another avenue to kind of look at projects and get a stake.
I've heard other commissioners say to one another, do you have 1041 regs? Do you have them? And I didn't really ever know what they were. It's been on my list to ask for a while. Is that something we need to adopt and we have, or they just exist because we are in the state of Colorado?
It's something you need to adopt,
Okay.
and we have.
Okay.
Right. I think there is a question of are our current 1041 regulations sufficient, right?
Ah.
Is there something else that we need to write in or write out? You know, the one that was kind of tongue in cheek is one area of statewide interest that's allowed under 1041 regs are detonation of nuclear bombs, right?
That sounds reasonable.
Well, it came out of in Rulison, Colorado, they detonated a nuclear bomb underground as a fracking method. And so
Like a
that,
private industry did, private
Mhm.
company did?
yeah. And so that was one of the places, you know, again, so it's a picture of how our land use regulations have changed since the 60s and 70s.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Just this talk around revamping our land use code or rewriting it potentially. Would that be a time when 1041s could be integrated into the land use code if it was rewritten?
I think we would have that as part of any sort of process.
But
Yeah.
they're already in the land use code, right?
They are.
But we
They're
might
like-
revisit them.
Right, but I mean, 1041s are in my mind kind of like adopted code that isn't like already part of the land, like baked into the land use code. It's like an additional
There,
addendum, if you will.
it does feel a little bit like an addendum, and I think that would be a question
Hmm.
of, you know, would we write code to cover everything? Or would we rely on 1041 powers? You can take either avenue, right? It's just a matter of what works best for you and knowing that those powers exist. Largely to leverage a county into a position to have a conversation is the biggest thing. So,
Section 5.4, I've never looked at it, but I just Googled or, searched our land use code and areas and activities of local and state interest, 1041 environmental hazard review. That's what it is?
yep.
It's always to do with environmental hazards?
Well, it can be environmental hazard, it can be many other things, and that might be the case where we might want to look at them and say, are there things missing? Are there things that are really never going to happen, right?
Right. To give you an example, I've been talking with Star about potentially utilizing 1041s to address Gunnison sage grouse habitat on private lands and how to kind of integrate protections for that habitat on private land for development on private land.
And I
As an
think
example.
Eagle County, they spoke up and they said that that is one of the ways they are using today.
Ah,
So I think there's also a lot of good examples. That's one of the great things of being in the 64 county
it is.
arena. So, but yeah, it was a good conference. I'm sad that I came home early, but that's okay.
Thank
We
you.
got here. Got a couple things done.
Thanks for being there.
Yeah, and then.
Mike will give us a lot more in 11. He was going to Western Districts. So.
Thanks, Jared. Commissioners, we have updates remaining on our agenda. Commissioner Brown, would you care to go first?
Sure. This is a little bit out of order, but on Monday I went to the second wildfire preparedness info session that our Office of Emergency Management held. There was one mid-May. I imagine there was one on the West End. I didn't see the poster for that, but anyway, it was a presentation by Shannon Armstrong, our Emergency Management Office, Tim Pinau, I think that's his name, from West Region Wildfire, Chief Bennett, and the sheriff was also there. And it was really good. It was very nuts and bolts, which I think is what people wanted. They talked about, very specific, a lot of specifics about evacuation plans, which, as you can imagine, are, go north or go south on 145. They're not that, mysterious, but talked about how all of the alert systems worked and what it meant to be on alert. Oh, sorry, what's it called? On standby for evacuation versus like an evacuation order, like go immediately. You don't have time to do anything. They talked about prepping for evacuation, like your go bag and all that kind of thing. Really just very practical advice. And then also Tim spoke about home hardening. So it was really well attended and just really, really well presented. So I felt great that they did that and obviously thank them. I was at the CCAT is having now, as the legislative session just ended, but we're already working on priorities for the next session in this coming year. So we had our first, I think it's called, anyway, policy conversation about what priorities are going to be. And there were just a couple things I wanted to bring to y'all's attention. So have you heard about this potential, actually, okay, it's a ballot initiative. It has been called 175. Restore Our Roads. Do you know about this, Jared?
Yes.
Okay, it's been put forward evidently, I don't know tons about it, but by contractors, I think in particular road contractors, and it's basically saying certain monies that are collected by the state must go to roads for these specific purposes. And so it's really sort of kind of a populist movement or a business movement, I'm not sure which, to get more money for roads. And the state government is very concerned about it because it ties their hands in terms of, allocating money to other needs or even within transportation to certain things. And so a bill passed very near the end of the legislative session. I don't remember if it was Senate or House Bill 1430. And what it is it's meant to put some guardrails. It says if 175 passes, then this happens. So it's some guardrails around 175. And I don't know, again, too much about it, but I do know CCAT supported it. So we were relieved when those guardrails, if you will, passed, but it will still mean if 175 passes, that's actually not the ballot number, like that'll be on the ballot. It was like the signature collecting number. And they do have enough signatures, so it will go on the ballot. But if that passes, there's, we have 1430, but we should all, as local leaders, I think about individually how we feel about 175 and maybe start talking about it. Yeah.
So the guardrails, do they kind of create some language around what funding, like so the state has flexibility, like
That's what I'm not sure of exactly, Galena. All I heard, I could read it, but they call it a contingent legislative response, and it will put guardrails on 175. One thing that is already happening that's come out of 1430 is that a study group has formed to try to work with the folks who proposed 175 to, make some promises or some, I'll say promises as much as one can promise in a study group about things the state would do that would encourage those folks to withdraw 175. So those negotiations are already happening. It reminds me kind of last summer or the summer before when there were going to be really draconian tax measures put on the ballot in the fall. And so the governor called a special session, and that's when the 5.25% cap was put on. So it's not at quite that scale because it's more about roads than about the entire state budget. But anyway, it's a very, concerning, I think, topic that to people in Denver who are paying close attention to the state. And we're going to be having, it seems like weekly meetings now. So I'll share more information as I get it. The other thing we talked a lot about last week is normally CCAT takes on very specific priorities like a vacancy tax or, a specific bill. But there's talk now of us prioritizing generally something, well, you'll know what this is, revenue diversification for counties. And there's a list of like 10 or 11 different taxes or fees that might actually come to life as. But we'll decide, I believe, this week, if not soon after, about whether to just have revenue diversification as a priority. And then as we learn more about who the new governor will be and what their priorities are around taxing and fees and county funding, and also have conversations with legislators to see which of these ideas might have legs, then we can narrow our focus into specific initiatives. But I think this is the first year I have felt like we really needed to start thinking about revenue diversification because I've always thought we were in really good shape, but as we look, down at the beginning of that 10-year capital plan, and as we get more and more resistance to increasing taxes, it feels like we really need to think long-term about how counties are going to fund their services. So anyway, that's something. Oh, and then, I don't know if you all remember this one, but House Bill 26-1230 extend conservation easement tax credits. It passed. And supposedly Polis was supposed to sign it yesterday. I didn't check, or Monday. I didn't check, but that was the word, is that it had passed, and that's great for us.
Heard that, yeah.
Yeah, so I can check, in a second and tell you whether he signed it. Okay, the other thing I want to talk to you about, which is a little substantive, and we can agendize it probably, but I want to just lay the groundwork, is that I'm continuing to have conversations with town, Mountain Village, the foundation, about economic resiliency planning, and the most urgent effort that seems to be coming to the top, or what's been identified as probably the short-term fix that could be the most impactful, is starting a chamber of commerce. And this has started and gone away and started and gone away. I was actually the chairman of, or whatever it's called, of a chamber in like 1990 or something. I don't even remember why it fell apart. But I think one identified issue is that none of them that I know of have had paid staff. It's always been our businesses trying to cobble it together and organize it and have meetings, and they are, working full time running their businesses and providing housing for their employees and all those things. So the current thinking of this small group, which is soon to expand, is that would the foundation and the local governments be willing to provide some seed money for to stand up a chamber of commerce. And I don't know what that proportions would look like. I don't know what it would really cost, but the thought was that it might be a 2-year, which we can only make one at a time, commitment. And I was just thinking maybe it'd be proportional to our sales tax revenues or something like that. But if you want to just give me your initial gut reaction to that, that would be helpful. Or we could, after maybe I have the next meeting where we're going to bring in staff and maybe even some businesses, I could come back to you. But yeah.
Would the Chamber of Commerce cover all of the East End, like Mountain Village?
Yes,
Telluride,
it would
and
be
unincorporated county?
correct.
businesses?
Yep, it would be, and it would be focused though on the east end of the county. The initial thought was, oh, we should talk to all the other regional partners, about economic resilience, because we know how much we impact them. But then the thinking was, if we take care of our business like that, I don't mean, if we strengthen our economy, that will help everybody, right? Just because of the nature of our connectivity and commuting and all that kind of thing. So
It makes
we
perfect
are
sense.
focused on the east, on the Telluride Mountain Village region.
I
Yeah.
just wanted to be clear, it was like one Chamber of Commerce that covers all of the East End rather than like siloed changes.
100%.
Yeah.
Yep. There among the small group that started the discussions, complete commitment to that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
initially we'd have to talk about more details, and I think we should agendize this.
Okay.
At some point, but on its face, I think it's a great idea. And even just to build some continuity between all of the, between the towns and the unincorporated county and what the businesses are facing. And, yeah, I think it can be a really good thing. And that's coming from running a business in
Yeah.
the different towns and having locations in all of the, unincorporated county and the town of Telluride and Mountain Village, and actually observing the lack of continuity there and differences, and being able to, even just as a think tank, share space, and then promoting business from that platform. Yes.
And the idea would be that it would just be for startup, and that eventually there would be dues, that would support it, that the membership would support it. And we could maybe get some seed money from businesses as well,
Let's do this, I think we're all in agreement this could be useful.
Mhm.
Think that when we had a chance to sit with staff and really dig in, that we might want to be able to come to us with a proposal.
Sure.
With actual dollar
Mhm.
attached, and we could play the potentially benefits versus optional space.
That's a way off in terms of having that, but I just wanted to sort of plant the seed and get an initial read from you. Okay,
I think it also would be helpful to understand why the Chamber of Commerce fell apart in the past, just to kind of have that historical knowledge.
I think once we get more business owners into the conversation, which should be soon, we will get a little bit more of that. Yeah, that's a good one. Why have they failed in the past?
Might be as simple as what I said, that business owners were so busy running businesses.
Yeah.
Somebody stepping into leading the chamber just wasn't awesome.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we were talking about having, like, there has been a lodging association, there's been a restaurant association, and those have also, you know, waxed and waned, and those could be sort of sub committees under the chamber, or sub whatever they would be. So anyway, thank you for hearing me out, and I'll keep you posted and let you know when it's ready for some kind of a more formal discussion. Thanks.
Commissioner Gleason, you're up next.
Great. I've been a slacker lately, no.
Don't say it.
Yes, do not say that.
Kidding, but
Sometimes you have full weeks and sometimes you have slower weeks, but that doesn't mean you stop.
Absolutely. First, some good news that I just observed yesterday. I wanted to share that HR 5911, the conveyance of the Crystal Reservoir to the city of Ouray passed unanimously yesterday in Congress. It's great news from our neighbors in Ouray and water security over on the over the mountain there. I know that specifically Commissioner Paget has been working really hard on that, as well as many others. And the fact that it unanimously passed is a very big deal.
Yeah.
I recently had a meeting with Town of Mountain Village Mayor Scott Pearson to follow up on the regional collaboration discussion and get his thoughts after they were able to have a council meeting and just understand where their council sits.
Is this about the mega projects?
The mega project.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
Yeah, what was presented at the intergovernmental meeting a few weeks ago. And Mountain Village Council is, they heard all of the discussion, and I think that there is some appetite for, if nothing else, developing some sort of a standard for, we'll call it a trigger for outreach and regional communication, and what that looks like, I'm not totally sure, and Scott wasn't either, but there is a real appetite for developing that. And I think that if it could be something that is pretty uniform between the towns in the county, and I'm going to be meeting with Zoe Donal next week to get Town of Telluride's perspective and see if we could build some sort of consensus around that. So it might not look like amending application permit process or anything like that, but at least some trigger of like, this is when we reach out to our regional neighbors and we all agree to this, and perhaps there's some sort of MOU, if nothing else, that is struck based on a general consensus on what that is, and when that is, and what that would look like. So ongoing conversations there, but it's, I'm continuing trying to engage and find some area where everybody can agree, like, yeah, this is a time when we should be reaching out to the town of Ridgeway or Ouray County or the town of Norwood, fill in the blank. Yeah.
Are you still thinking we might look at this in our land use code?
I would like to, if you all are in agreement and it seems to make sense in our code. I mean, I've discussed with planning, where it could really fit into the special use permit process and at being a condition of a special use permit, similar to what we have language for large scale solar and mining, just posing the question around workforce, housing, and what
the
Yep.
plan is, and whether the development would necessitate workforce housing, and just posing the question during the application process. Yeah.
And the related questions of EMS and.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there is already language in our code around traffic, right? Traffic impacts, of course, water. But yeah, what has really risen to the top with the Four Seasons workforce is emergency response, and how that inevitably falls on the county, really, and then on the the EMS and fire special districts, but also the sheriff's department. Yeah.
Let's see how your conversations go with town of Telluride. And if it seems like an MOU is possible, then that might be a good stimulus for us to have that conversation internally about what we would want to do, whether it's as simple as the MOU or as next steps within our district.
Right, great. Well, I'll keep you all posted, and I think my conversation with the town of Telluride is gonna revolve around their existing processes and diving in a little deeper as to what those look like, and whether they have an appetite for changing language in their process, or that's adapting and adding some stipulations. So we'll see. And then I am gonna pitch the trigger outreach concept that Scott Pearson brought up with them as well. And then way back when, 2 weeks ago, the Norwood School groundbreaking, which Commissioner Brown was also there, and it was a really special day for the Norwood community to see that project actually start. And I think it was very visceral. Everyone could feel it and could envision what that new campus is going to look like. And there was very palpable excitement among everyone, but especially the students all showed up. It was their last day of school, and it was, yeah, it was so heartwarming to be there and just be witness to it. It was incredible. Big things ahead. I submitted my commissioner's corner last week, and I wrote about the dark sky reserve designation process to date, and was a call to action for folks to get involved and to educate people about what this could look like, and highlighted the potential economic benefits, and the fact that we are in a very rare and prime position to be the first county in this country to be a dark sky reserve. So
I'll look forward to reading that
when they run it, but it's out there.
Are you next, Lance? Are you next? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Commissioner Corner.
Oh, God, I thought you meant commission reports. Yeah.
Oh, no.
I mentioned both.
Yes, okay. No, I didn't mean to rush this. No. I just wanted to see if I had to start thinking about it.
Since it's in my hood, I'm gonna attend the San Miguel Power Association annual gathering tomorrow evening, and see who the new representative from my
will the vote be
district.
announced tomorrow?
Yes, it will be announced.
Oh, how exciting.
And then since I'm already going to be out there, I'm going to attend the Weed Sea monthly board meeting, which is held in Natarita. So I'm just going to stop in and actually be I Zoom into those ever so often. I actually haven't been able to be physically present at one of those Weed Sea meetings. So looking forward to it. And then upcoming, got a San Miguel Watershed Coalition meeting, as well as Fresh Foundation board meeting coming up. And that's all I have right now.
All right. No, I should say.
look back at the calendar, and a good chunk of the week after our most recent meeting was involved with Mountain Film, which I hope you all got a chance to participate in at some level. And then was in a CC4CA planning meeting. Our annual meeting is coming up next week, so I'm grateful that we're not going to be meeting Wednesday. It frees me to get there on time. There was a SM, I'm sorry, this is San Miguel Housing Authority meeting. What we discussed qualification. We confirmed that the county will start compliance in October. We had some questions about self-employed residents, and that seemed to be the biggest friction point. And so we are going to try to identify those concerns before compliance and see if there's anything we can do to smooth that, or if it's just going to be tricky. No way around. It may well be that that's where we end up, but we acknowledged as a group that that was the biggest area of concern.
And are you all still planning on sharing compliance policies and procedures with us before that process starts?
We are, and that's why we will try to get this self-employment question answered with some solutions before we come, or with some more stuff. And discuss that. We are also curious about how this board, sitting as the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority, might consider future deed restriction with potentially price caps. And we acknowledge that that's not the question for the SMHA, but it is a question that we'd like to see addressed before there's another project on the table if possible.
And that's something we'll address when we get after the update to the covenant, right?
Yeah, correct. Are all going to support an anonymous feedback form or suggestion form without a place on the website for grievances, which is when we feel ill-treated, but we didn't really include the word suggestion or feedback, which is that we want to start a procedure that we simply have an idea of how to make things better. So we're going to include that. There was some discussion of can we streamline our system so that you can use a credit card for submitting a form online. And the answer was yes, and in return for that convenience, we decided that the user would choose to pay the 2.93% fee, which is somewhat standard. If you don't want to pay that 2.9, you send SMRHA a check. So it's still possible to avoid that, but for some folks, credit cards seem to be better. They can also do electronic fund transfer for a buck. So we'll give all those options for people, and they can choose whichever one's best for them. Pam mentioned in her report that the employee handbook is just about complete for SMRHA. It has expanded to cover new insurance and new policy through HR. And she's delighted to know that she's finally got the rule book completed in hand. And she also said that the concept of having us do our compliance in October might be really good because it's opposite this town's spring compliance cadence, and that would be good for her office and also good for tax reporting in that it kind of works out more neatly for getting people's most current taxes. So strangely, there might be a win to our delayed compliance. The only other meeting I went to prior to that was the Eco Action Partners meeting. We selected some new officers with the exception of the president, which we are going to wait until this next election cycle and see who else joins the board from the various entities. And currently we've got Toby as our vice president, Toby Brown, and Daniel Knight as our secretary / treasurer. I remain president until my term is up. We're looking for a Mountain Village board member, if anybody knows anybody, either resident, perhaps a Mountain Village council person, but we've approached all of them individually, and they're all interested or busy, so we're now expanding on that to residents in the village. If you have any good ideas, let me know. We have reports on the Norwood Solar Reservoir project, which sounds like the student engineering went really well. And it's not quite done, but it's close. There was a community meeting with a lot of great questions and a lot of good answers. And it's rapidly approaching the point where it simply needs to make it up. And landscape is less clear than it used to be, but it's still. Silverton has a new town manager, and their Silverton efforts are a little slower than anticipated, partially because the new town manager is only a couple months in, and partially that there's been no real county representation for San Juan County, so we're also working on that. Ridgeway, on the other hand, is rocking and has received a grant for $1.3 million, I believe, for 3 years of net zero code and retrofit efforts. And EcoAction senses that they may be involved as a contractor in that effort, since they were also part of getting the grant. There's a good connection there. I'm really excited. Ridgeway may be leading the charge here regionally very soon. What else? There's going to be a clothing swap for men's and women's formal clothing at the AHA school coming up. That word will get out. There was a bit of a gut punch, the plastic film efforts. We have storage down in Ridgeway, but the Circular Colorado nonprofit organization that was organizing empty trucks headed back to the front range that could take the plastic film, lost all their funding. So we're hoping that next year that funding will return, but for right now, we're simply wedging a bunch of plastic in the existing 40-yard trailer and hoping that it doesn't fill up before the funding returns. And still hoping that somehow we can figure out what it is. But right now, it's not going to expand to the public. It's only going to be the few businesses that are already committed and already providing plastics. That was an unfortunate development. Discussed the building code updates, and we also discussed that the REMP numbers that we're working with are probably a decade behind with unit numbers as far as the costs for electricity or gas emissions, and that there is a new spreadsheet available, and that would behoove us, and Ken Wheels and EcoAction will come and share that information with us and urge us to up our REMP fees in order to reflect modern energy usage and conditions.
I wonder if she could work with our staff on that and they could bring us a proposal. Okay, yeah.
Something to start with commissions.
Okay.
We're going to start.
Oh, good.
We've had some conversation.
Awesome.
That's about it for EcoAction. Their funding sources are in flux. They're really trying to shift to philanthropy. It's to be determined how that's going to go, but the future of the organization is not in question, but the amount of effort that the organization can give and what areas may have to shift depending on how funding runs. And it's a little after 3:30, but we are done with our agenda. Is there anything else we would like? No, I didn't play an issue with agenda.
So moved.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
As well. Thanks, everyone. Have a great afternoon.